you consider her to be a dime ass. So this whole idea that it's only based on one thing is stupid. And that's just a worldly view because you are afraid that somebody else is going to tell you that your woman ain't what you think it is. Ain't nobody can tell me what my woman ain't.
And Sharon, it's so crazy.
Shit, though.
Hold up, but Sharon, that's what I'm saying. The crazy part about it, my wife was a 10, but when she got pregnant, she became 11. She got beautiful. Like I'm trying to figure out.
Listen.
Like,
this is why I don't be listening to YouTube niggas, bro. Like,
nigga, you a YouTube nigga.
Wait. I want to add to
I
the
ain't on YouTube panels and argue. I don't get on here and argue and bury the fight, bro. That's what y'all do.
What
bro.
do you call yourself doing right now, sir?
I voice my opinion and I go about my life, bro. That's why I said I'm a part of the niggas that stand on business. Not Uda.
You are not.
Marvelous,
You are not.
Sharon,
hold on. I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to. Hold on. Slow down. What makes you think? Hold on. What makes you think that?
Brody, I've never deterred you from a thing, Brody. I've never deterred you from a thing.
Slow down. Just
I never told you what to feel, brother. I never even spoke to you in life, blood.
Slow down. This is a problem. A lot of men cannot substantiate.
Sound like we from the same place too. So what the fuck you talking about?
You know what I'm saying? Like a majority of men cannot substantiate what they're saying. That's the issue, right? And so because he can't substantiate and he just going down, he's the only person telling the truth. This is that conspiracy theory that a lot of men are living in. They literally live in a conspiracy theory. Everybody else is delusional except for them. Even though all of us could substantiate why. Right? Even man literally substantiating why his wife went arguing. Hold on. He's substantiating why his wife went from a 10 to 11. After she had the children, she went up in value. And a lot of these men, they look at their wives as going down in value because they look at it from a worldly view.
I get it. I get it all. Now,
I look at her as
I wasn't even mad at him. I'm just saying.
Still my woman. I never changed. You still look beautiful. But you're not a 10. Before the kids and after the kids, I still looked at her the same damn way. You still beautiful. I'm still attracted to you. I'm gonna still be all over your body. Nothing changed, but your value didn't go up because you had kids. What are y'all niggas? Y'all niggas be on here.
No. Look what I was saying. Mr. Lyman, peep it, right? Peep game,
bro.
Peep game, bro. Like peep what I'm saying, though.
You niggas better stand up.
Mr. Lyman, look. Peep what I'm saying to you. Like peep what I was saying to. Peep what I was saying to Josh.
Hold on, Uda.
I was just trying to tell him what I was saying to Josh.
Uda, just ask him this one question. That woman that you was going to be all over her body, what did she get for having your children? Ask him.
Damn, that's a real question. Answer it if you want to answer it, Mr. Lyman. You can answer that.
You said, what did she get for having my children?
Yeah, I think he said something like to that effect.
I'm not understanding.
Ask the question.
The complexity of the question. I'm not understanding. What did she get?
Yep, that's the question.
Nigga, I ain't got no playing kids. Nigga, motherfuckers was cursed from the start. You heard? But motherfuckers, y'all I don't understand these dumb questions y'all asking, bro.
Wow.
That was crazy, Mr. Lyman. That was crazy. But look, though.
He's the one telling the truth, Uda. He's the one telling the truth, Uda. Go ahead, Uda.
Now, yeah, he said what you said. Don't matter to say it.
Yo, Uda, you let these niggas talk long enough?
Say it. What I'm saying is this, right? All right, cool. Everybody is like a planet on their own self. You, your own world. I'm my own world. We our own worlds and our own selves. You know what I'm saying? So that means that based upon what we feel in our own self, we deem what we feel is the top of our own world. Besides what society feel, they could say, yo, this is that and that. I say, no, that's in my world. This is the top of my world. This is my world. So in his perception, when he explained it, he kind of explained it. If he sees what he said, because he also said him and his wife, Josh, I'm talking about, he said him and his wife speak, and he could tell his wife this or whatever he said. So I took that as well when Josh said that. But I'm just saying, when he went to speaking about kind of what society kind of is like deeming a 10, you know what I'm saying? That's where my point of contention was, because it's not about anybody else or what anyone thinks about what you have or who you with. It should be about what you think is what I'm saying. You feel me? It's about what you think, though, bro. Is what I'm saying.
Bullshit. I don't like bullshit niggas, bro.
Wait.
Bullshit niggas.
What do you think, bro? So you meet a bad bitch that's dirty and all that. She's bad? She dirty, she this, she that, but she's a bad. What is she? Her badness just went down. I'm gonna give you a scenario. A bad chick, but she has bad hygiene. You go to the crib. You never been by a chick that's bad. You went by a crib and shit all over the crib look like Hurricane Katrina.
Still bad. She just dirty. You heard? What the fuck is y'all niggas talking about? Like we talking about face, body. What are we talking about, bro?
Yeah, I'm about to say,
You
guys are
niggas
kind
say
of confusing the
anything just to
conversation.
create your
We are not
narrative,
confusing it.
bro.
No, wait.
That's why
I'm able to
y'all
where you're coming
need
from.
niggas like
Hold
me.
on.
Y'all
I know
need
where
niggas
Locke
like
coming
me,
from.
dog.
Hold on.
Niggas
No,
is
he
weak.
repeating himself. Hold on. No, we're not confusing it.
All right, I'll tell you right now.
Once you get
What,
past
I'm
it,
gonna tell you
This
what's going
nigga
once
on.
you
got
get
the
past,
worst narratives in the
when you
world.
get
Y'all want to
past,
talk
when you
about
get
me? Go
past
ahead,
the
man.
misalignment, once you get past an issue, she looks good in the face, and then you start talking to her, you start smelling her, you start seeing what her character is. All that shit makes the person lose points, but you saying it doesn't.
Bro, because y'all adding things to what attraction. That's why they say, yo, she attractive, but she not my type. That's where you coming from. Attraction versus being your type. You're coming from that. I'm talking solely
No, hold on.
on
Don't
looks,
tell me.
bro.
Hold on.
I'm
Pause.
not adding, I'm not
Hold on.
taking
Slow
away from
down.
nothing, you heard?
Slow
What you
down.
talking
Slow
about?
down. I'm not coming. Hold on. This is the
Nigga said his
problem.
wife had
Hold
babies
on.
and now she got
Hold
11.
on. Hold on. Men do not learn how to fucking listen. Y'all think whatever y'all think is what somebody's talking about. And this is why these conspiracies really live in y'all own minds. Y'all are literally living conspiracy theories. I'm telling you what I'm
This is
talking
your
about,
panel, so
and
you
you
gonna
are
create a
telling me it's
narrative,
something
bro.
different, literally in real time.
I'm talking about my perspective. That's why I'm talking about my perspective. This shit
And
is
your
subjective.
perspective is
Nigga,
delusional
you
to the
not right
conversation
now. It's
because we are talking
subjective.
about a certain thing, and you are talking
It's
about something.
ambiguous.
Hold on, your perspective
That
is
means it's
different
open to
from.
many
Hold on, what I'm
interpretations.
trying to. Hold
I
on.
hate you niggas,
Hold
bro. I'm out,
on.
bro.
Hold on. Your perspective is a different conversation altogether. That's what you're missing.
But that's where I was getting at too, Sharon. I was trying to tell you, like, you guys are
Right. And we need you to get on topic and stay there and have a conversation on topic.
I think he was on topic.
No, the reason
That's
he's
the
off
problem
topic.
that's the problem with a lot of you men. Y'all don't understand when somebody's off topic.
Yeah,
How was he off
He was
topic?
definitely on
Were
well,
talking
topic.
hold
about
on.
beauty,
Because
right?
when you rate your wife, you're not rating her based off when you first saw her. I hope not. You're rating her off the whole over experience of your wife. I don't think you're like, well, yeah, this is how I felt when I first saw her. No, based on my wife, this is what I rate her by. That's what makes sense to me.
Nope. Y'all asked me about my wife's physical attractiveness. Because we're
Now we're
talking about
arguing
physical
time.
attraction.
Now we're arguing time.
Okay.
Because I
So
agree,
that
your
is
wife might get more attractive in time, but that's in time. We talking about just basic attraction. That's what I think the dude was talking about before he dropped.
right. And for some reason, y'all wanted to try to make it about what y'all have in y'all minds instead of what the actual conversation is. It's
Well,
a
I
weird
think
thing that keeps happening. Like I'm telling you what the conversation is about. And you said, no, I don't believe it's that. I believe it's this thing over here that I have in my mind. And I'm going to keep talking about my conspiracy instead of saying, oh, that's what the topic is about. Let me talk to the topic.
so. Let me talk to the topic then, and the topic is about beauty and your spouse, right? Your wife, right? Right. So if we're talking about vanity, beauty, it is a worldly concept. And on the worldly concept of vanity, your wife may not be the prettiest person worldly, but to you, you may see her in a different light.
So pause there. If a man says, I see my wife as perfect to me, what should that man rate his wife? 1 to 10.
It would be a 10 if he sees
Thank
if he sees his
you.
wife as perfect. Yes.
Why is it so difficult?
Because y'all are
That's it.
conflating two different goddamn things.
No, that's it. It's over. Pastor's honest. At least he gets on my damn nerves. But at least he honest. That's what that man is supposed to say. Once he say she is perfect to me, that is it. There's no need to say, well, the world is going to say her BMI, her height, her hair, how her nose is, and she got some thin ass, whatever. It don't matter what the world sees her as at that moment. Once you say she is perfect to me,
But these guys are saying their wives are not perfect to them. Do they accept and love their
hold on,
wives?
No, you're
Yes.
Pastor.
wrong.
Hold
That's
on,
where you're
Pastor.
wrong.
It's not them,
Pastor.
it's me. Hold up, it's me.
Hold on. So
He
this is
said
what
she.
I'm saying, Pastor. So that is the problem. And this is when I'm saying the conspiracy theories live in their goddamn head and they can't stay on topic. So that's why we having the conversation. Thank you, Pastor.
Topic.
For saying that. Woo! Pastor, I appreciate you, man.
See, I'm tired of getting shot at me, and then y'all misinterpreting what I'm saying. That's just making me mad.
I was just trying to get an open
Well, hold on,
statement
clear
in
it
real
up. You
quick.
got time. Let him clear it up. Clear it up, because I want to see how you gonna clear this up. What did Sharon say that was wrong based on
Here's
that
what he
last
said. Because my wife's not a perfect 10, I'm not attracted to her. I don't find her to be beautiful.
He did
All that
not say
shit's
that.
ignorant.
Oh my God. He
All
did
right,
not
That's
say
just
pause.
that.
goofy.
Hold on,
He
pause.
did not say that.
No one can say that. No one can say
Hold
that.
on. This is what I'm saying. We gotta get men out of living in conspiracy theories. That is not what anybody said on this panel at all. Pastor, do you believe that's what I said just now?
No one can say that, bro.
Well, after we kind of cleared it up, but we're talking about more than just looks. We're talking about the whole
All right,
person.
before we get back to the whole person, did I say that he wasn't attracted to his wife?
No, you never said that. No,
Did I insinuate that?
you didn't insinuate it, but you did it. Well, you insinuated that he doesn't think. Well, you didn't insinuate that either. You just thought
Thank
he could. He should have. He should
Thank
have
you,
judged her
Pastor.
higher.
Thank you.
I was about to see how you tried to make it to
Thank
something
you.
it wasn't. He's right. He did not.
I did not. And so this is what I'm saying. Men got to get out of having this conspiracy theory about themselves. Listen, we, the government, the family court, divorce lawyers, it ain't no conspiracy against men, bro. Y'all not
That's not true.
So
That's not true
I just
either.
want to.
y'all
I
That's
just
just
want to
not
make
not
true
sure
either.
you said
communicate.
this.
Hold on, we could get
Hold
into
up.
that, Pastor. I understand what, because Pastor love this conversation as well, and he actually have experience in it and all facts of it, so we can have the conversation. So what I'm saying is that most of the time, these men will put things in the conversation that just not there. It's a conspiracy. It's just not truthful. What you think that I said, I did not say.
Okay, so you didn't say if my wife's perfect to me, she can't be a 7. You have not said that all fucking day. Because I can pull 7 different timestamps where you said it. That's why I'm fucking mad about it.
Okay,
because y'all keep saying, no, y'all keep saying I don't see my wife as a 10 because I'm fucking honest. No, that's bullshit, bro.
Slow down. So again, you saying that she's a 7, I never said that your wife is not attractive to you. You are the one that are
Did you not say that your wife can't be perfect to you, i.e. not attractive, because we're talking about physical fucking attraction. You're saying she can't be attractive to me because I see her as a 7 because I'm honest. You didn't say that. You didn't say that at all today in the last 4 hours.
Not in the context of you trying to push it out to me. No. You're trying to push it as a different context because ain't nobody. Because now, when we just be honest, right? Let's go to the world view. A 7 is a very attractive. Hold on, a 7 is a very attractive woman. Are we all
obviously?
Okay, all right. So therefore, what you're saying, what you're trying to insinuate, what I'm saying, it just will not hold true. So again, I'm going by the words that you are saying, right? When we
are you not saying that I don't see my wife as perfect?
Right? Maybe you misunderstood me, and that's fine. But we just came to a consensus that a 7 is still a very attractive woman. So, okay, so therefore I cannot say that you're not attracted to your wife. So if we are in agreement with that, and then we can move on that maybe you misunderstood what I was saying when I said whatever that was at the time. Can we agree to that? That it could be a misunderstanding. Shadow.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now we can move forward. And so what we are saying is that once a man say that my wife is perfect to me, his only answer, if he wanted to answer to rate his wife, he has to say a 10 at that point.
So now we're gonna pretend you didn't just counteract what you just said, right? So my wife is still perfect to me. Does that mean that she is physically a 10 regarding physical attractiveness?
Yes.
Those two things do not have to be the same.
Yeah, she's a 10.
They're not the same though. Because you're adding up, you're adding up points to make her a 10. But if you solely go on looks, she could be a 7, which is still a pretty woman. But then you add, she's the mother of my child. She cooks for me.
Thank you.
She's nice to me. When you start adding those things up, those things can make her a 10. But when you compartmentalize it to just vanity and looks, she can be a 7. And that's okay.
My wife's on camera. My wife's right there. Yes, my wife, she's not the most beautiful person in the world, but to me, she's my everything. That's why this dumbass conversation keeps making me mad.
Shadow. This is the point, man. Like you, there's things you don't have to tell the world. You know what you have. The world don't. Oh, you no understanding. You don't have to get validation. You know this already. So when you tell us your opinion about your wife, why would we care about that? Seriously, unless you're trying to get validation in some
No,
way.
we were having the conversation about physical attractiveness and how come it was the whole physical attractiveness
Then why put your wife in there? Hold on, wait, stop. This is where I don't do it. Why even bring your wife to that conversation?
because at the time we had that conversation, the day we had that
But you don't
conversation,
have to though. But you don't have to
again,
though. That's what I'm saying.
but again, you're working off a different dichotomy of how me and my wife were. When we talk fairly open, and I treat
I
this
get
the
that.
same.
Yes,
I'm just open about how I talk. It just is what it is.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, it's just as simple as this, bro. Like, I would never bring my wife into the conversation and compare her to the world. I separate her from the world. I already know, babe. See, she already like it already. I don't talk about my wife for that exact reason, because there's no comparison. Just that simple.
That's simple.
I think
So I have a question. So we're on a panel, and y'all
Hold on,
literally
Josh.
asked me a question that day.
All right, hold on 1 second, Josh. Go ahead. Welcome to the show. Sway producing. Good day, sir. How are you?
Baby?
like I said, I'm always going to baseline if I understand everybody's perspective, and I can run it down my understanding of both sides to this story. My only clarification, Josh, is that I think they're kind of confused on is when you make a statement that she's physically a 7, and then say she's perfect for you, and I get those are two different kind of conversations when you're talking about attractiveness. However, if we go back to the physical, when you rated her a 7, and that you understand that there are more other women that are more physically attracted than her to you, then at that point, meaning that if she was an 8 plus all the things she is, that she's technically not perfect because she could be better. So you can't say she's a 10 for you if you already baseline her looks as a 7. You have to baseline her looks as perfect for you. You can't baseline it as a 7, because if you baseline it as a 7, that means it can be improved on. And so she can't be perfect for you if you've already baselined her less than or in a position where she can improve.
I disagree.
Okay,
Her looks are good enough for him, and her behavior and everything that comes up makes her perfect. That makes her perfect. There's no room for growth after that.
You've already missed the point.
I did not miss the point.
He conflated the two.
You're putting too much on looks.
He conflated the two. That's all.
Stop over talking me. Like I said, if you missed the point already, because this is based on Josh's opinion. If he's made an objective statement that she is a 7, meaning that she has room for improvement, i.e. his example for that was weight. He said she can lose 15 or 20 pounds, and I'll give her an extra point or two, and she can go up to an 8 or a 9. Meaning, even
that was that
him,
conversation.
Hold on, I'm explaining this to Will. I'm explaining it to Will because I think you might understand me. I don't have to repeat myself. Even to him, that she's not perfect to him because she could have room for improvement. That's the only argument I'm having. I'm not judging him for it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but technically speaking, even for him, she's not a 10 based on what he said, because he said she has room for improvement based on the looks factor alone. So I'll leave that alone and I'm out. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate it.
I get his argument. I get his argument saying that your wife
his argument's good.
Saying she could look better. But my disagreement with that argument that she could look better is you took her at that look before. Now did she gain some weight and she looked so that 15 pounds you're talking about is weight that she gained post you, right?
Through both of our kids,
Exactly. So that weight gain cannot be technically counted for if it is post you. When you first met her looks were probably a 7, but they were perfect enough for you they were perfect enough for you to go ahead and put kids in her.
But that wasn't the conversation we were having. We were talking about physical attractiveness.
Hold on.
But it shouldn't change. So I get where Pastor's coming from.
Right. If Josh, if you just not making excuses for it, you will understand it. The problem is that you do not want to concede.
We were literally talking about physical attractiveness.
But everybody came and made good points. Pastor made a good point. Sway came and made a good point too. But Pastor just made a good point, though. I think you're overlooking it. I think he made a good point.
I agree with him fully. Here's the thing, I agree.
Hold on. Let me read a couple of super chats, Josh.
Okay. Shit.
So we got Detroit Cardinals with the $5. Love gonna get. Hold on, let me do this properly. Love's gonna get you killed. But the pride is gonna be the death of you and me and you and me. Kendrick Lamar. It's pride that won't allow men to admit faults. It's one of my songs right there. I appreciate that song right there. Hopefully I did it justice because my singing is so beautiful because very Red Sensational said my singing is beautiful. That's what she told me. And that's the story that I'm going by. I don't care how delusional y'all say I am. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Red Sensational with $2. Everybody is a 10 to somebody. Absolutely. That's what the conversation is really about. And I don't know why my brothers want to fight so hard to say that they woman is ugly. It's crazy. I don't know why they fighting for it, Uda.
Well, Kuda, I mean, well, not Kuda, but I pulled up to say I disagree with you about the young brothers that were marching in New York for family court and about how things are not conspired or different for men. So I'll wait on that conversation rather than talking about his wife.
We can get into that too, nigga.
I rather because honestly, talking about his wife, talking about his wife, Supreme
Court buildings over there, and my friends and all that was up in there.
Yeah, talking about his wife, talking about his wife's vanities. I don't really want to do that personally, but I can wait. I can wait.
No, that's fine.
Let's move on because you just called my wife ugly again. That shit pissed me off.
It's all right, Josh. Let's concede and move forward. Your wife is a 10 to you, man. It's all good.
That's it. It's all good. And we all agree with you that she's a 10, and you need to say it out loud too. Say it. Say my wife.
Just say it and let's move forward, bro.
Damn. Josh, what do you rate your wife?
Man, just move forward. Leave me alone.
Nah, Josh. You gotta say it, bro.
You gotta say it now.
Nah, bro. You gotta say it, Josh. You ain't
gonna
get this wife and you don't say
it. Ain't no man finna have me disrespect my wife.
Yes, we are. Josh, it's okay. That's
Josh, we put some spec on your wife right now. Don't do that. We put some spec on her name right now. Don't do that.
Josh, no, y'all are asking me to be dishonest. My wife's gonna watch this when she gets off.
She gonna say we jumped your ass in it.
That's it. Twice.
That's it. We packed you out.
She knows I'm gonna stand on it.
All right. So stand on your wife being perfect to you. Is your wife perfect to you? And perfect means
yes.
10. So is your wife?
Didn't say the same thing. So conflation.
Is your wife a 10 to you?
Let's talk about this New York court.
Is your wife a 10 to you?
You ain't gonna concede, bro.
Is your wife a 10 to you?
I can't hear you. I'm at work.
Motherfucker. So, Uda, we had these young men all on Jamaica, Queens with a $2 cardboard and a $5 cutouts. And they cut out things and said, we want equal rights for dads. Dads need to see their sons. The court is against us. It's a conspiracy. It was all on TikTok and Instagram and all these. And you said you might even know some of them personally.
Real talk, bro. Yeah, bro. What are you talking about? I got custody of my son. I went through a custody thing with my son. I got custody of him. I got full custody of my son. But I even was in them courts, and I just seen while I was in that court, I went to go get custody of my son. But while being in that court, son, I swear, many people came in there, parents, fathers, but the custody was awarded to I think one father. Only like one, I swear. And he got a round of applause in there at the time when I had saw it. You know what I mean? Like all of the women would get the custodial rights and all of those things. You know what I mean? We was hearing a bunch of stories, you know what I mean? Who knows what side is what? You know what I mean? Could be hearing two sides from the woman and the man. But, you know, maybe based on the judge you get and different things like that, you know what I mean? Because people are people too, you know what I mean? So, but the system is crazy. And I think it leans in favor more towards the women, but if you're a father and you're going to try to push forward, I think that's going to be respected if you really, really trying to push forward, trying to get the custody, trying to do those things. I think those things are start to make sense because now it starts to weigh against what Shorty doing and all of the things that she doing. If you stepping up and doing that that's what's going to take, because even that father that was awarded, it was a lot of stuff that was happening, but his continuity of his character, the things that he was doing for the child, it actually just stood up more. You know what I'm saying? And regardless, even if that judge wanted to give him take his kid or whatever, like she had to give it to him, you know what I'm saying? But it wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot of fathers that got custody, you know what I'm saying? My child's mother, my son's mother, at the time, she was going to court and all of that, so I was going through the process. But at one point, you know what I mean, I just spoke to her one time, you know what I mean? And she just, after going through it for like a year and change, you know what I'm saying? She actually was like, you know what, all right, go ahead, you know what I mean? So she lives in another state. My son lives in New York with me, you know what I'm saying? Things like that. But so I got a chance to see other fathers and other parents go through it. But I think the system leans more towards the mother, you know what I mean?
And now, so you saying that it leaned towards the mother, when you was in these places and you was hearing the conversation that the woman was building up, is it also because of the woman was able to build a more difficult time for the judge to side with the man?
No, I just think as a mother got to be straight like crazy for them to really take a kid from a mom.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? She got to like do the most.
You have to prove her
That right there.
Really got to be doing
You have
the
to prove
most.
her
And if she
unfit.
makes a lot of accusations, I think a lot of times, sometimes her thing will be believed. Her side will be believed more quicker or faster, because I had my friend, you know what I'm saying? He went and started the process first and all that, left shorty and all that. You know what I'm saying? It was done and all that. But when it came down to it, you know what I mean? She was awarded the custody, even though she was wilding. And I think the child, as far as he say, because I wasn't in the situation, but as far as he say, his child was in danger, which led him to go to the court. You know what I'm saying? And then it led to the whole thing.
So when that happened, when they broke up, who was the child living with first?
Probably the child was living with both of them. The child was living with both of them because they had the baby, and the child was living with the both of them. Yeah.
And then they broke up, and then who the child was living with? Because I'm pretty sure he didn't stay in the house while they was going.
But in this situation, in this situation, I'm telling you, in this situation, when they broke up, he left though. He left when they broke up. He's the one that left. So she still had the kid, even though he was going to the court trying to fight for the custody, whatever. But she had the kid when he left.
Thank you. I appreciate that honesty. And the reason why, before I get past in there as well, because he's somebody else that went through it as well, is that so that's the real honesty of how it's more difficult that the father has an uphill battle, because from the jump, the women already have the custody when they go to court.
That's true.
I think it's maternal.
No. That part is very true. So then you get into you use the term, and I don't think you understand the importance of the term you use. You use the term called continuity. You remember using that term?
Yeah, the continuity of his character and how he was.
Well, but there's another
continuity.
But sticking to that term continuity, then you can add something to it. It's called continuity of family. Okay. And in continuity of family, with the mother having the primary or custodial custody, because like y'all broke up, right? And a lot of times when y'all break up, you just don't snatch your baby up and he go and your baby go with you. A lot of times the baby does stay with the mother, like Sharon was saying. The baby does stay with the mother initially when y'all break up, but you do. And let's get this. I'm gonna say another thing too. 50-50 custody is not a failure. Right. Because I'm fixing things with the mother of my child so that we have 50-50 custody, right? So what it is, I don't look at that as a failure. Because I don't agree with her. She said, you know what, we broke up, you a horrible nigga, and I'm gonna attack you. I get 75, you get 25. Nah, sweetheart, it ain't like that. You know I'm not horrible, and I'm not even gonna go back and forth with you and say you horrible. We both contributed to this kid. We both contributed to this breakup. Let's do this thing 50-50. 50-50 is a win. I think so custody is a loss, whether it's for men or whether it's for women. Sole custody is a loss because the child's going to lose with sole custody.
For the child.
Perfect. All right, that's a great explanation to what's really happening. I appreciate this. This is really good. I like how we're building this.
Damn, that was beautiful.
Yeah, that was awesome. It was welcome to the show, LA. Good day, beautiful. How you doing today? What's your thoughts?
What's up, y'all? Happy holidays to the panel. I love the bill. This is an awesome topic. Like, seriously, I like the creativity with it because it's so much stuff that people hear, secondhand. They might experience firsthand, you know what I mean? But does it mean overall there's this, the world is out to get you? Like, nah, sometimes we got to take some responsibility, what we did and did not do. Pastor, I love what you just said. There is no loss in 50-50, man. Like when the end goal is the child and both parties can compartmentalize and put their bullshit to the side. Yeah, you might have been a horrible partner, but you could still be a great parent. You know what I'm saying? And it's just an extension. That kid has more people that they can depend on, that they can reach out to, that they can relate to. You know what I'm saying? So I totally agree. There's some people who do make that happen. I know a couple in particular, they coordinated to where they live within the same, like you said, 5-10 miles from each other. It's 3 days on, 3 days off. And young man he ain't suffering for nothing. You feel me? Like, it's just more love. So, it's just more about what are we feeding into? You know what I'm saying? Are we feeding into the scare tactics? And like I said, the people who didn't try, who didn't fight, who didn't even initiate any type of nothing. You know what I'm saying? Or we just, gonna believe that, or are we gonna try to actually say what we did or did not do as adults to contribute to this situation?
Exactly. And one thing you said that was very important, you said 5 to 10 mile radius. So we can break this down to factuality rather than just talking points.
Yeah.
Men, don't run, man. Now, you might not be able to stay in the same exact city as her because she, y'all going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? She trying to catch you doing crazy stuff, blah, blah, blah. So you might not be able to stay in the same city, but you got to stay in the same county. As long as you stay in the same county, you will not disrupt the continuity of family. What they mean by that is the continuity of the child's life. You will be able to still be able to take that child. That child won't be late to school because you stay 2 counties away. That child won't be late. You won't be late to drop the child off in a timely manner. At more than likely a police station. So even if y'all getting along right now, or y'all start beefing, y'all in a well-lit, well-patrolled area for continuity of safety for your child. So y'all won't be out there fighting at a McDonald's trying to
But we need to
exchange
be
custody.
past that place. We need to be past that place, especially as parents, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming from the hood, so I get it. You know what I'm saying? I see it all. You know what I mean? But we need to get past that place right there. You know what I mean?
But we got to start. We got to start
Especially
somewhere.
after we done with each other, that's done. You know what I mean? It's all right. Now it becomes a toggle between us now. And only thing that's suffering is the child's going to suffer in this. You know what I'm saying? We both grown. We could both move on with our lives, do what the hell we doing, go south side, whatever we want to do. Only thing is going to lose now is the child. So we got to start to put that away and put that to the side, because a lot of guys from the hood and shit like that, maybe you was away for a while. Now you feel like you can't go back because you was away from your child. Maybe it's the reason because of the shorty. I got a lot of, I'm from a place where, you know what I'm saying, people give you every reason to not to be there for their kid. I'm from them places where it's like that, son. You know what I'm saying? Every single reason. Even, you dealing with him? This was the craziest one I ever heard from when I was young. I was like, I don't never want to be that guy. I swear to Jesus Christ right now in sandals. I said, he was like, one guy, his son was my homeboy, bro. Straight. Damn. His shorty, we grew up together. His son, but he's older than us. His shorty was dealing with my friend's mom was dealing with somebody else. He said, well, let that nigga take care of the child. I looked at my mans. I was like, what? I couldn't believe it, bro. And we was young, son. I said, that was one of the craziest things I ever heard in life. But I heard that so many times. So many times from other people too as well. You know what I'm saying? She with another guy, he take care of your kid. How does that even sound? Like,
I had a question.
Logical, you know what I mean? It's just crazy.
For y'all on the panel, like when y'all hear such like a reaction like that, you know what I'm saying, where they're just like, opting out in a certain way, right? And this could be from a man's perspective or a woman's perspective. Do you think that they're more of focusing on the failure of that relationship versus like we were talking about the bigger picture, which is the child? Do you think they're just salty because they don't have that person around where they be over?
Yeah, I think it could be that. It could be a lot of things. Just like how when you growing up or something, you probably in your family of boys and stuff. But let's say you got let's say you look like the most like your father, but your mom can't stand your father. So it's kind of way she probably been ill treating you in a way. You know what I'm saying? So it could go both ways.
My experience on that before Pastor go is that majority of these men that is out there complaining, they are living in a fake conspiracy theory as well. They think that somebody's against them, and it's just not true. Just like Pastor said earlier, 50-50 is what majority of people usually get if they go to court. The problem is that these men are not really equipped to take care of their child. And this is why they have the issue that they are having. Majority of the men are going through what Uda just exposed, right? That the men were like, hey, you got you new this, that, and the third, or you got this, that, and the third. Let that take care of that kid. And that's what happens. And we act as if the few men that do go through this small situation, this small group of women that are successful at child alienation, we try to act like that small sector of women that are successful at manipulating the court and the child, that is the majority of happening in the world. And this is when the conspiracy theories start to rotate and it starts to be a big talking point. It's just not reality.
Well, it comes from somewhere, because at one point women were able to break up with a man and take off across the country and alienate him from his child, but the courts have now outlawed that practice of behavior. You know what I'm saying? So I get it, but we're not technically dealing with that aspect of it right now because they changed that.
Right. That's what I would have to ask why. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's always the question, you know, whether it be divorce or whatever. They never ask the question of why did this person, you know what I'm saying, want to take such drastic measures. You know, back in the day, which I think Pastor is alluding to, you know what I'm saying, taking your child across country and stuff like that. Well, if that other person was violent, you know what I'm saying? What if they were conceived under, you know, circumstances that weren't of their own consent, you know what I'm saying? Like, what if this is a big one, shamed because they're not married, and so the mother might have to move and start over in a whole nother fucking town, because small towns travel, you know, that word of mouth talks, you know, people talk, you know what I'm saying, and everything was put on a woman, you know what I'm saying, whether it be the concept, if she kept it, it's her fault. She got rid of it, it's her fault. You know what I mean? If she got finesse, it's her fault. You know, it was never the guy that
if she survived the whole labor and the whole thing, it's her fault.
Yeah, especially back in those days. So
and I think that's the reason why
why is never asked. And it's like, I think that's another part of the conspiracy theory, because it's just, again, nigga, what did you do? You know what I'm saying? To make this person have such contempt for you. At one point, they had love for you, where they let you into their body, be so vulnerable to you, and all these things potentially create life. What did you do? What are you not saying? Right. That part is never.
Well, I do think
it can't always be the woman is so horrible.
I do think
we didn't know that before.
I do think violence is an undermining thing.
Before you go to the violent part, I also want to say that I think a lot of men do not understand that if you being any form of abusive towards the woman, you're also being a form of abusive towards your child. They think that they could be harmful and disrespectful towards the mother and think that that's not going to have any kind of effect on the child. And that's another problem that these men be having. And this is why they go to the court and say the court is doing something to them. And it's this whole big conspiracy. I never was mean to my son. I only called you a stupid fat hoe ass bitch.
And yes, and just real quick, Sway. Yeah, what if he wasn't? But again, part of this conspiracy theory is how can all these women be so bad? Those are a lot of what ifs. You know what I'm saying? Because they're very specific situations depending on each individual dynamic. You know what I'm saying? That's being spoken about. So it can go both ways. What ifs.
And let's not forget that those women that they try to say is the majority of situations, it is a small sector of women that is successful at alienating the dad for no good reason. But that's a very small percentage of women that are doing that.
They can spread
we gotta stay successful because like how we said, 50-50 is what most people get, and most people don't get alienated from their child by the court.
Well, no. That's how they're changing. The laws are changing towards 50-50. That's not what most people get. Most people get what we call standard. And that's like every other Thursday in a weekend. That's what standard is what most people get. 50-50 is what is becoming the new norm. Now, there's this thing about family court, and that's the reason why I like what those young brothers did. Sharon, I respect what they did. They went out there and talked about fathers' rights rather than attacking women, rather than sit here and say all these horrible women, all these mothers know they could do better. They was like, hold on, man, this law could be better. And at this point in my life, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I don't even really. I'm over telling niggas to
So
pick the
all right,
perfect
let's slow
women.
down, Pastor. So before we pass it around, what law did they say that need to be changed?
Well, certain states like Florida and Tennessee, they have made 50-50 the standard rather than the every other Thursday in the weekend, the 75-25 or the 70-30, the standard.
Yeah, that's
So
fine. But what I'm
mhm,
asking you is those men that you say you applauding,
mhm.
what rights for fatherhood they were saying that they need change, or if they had any.
Their protest would have been even better if they had a specific law they were going after. But I think they were talking about the overall issue. I think this bringing they didn't pick a specific issue. They just said that it's all an issue. So you're right. They could have picked a specific issue and attacked it from there, and they didn't, which made their protest probably fall on deaf ears. But
Correct.
they yeah.
Okay, so all right, so we in the same spot. All right, so I like how I like the honesty today. Is that's a beautiful thing. That's my issue that I had with the whole conspiracy theory that fathers don't have rights. Fathers have plenty of rights, and if a father is willing to go and do what Uda did and fight for his child, and he have proof of who he is as a character, and he looks at that, and the woman is also is conceded to like you know what, we not together, but you know it probably is better off that he stay in New York with you, right? His woman decided to do that and say, you know what, it's the best thing because he didn't have it as a argumentative custody battle. It was just
but it was about that though. It was like that though. Don't get it twisted because she was on after she was. I could go into the story, but it's crazy because she was being negligent. But I ain't trying to put her down in no way. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, she came back with like a fire after she was being negligent. So I'm like, whatever. So we went through the whole process and we going through this court thing. But at the end of the day, regardless of what, I think conversation is what really is going to stop anything. Forget what them courts is saying because we was in that court. You hear me? God came to me and said, Joe, man, go say something. I would dislike this. She took me. I was in the court the whole thing. She took her sister to court. Her sister had custody of her other kid. And she took her sister to court after her sister was helping her with the other kid. I said, nah, this is crazy. So I was mad as hell. But at the end of the day, we got to be able to find a middle ground somewhere because the best people that get the co-parent.
You was in there, eyes red, and you said,
I was in there for like, bro, I was in court for mad long, bro.
You said, you know what, you right. I need to have a conversation.
Mad long, bro, and I was stubborn as hell, son. I'm stubborn. I was like, what? This is my son too. I'm like, get out of here, bro. You met what?
Thank you.
You ain't want him, nigga. You gave him up, nigga. It's my son. So I was on that type vibe with it. You know what I'm saying? But look, I was like, you know what? And I spoke to him. When I spoke to her for real, I was like, listen, what are we here for? Because you acting like you want to be, what is we here for? Like, what is the best thing for him? Like, what do you want me to do? I'm not keeping you from him. But look, all through my son right now, my son is 18 right now. I'm going to tell you that too. But look, all through that though right now, even since my son was a baby though, I've never told him nothing bad about his mom though. I've never said, whether she probably, I don't know what she ever did when he went out there at times, but I've never, even the other day, he went to a point because he was trying to act up with my mom's. And I made a point to him the other day to say, yo, if you want to go disrespect somebody, go find your mother, go disrespect. Because guess what? I've never disrespected your mother to you. So I'm not going to allow you to disrespect mine. So that's how I'm so glad I did not ever, because the other day my son was acting up. The other day, my son's in college right now. And my mother was trying to speak to him. You know what I'm saying? And she called me like, yo, I called him and he was acting crazy with me. I'm like, what? All right, cool. So I went to go check him. You know what I'm saying? I went up on Hots to go check him too. But when I went and spoke to him, and I don't hit my son too, I never did. You know what I'm saying? Even though I got broomsticks and all that. You know what I mean? I just don't think it's going to help him. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think I got to find a way to say something. Maybe he need a stiff kick at a time. I believe he do. But you know what I mean? I just try. And also that I try to talk to him and say, yo, look, you know that I don't be on that with you. You feel me? So I want you to kind of use your mind. You know what I'm saying? And things like that, though. But yeah,
perfect, because I want to say that same court that all those men that was in front of, I was once in front of that court as well. And before we went up there and get our case heard, I said, "Hey, young lady," I was like, first of all, I was like, "Damn, you looking good today." She's like, "Shut up, I don't want to hear that shit." I was like, "Fine."
Facts.
Our child phone.
Facts. Bark. We in a public place too. Bark loud. I'm like, damn.
I was like, fine. I was like, "Hey, look, our child phone is in who name? Her insurance is in who name? Her school is registered under whose address? The pickup, she gets picked up and brought home and gets food and dinner at whose house? Who takes her to school? Who picks her up from school? Who takes her to this place? Who take her to a violin class? Who take her to the dentist? Who take her to get her first bra?" Once you answer all those things, I need to understand, do you really want to go in there and potentially that everything's going to be on you? Because whatever the court says, I'm going to abide by 100%.
And that's why more brothers need to practice pro se. Like you just brought up pro. What you were really talking about is being pro se, pretty much legally representing yourself. You talked about having a parental standard, which is a parental game plan or parental plan. Brothers, if you go into family court and you ain't got a parental plan, you're going to lose because kids need structure.
Right. And not only that, I had proof of all those things.
So that's
I'm not just talking out my ass. The phone bill, the school, the emergency contacts, everything.
But a lot of guys I know, this is where they feel too. Even when they were saying that they wanted to get it, they wasn't taking pictures, receipts, all that money they were spending, all of that. This is where they was slacking. Some of the guys I know from the hood, and some of the guys that was even in that court, they was slacking on some of those things. They're like, "Bro, I paid all this. What are you talking about? I just bought my kid that. I just bought my kid that." But they ain't keeping no receipts. They ain't keeping track of nothing. Yo, bro.
Well,
all of these things,
I'm
telling them like, yo, bro, photograph that, take the video calls, like, yo, bro, record that conversation, bro. Like, it's real. If you really about yours, you're gonna do what you gotta do for yours.
But even if you do it, you gotta document it right. Because
document everything. That's what I tell a nigga. Document everything.
But you gotta document it right though. Because if you just give it,
like, all the things that I had that I was doing as a parent, I didn't have to throw that against her. It's just what it is. This is just the truth that the child school is registered under my house. You know what I'm saying?
But this is hold on, but
Toronto.
But he was talking about he was talking about giving things to your kid. If you just give things to your kid, it's considered a gift. If you don't document it and write on the if you don't write on the receipt for child support, is if the courts will consider it a gift, and a gift does not go towards child support. So you must document it correctly.
And before I pass to LA, I would also want to say that, like, I wasn't just on my words, I was a father. On paper, I was also a father, right? So that's a very clear distinction. And I think if most men will verify that they are doing all the fatherly duties.
My son in school. My son was in school here. So I had all those things going on too, even though he was trying to hate. Whatever.
Do you need me to bring up the teacher who?
I'm like, listen, I bring Miss Guadamantaramera. I bring Miss Guadamantaramera to the court right now.
I'm glad somebody in the chat said that those are considered gifts. Because all of those things you said, no, it is a gift, but you don't mean it as a gift. You mean it as child support. So if you don't, so hold on, brother. Let's really hone this in.
And Pastor, so and make sure it's very clear that majority of the men are not understanding, right, what child support is versus child gifts are. They do not understand.
They don't know.
I want to get LA, so try to be short in there, Pastor, if you can, because LA's been patiently trying to jump in there. Go ahead.
I'll be extremely short. If you are giving your child something, just give it as a gift. Don't give nothing you can't afford to give. Just give it. But if you are giving something to your child as child support, please document it and photograph it and put it in record as child support, not a gift. Y'all got it.
Thank you. Go ahead, LA.
That's another good point. That's another good point. But I just wanted to just say, going back to the conspiracy, right? Because that's a topic. So, I mean, yeah, like courts, I would like to believe, thank God I've never had to go to family court, but I would like to believe that they go with what makes sense, what can be substantiated. But that is a great point, Pastor, that if there is specifics about what you're doing and what you wanted to count for, why don't gentlemen just go ahead, hire that lawyer for an hour, ask him all the questions, the key questions that you want to know, pay that $150. So you can save a whole lot more down the line. You can ask those key questions like, okay, in terms of giving gifts, how do I need to document? Pay that lawyer for an hour. That's a way to take a little bit more, be a little bit more proactive in the situation instead of just saying, hey, well, this is just how the courts do and blah, blah, blah. I mean, legalese is what it is. That's why the average person doesn't know it. Okay. People get paid a bag to know this shit.
I paid the $3,000 to know it, and I'm willing to tell y'all for free. Hold on. I'm glad you said
I'm
that.
just saying, like,
I paid the $3,000. I'm glad to tell y'all for free.
GPT.
You'll get a chance to jump in there as well, so you can tell how much you had to pay to get the information. But also, I want to ask LA, because I think LA's situation is a little bit more. She says she has not been in the court system. Why did you choose not to go into the court system? So I think your position is probably more the norm than most people understand.
At that time, I mean, I just wanted to be away from that person. You know, I didn't want to keep the kids away from that person. I just wanted to be separated from that person. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there's different things that I've taken into because I've kind of had to, you know, in terms of like child support, you know, and things like that. But in terms of like trying to, I just wanted our relationship to end because it wasn't healthy. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't really worried about anything else. You know, everything else came secondary because another thing that people don't take into consideration is that sole or that primary custodial parent and their well-being, their state of mind. When they're stressed out, they are stressed out on the kids. It manifests. I didn't want to be that person. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, okay, it would be better if we just separate. And that's all I wanted. You know, we'll figure out the rest later. But I knew that I would be a better parent for my kids, and it would be a better environment.
I think that's important because way too often we just hear the crazy baby mothers, and we act like if the successful crazy baby mothers are the general baby mothers. And it's just not a true statement. Uda she was once crazy for a period that she finally came to her senses. Like, you know what? After that conversation, that makes more sense. So she came back down to earth, right? LA is like, you know what? This situation is hostile. I gotta get myself out of it. Hey, just take care of your kid the best way you can. But me and you, and the problem is a lot of men that the ones that is protesting in front of these courts, a lot of times they are the men that use the child as a way to harass the relationship with the woman. That's what's really going on, because if they really was concerned about their child, they would be doing everything to put it on paper how much they are actually doing for their child. I go to parent teachers night. My name is on the emergency card. My name, I'm on this. I know the doctor. We go to the doctor we do this and we got all these things, the baby insurance and all these things that is concerned about being a parent. You will be on some kind of paperwork, and what we will see is that we'll just use the thing that you did as a father for your child. Majority of men are not holding up to the standard what the court would say, hey, you are being a good parent. That's the real issue.
I see what she did is legally what she did is called mediation, right? And they try to get parents to do that. Actually, there is a process before you get fully legal. And the process before getting fully legal is called mediation.
Yeah, they would prefer you do that first. if you can work it out as parents, they would rather y'all do that than take it to court. You know,
they actually do. They actually want you to do that, though.
Yeah,
But
that's
niggas be on
what
some
I'm
other
saying.
shit.
Like,
See, niggas be on some other shit though.
now, Pastor,
Yeah,
but
they actually do. You get a visitation. You could like go see your kid, and
yeah.
but they there. The parent drop off. You don't see each other. Y'all in the same building. They come at a certain time. They give you a time to arrive. You go. Y'all don't even see each other. They come get the kid dropped. You know what I mean? So y'all wouldn't even see each other.
So and that's why we saying that the conspiracy theory shit is crazy. That people is a bunch of men that actually believe that all these things are against them, when in reality is not. They are attempting to get you to stay out of the court system, and even the women are attempting to get you out the court system, because majority of women are not filing in the court. Majority of men are abandoning their child.
Mediation is a toxic environment for people that have just broken up. Sharon, I know I get what you're saying, man, but you talking about a perfect cool. You're talking about a perfect, clean, cool world. Niggas be on the people be on some other stuff.
But you're saying that in an absolute way, though, Pastor.
I was at the court, bro.
That's
Niggas was
the
waiting outside,
conspiracy
bro.
part of it. It can be toxic, okay? It can be. But I mean, if you're saying in general that's what it is, then what are you going to replace it with? What would you suggest? Because again, it just falls into the conspiracy thing of, oh, we don't have any hope. Everybody's just out to get us. We're not, the books and everything is stacked against it. No. So what else are you going to suggest if you're saying that overall it's toxic? I say it can be a toxic situation, but anything can be anything technically.
Then I think you have to move mediation out to 6 months.
So what happens? Okay, so is the person who? Okay, so if we're saying that the mother, the majority of the time, is going to get the kid, is the dad going to be okay with having no contact or whatever dictated contact for 6 months?
No, what we can do. No, what we can do is
that's what you're proposing.
No. I'm proposing, but I'm proposing the mediation is where you consider your actual. I think that's just why the standard 50-50 should exist. So there should be standard 50-50 until they go to mediation, and hopefully it can be a continuation of this 50-50 of the kid.
But you're saying that in a perfect world for 50-50.
So Pastor, and this is the problem with your situation. So if the father is not around for 6 months, now the judge is going to say, yeah, we're going to give you some custody of that child after you've been gone for 6 months. No,
that's why the standard should be 50-50. So mediation is
going to be toxic.
Hold down, Pastor. What we're saying is that let's not get past the mediation part. The mediation is supposed to be about the child. Somehow the mediation turns into, well, you ain't a good mother because you just want the money to get your hair did or whatever. It's just a whole bunch of insinuations on both sides. You cheating ass motherfucker. That's why I don't want my, whatever bullshit that they throwing at each other. They don't have actually anything. The mediation, it turns into, it started off about the kid, and then now it's talking about the failure of the relationship.
Exactly.
So now the problem is that is nothing that you can replace the mediation with. If two folks cannot be mature enough to just break up, you cannot say, hey, we need to wait 6 months down the line, because now you are alienating the father, because majority of the time the men are going to leave the house.
But look how the mediation is going to work. Look how the mediation is going to work in New York.
That's why I went with the standard 50-50.
She's going to have custody.
She's
going to have custody. She has
no.
Just how the mediation process is going to work.
That's why you go with a standard 50-50. Mediation is about technicalities. That's what it's really. You're right.
Well, look how it's working in New York City, right? In New York City, boom. This is how they're gonna run the mediation thing. Is what I'm saying. Boom. She's gonna have custody most likely because she's the mother. Boom. So now you won't be going to court, like the Supreme Court downtown Brooklyn or whatever, Manhattan, whatever court you in your borough or whatever. You're gonna be going to that court. You're going to be going to that building. They're going to have a mediation thing where you're going to go to a place, you get checked in, they give you a time to go. She's going to have a time to go. Most likely her time to go is going to be before your time to arrive, because she's going to come with the kid, because y'all not even meant to probably even see each other if it's a mediation process. If we have to step in for mediation, then I mean, at the moment right now, y'all don't need to be in contact with each other. So this is where mediation is coming in, because y'all don't need to be in contact.
And I just want to also reiterate, when I had my child been there since birth, because I had the situation set where I could do what I need to do to take my children to school and set them up in the school that's near my house, not near their house, blah, blah, blah. And if men are definitely serious about creating that family and being a father, then it should also show with the record of all those things as well. So it'd have been more difficult for them to take the child out of my house versus me trying to take the child out of their house. So even though I understand that it's a conspiracy theory that is just given to the mother, but the reality is the person that the child lives with is where the judge is going to lean towards more.
Yeah.
And
so
that's wrong. That's why you should go with a standard 50-50. This is right. And there's people laugh about the police station, but it should be 50-50. Y'all dropping that, y'all custody exchanging at the local police station until y'all go to mediation where y'all can figure out technicalities. Or because sometimes when you go to mediation, sometimes the father might do the 70-30. Sometimes the father might give sole custody. Sometimes the mother may give sole custody. Sometimes the mother may do 70-30. That's what you do mediation
but
for.
guess what is not
standard.
But
that's what's not happening.
I just want to know. We gotta be honest. Are we saying that? Are we saying that majority of the men they want to have 100% custody of their children? Pastor,
no. You said what? You said what?
Do most men want to have 100% custody of their children?
No, they don't. They want 50-50.
Okay,
exactly.
Okay, all right.
No.
All right.
But you know,
I love my son, but having him 100% of the time, hell no, nigga. I got to work. I got to hustle. I got to get out here, man.
We all got to work.
That's why mothers is mothers, though.
But you know,
mothers is mothers.
Right. But you know what isn't happening?
Though, bro.
And I wanted to point something out really quick because I mean, one thing that's not happening in mediation, the child isn't present to hear all this shit happening. You talking about meeting up at the police station and stuff. What do you think that's gonna do to the child? No. Just to drop them off and have them pick that's crazy to me. That's one thing that's not happening. Children are not in mediation. Adults should be able to be adults and figure this shit out. So the kid can just be like, hey, this is what's happening. You're gonna go over there for a little while, then you'll be back. Yeah. It's about comfort. And it's about their comfortability, their psyche.
Hold on, E. So what LA is saying that it doesn't sound like you're considering a child when you say, well, just drop. This is what people are saying, right? It doesn't sound like you have the child in real consideration. You only have yourself in consideration, and you put all these things in front of the argument. Well, just drop the child off at the goddamn precinct and let them. No, that's not a thing for. It doesn't sound like it's healthy for children. Yeah, I got.
That's not traumatizing. They don't even come in contact with the police.
Pastor,
but meet at the station, though.
So the problem is that it's not traumatizing to you as a man, but it's traumatizing to the child.
No, it's not. They don't know what that building is. It's traumatizing if their mama say, we going to the police station to drop you off. Nigga, that shit ain't traumatizing.
Okay, fine. Hey, look.
Come out the building. There's cop cars parked in the front.
What we're going to have to understand is that men do not have this understanding of doing things through love. Right, the same way how we having an earlier conversation about how you can have that discernment of what your wife is through love, and now we're not understanding that through love, you cannot co-parent as well. They have to co-parent with a goddamn hammer fist. Oh well, I don't like you, bitch. Take my child to the goddamn precinct, and my child know what the precinct is or not. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. This is the only way we're gonna meet it because I don't want That is crazy to me personally.
That's faulty behavior.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you though. One time I was in it. I swear to God, some people's doing that because they said that they was telling the mother, most likely, or them, whatever, because they was in a wild toxic situation. But they were saying wherever the exchange should happen, somewhere where both people feel comfortable. So wherever this place is, where both parties should feel comfortable, especially the mother if she got custody, whoever got custody, wherever you feel comfortable for this exchange to happen, I think that's why family members, other people, you have those kind of people. So maybe grandmothers and stuff like that. Because one of my friends, he don't talk to his daughter's mom, or his son's mom, whatever. But the grandmother and the grandfather is present. So one day I followed him and stuff. He drove all the way to LI. and the grandfather came and and got his son and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, that's cool that at least you have that, because some people don't have that little out. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to understand.
Hold on, Eater Man. I want to bring in somebody brand new. Eater Man, thank you for your patience, Eater Man, because Eater Man got a lot to say on this as well. I want to welcome for the first time Alpha, the first one. Good day, sir. How you doing? Welcome to the show. And what is your thoughts?
Hey, what's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
We can hear you well.
Yes.
Yeah, I live in Southern California. I live about 6,000 feet up in the mountains, so we don't have great internet. We got good big bears, but not the best internet. So if you can't hear me,
bro. You like the
let me
Verizon
know.
commercial.
You sound great. Go ahead.
Great.
All right, so I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, born and raised, but I moved to LA about 10 years ago. I'm participated in the quote unquote Hollywood lifestyle, if you want to say that. So essentially, what I learned by living around them, whether y'all know this or not.
I was waiting for you, E. Thank you. You know, I was waiting for you, E. You know, I'm from New York. Thank you, E.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good, Alpha.
Yes,
They want to know how much baby oil did you use in a year?
Yeah.
How much baby oil? What?
Nigga, how this
Oh, let him talk. Why his internet is still good?
Just keep going.
See, that's why them young niggas was marching.
Just go, Apple.
Go ahead, Alpha. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not in the porn industry, if you're asking that. I was asked to be in the porn industry. I'm 6'6", 240 size 18 shoe, and yes, I have a rather large member, but I decided not to be in the porn industry because there is a cost for that. But it is an industry, and I have neighbors and friends who are
I want to guess
porn
music,
stars.
but
So
okay.
I don't judge it. So that I'm in LA, man. It is what it is. So I don't judge people in the porn industry. If that's they want to make their living, that's their choice. I don't give a shit.
No doubt. Go ahead.
One of the things I learned when I moved out here is that whether y'all know this or not, most of your people in Hollywood and most of the people that live in Pacific Palisades, the community that just burned down, the richest community in the world, most of them are not getting married. They're doing something called co-parenting. So whenever I was making this statement in the chat that people should just skip the marriage part and just be co-parents and be done with it. I really mean that. I've said this and I'm going to keep saying it. Baby daddy never married is better than being a baby daddy divorced.
Wow.
That sounds so crazy.
I
know he learned this in Hollywood. Yeah.
To a certain extent, I agree with. No, I kind of agree with him.
Hold on. I get it, but that is stupid.
I kind of agree with him on that.
Hold on. Let me tell you why. Because you're not a baby daddy if you got married. He just made up a term.
I was married, but
you're not a baby daddy then.
I can speak from both positions. I was married. Now I'm a baby daddy. Now, could I have knocked my baby mama down? Now that she's a baby mama, we divorced. Could I have knocked her down, got her pregnant?
Hold on, Pastor. Hold on. So I think the part that we're missing, do you have a child that is out of wedlock as well?
No, I don't.
Okay, so therefore,
are you talking to me?
No, not you, not yet, Alpha. So, Pastor, I don't think majority of the world will look at you as a baby daddy. They look at you as a divorced father. They don't call that a baby daddy. You understand that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a divorced father.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Alpha, are you saying that fathers are not important in the household?
That's not.
No, because that's why I push for 50-50. That's why I push for 50-50.
Hold on, Pastor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm just trying to see where you're coming from 100%.
I'm coming from this. I'm coming from this standpoint that I acknowledge that everyone takes breakup different than other people. Some people can break up with someone, break their heart, and they can move on. And some people have a hard time struggling with that. Men and women both have difficulty with breakup. So I'm not going to say it's all men or all women. No, both sides has heartbreak and they take it differently. The point I'm saying is that the heartbreak becomes difficult and it becomes more compounding when you got to go through all that legal jargon and legal situation. Marriage is a contract. It is what it is. And there's rules, regulation, and laws that the courts decide on how to end the marriage. And I think it's awful because now we have the situation of women. We have women now, quote unquote, not getting good deals in divorce. We got women paying alimony. We have women losing half of their assets. So I'm not the one up here saying, aha, now
But
women got to go through it. No, I'm saying just skip all that. If y'all two want to have a child together, I'm not going to judge you because we already
listen,
live in a
sir.
baby
But
mama,
I asked,
baby
I
daddy
asked
Hold on.
nation.
I'm
what
trying
that
to understand.
dynamic looks
Hold on,
like
E,
in order for the child.
LA finish it up.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
just
I
wanted.
can't finish. I'll tell you, it looks like
Hold on,
this. It
Alpha.
looks like co-parenting. Co-parenting. It looks like two people who had a child, two people who laid down and made the child, two people who get up and raise the child. It's
Okay,
just
hold
that
on.
simple.
Okay,
Are
hold
they
on,
in the same household?
Alpha. So you saying that?
No, you have.
So hold on, Alpha. So can you co-parent while you in a marriage?
Can you say that? Can you co-parent while you in the marriage? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Well, my interpretation of marriage is both people supposed to be working together to raise the child. So I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, so when they are separate, are both parties are doing their best to raise the child?
They're supposed to.
Okay, so now co-parenting, you could do that in a marriage, correct?
Well,
Yes,
I mean,
that's
that's
why you
kind
never
of.
really divorce. You never really
Hold
divorce when you
on.
co-parent.
Let the person, it's okay. So Alpha,
I'm not saying your name is Sharon or Sharon. How do you say your name?
Sharon.
Okay, Sharon. All right, Sharon. I'm not sure. I know you're not doing this, but the question seems kind of like a semantic question. If you understand what I'm thinking.
No problem. So my question is that it's showing that co-parenting, it doesn't matter if y'all are separate or together, regardless, you have to co-parent. So why are you referencing that once y'all break up, y'all still have to co-parent? Because regardless of the situation, you have to co-parent.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I'm saying the reason why the co-parenting becomes difficult, right? In my opinion, and what I've seen, is because of the divorce, meaning the breakup and the whole process of the divorce. And I'm saying skip that and just if y'all have a child together, just be co-parents up front. And then if y'all decide to get married after that, so be it. But you don't need to get married to have children. That's the point I'm trying to make. You don't need to get married to have a family. You don't need to get married to prove that you love someone. That's
Now I
what
see
I'm
where you're
saying.
coming from.
Okay,
Okay.
so
No,
That
because
is
he
horrible
talking about
advice.
Hollywood. He's talking about Hollywood. So you know what I'm
Co-parenting.
saying.
it's
The
okay. Hold
reason
Well,
on.
for
I'll be
those
real. I'll
Hold
be
on.
real quick, but I like to back that up to a certain
Hold
extent.
on, please. Hold
ain't
on,
no
please.
normal
Hold on. So
situation.
now what is the best situation for the child?
In my opinion,
Yes.
I think the best situation going forward and in our current society, where we have 41% of children being born out of wedlock, is co-parent, never married. I keep my house, she has her house, and now the child has two parents with two homes, and they can work out a parental plan to raise that child in the best situation without all the negativity and emotional damage that comes from a divorce. That's what I see going forward.
That's
Wow.
Hollywood for you.
So
That's
That
crazy.
is real. That's
I think
reality
the
for
issue,
you.
No, it's not.
I think the issue is that for some reason men equate marriage to divorce, and those are two separate things. For
That's
some
not
reason,
true.
Well, I
men cannot understand that if you decide to be married and you run your relationship with love, most likely y'all will stay together because nobody is trying to prove themselves right over the other one, and y'all are working together constantly to keep the relationship moving forward. But the fact that whenever y'all think about marriage, you think about divorce, you're already setting up a mind state of breaking up a household and breaking up a family. And we all know that the parents working together in the same house with the same last names is the best situation for any family moving forward, and it's just proven the case.
With the future, no. We're suffering from a fatherless society, not necessarily. We're suffering from a fatherless society, not necessarily a nuclear family society. I kind of
Pause
agree
there,
with him.
pause there, pause there. And again, I'm not advocating for a nuclear family.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
When you
So
say that the
I
mother and
believe
father must stay
so the
together,
reason,
that's a nuclear family.
no, it's not.
Yes, it
So
is.
like for example, like my grandkids come over to my house. They spend weeks with me because guess what? My children needed some time away from the goddamn kids, which we all know parents need. So that's where they could get back to loving each other, especially since they are young. The children could get in the way of parents understanding that they loved each other before the goddamn children. And so, no, if we talking about nuclear family, there ain't no goddamn grandparents in it. There's nobody to call to say I need advice.
That's called an extended family.
Regardless of what I'm saying, is that the nuclear family is God, man, woman, child, and that's it. That's the nuclear.
And I think the problem we have in the society is what Alpha's talking about. He said, forget the relationships. Let's just sit around and have some babies. Because the relation, you could be hurt from the relationship because it's really trying to stop yourself from being hurt, protect yourself from being hurt. And what he's advocating for is we not gonna have a relationship. We just gonna be fucking. And that's the problem that's going on in society today. People are just having sex without relationship. Because I believe if you had the relationships, if you had the relationship before the friendship before y'all had kids, it's actually easier to co-parent with a person you were friends with versus somebody you just slept with a one-night stand.
No, he never said that. He said that he said
one at a time.
he never spoke against relationships. He spoke against marriage.
Hold on. We don't have to assume what he said. He's right there.
You're right. But you know what I'm saying? You got to have that friendship. That's that of co-parenting. Because I'm telling you, man, because I saw people that had that kind of relationship, like around me in my environments like that, whether it was a family member, whether it was a one person or two in my environment. And what they had was that. Because that's the same thing that we lose in relationships. You know what I'm saying? We have that friendship, but at the end, we start to lose that little fire. But then we get back to that little friendship kind of, and then we can regain that, right? But I think that is something that's needed. That friendship is like the basis of that. But I think it just takes two people that really love their child. Because, you know what I mean? See how it went with my son's mom and stuff like that, whatever the case. But I still was open to different things. Maybe I made mistakes too. You know what I mean? We got to be open to different things and just not blame. We got to claim as well and leave people to claim what they own. You know what I'm saying?
And before you jump it past, I want LA and Jay to jump in this conversation. We're gonna get back to Alpha so he could address some of the things that is said. Hopefully he remembers everything. Go ahead, LA. Then we got Jay, and then Alpha. You can respond to everything that you heard.
Oh Lord. Everybody was kind of all over the place. Jay, you can go first because she just got here. Let me try to regain my thoughts real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
My bad, girl. Hot potato.
All right, Alpha, back to you. No, just playing.
No, I mean, well, I think that, like I said, there's a lot of good points that are being made. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, with effort, but people are they're not being honest. You know what I'm saying? They're not being honest about how things are going down. You know what I'm saying? They're not saying how rigid they are, or, you know, whatever the case might be, how they might have chose wrong. Like they just want to put the blame on the other person all the time. And now, oops, Junior is here. How did Junior get here? If you know this person, if you've been with this person, been laying with this person, all those other things, right? How do we not know? Because trust me, I mean, it's not just women. My name is the LA Project for a reason. You got to work on yourself before you try to like look externally and be trying to point fingers and shit. You got to, fix yourself and try to see what you can do differently, because you can't control what anybody else does, but you can control your reaction to it. And again, if we talking about children, little people, right? That should be the main focus. If you want to be a part of their lives, then be a part of their lives. You know what I'm saying? Figure it out. Or you should, again, take the responsibility that you were being lustful. You were being a part of the world. You were looking at how fine this person was, and you didn't give a damn about the consequences. You thought you could change this person, X, Y, Z. You're wrong. You're not that special. It's okay.
But LA, it's a reason they call it family court. Like if you just go out there and have sex with people, you're not part of the family. They're going to have the best interest of the woman in the child. because that's the family. So I'm telling you, at least when you're married, you're part of the family. They look at you like, hey, you have some level of entitlement to this family. But if you out there just sleeping with people, having some agreement that y'all gonna sign later, bro, they about to run you for that child support. And that's
And
why
that's the
people
I
in
just put
LA.
problem.
I
No,
just
no, no, no,
posted
no,
the
no, no,
Texas
no, no,
code
no,
for that.
Sharon, please. You
Bring it
told me
to
I could jump in.
speed.
You told me I could jump in right there. And
No, it was
that's the
supposed to be. It was
problem.
supposed to
You
be Jay
just
first. It
redefine
It
was
was
supposed to.
family.
Jay.
Hold
It
on,
was
You
Pastor. It
Jay.
was supposed to.
redefine
Hold on,
family to
Pastor.
woman and
Hold
child.
on.
You
No, he.
just
No, he
did
did.
it.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay. Pastor got. He wanted to talk about the changing of family. So we're gonna get Pastor right after that. Go ahead, Jay, and Pastor he be able to substantiate his argument. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I think if y'all have tried to make it work and y'all just can't, meaning you guys were married or whatever and it just doesn't work out, I think co-parenting should be a last fail-safe option. I don't think it should be the first.
Mm.
I feel like it, first of all, you're not protected. Legally, you're not protected if you two aren't married. It's much more harder to even do anything for the child if another parent contests and you two aren't even married. We could start there. So anything you try to do legally is going to be much more harder. Second thing is whether you agree with the nuclear family or not, I don't really care. But if you plan on having a family, you bring in innocent lives into the picture, you two really need to have a structured dynamic. To me, co-parenting, the way it's done realistically, it's not that structured. I don't think those two parents are usually on the same page. I think that's a very niche subset of people that finally get on the same page and it's peaceful and y'all have a routine with the kids. But ultimately, co-parenting, those kids will be living in two homes for the rest of their lives. Two separate families, two separate homes, two separate lives, two separate routine. Like it's just two different worlds for them. How is that fair to them?
Mm.
Yeah, it's easy for you because you two didn't want to get married and do on quote unquote the right thing, but it's harder for them because they have to keep up with both of y'all's different ass lives. Like, fuck what's easy for you. You decided to have children with this person. Your life is over, in my opinion. Your life is over. They're the priority. You're the secondary. Whether it's easy for you or not to deal with this person is frankly not their problem. It's not the child's problem that you chose this person. It's your problem. So I
Right.
don't think co-parenting should be the first option because
Mm.
it leads to so many other bullshit scenarios down the road. I think if y'all can buckle down and be with each other and get married and just do it that way, I feel like it's a much more easier and peaceful dynamic for everybody, not just the parents. For the children too. Their parents are in one home, they have one life to focus on, you're all on the same routine. It's more harmonious.
And
That
that
it's just easier that way.
I
Yeah.
get it. And you talk to what you call a divorced dad, right? Or
I'm
divorced
not
father,
talking, I'm
right?
just saying
Hold
in
on, hold on, hold on.
I'm not
I know you're not. I know you're not, but I'm just
okay.
piggyback. I'm piggybacking. I'm not blaming. I'm piggybacking. Okay. Can I do that for a second?
Yeah, I was just making sure it wasn't about to
Yeah,
be like
yeah.
I'm not
Nah,
coming for
nah,
anybody. I'm not
nah. I
coming for
ain't coming
anybody's
for you.
opinion. Okay.
I ain't coming
All
for
right.
you either. I ain't coming for you either. But they call me a divorced father. That's what Sharon coined me, right? Or gave me the token as, right? And I get it. And I take that token. I did that. But when these marriages fail, like they can, you end up in something that where I fundamentally have a problem with either man now with. Either man now defined a breakup of a relationship or a breakup of a one night stand or a breakup of a marriage. He defined the breakup of man and woman and child. The true tetrad. God, man, woman, and child. And when that breaks apart, he says the family is now woman and child. And either man, you did say that. And that's why those young men were out there in New York, Sharon, because you don't get to go through family court and eat a man and say that the family is now redefined as
To
woman and child.
to be
You
clear,
don't get to do it.
to be clear, it's God, husband, wife, child. That's the only dynamic that God recognizes. That was his vision, not man and woman. You got to be married. So whatever you do outside of that is not what he intended.
But also
So
to E's point, I think that E was speaking more in the sense of the court system, which you speaking to as well.
No, don't
Speaking in
let
sense
E
of the
get
court
off.
system, right? E gonna
Don't
get
let
up.
E
No,
get
I don't
off
know
on
where he
that.
at though, but I think that's where he's. I don't know where he's at, but I think that's where E was probably leaning towards the court system wise. But then look, let's ask ourselves this question: whether I'm wrong or right. Let's see if I'm wrong or right. Right? When a baby's born, first time, they say a baby to a baby, a mother is like the baby's first god to a baby, right? The mother is the first thing, and then the father's next, right? How do you feel about that? When a baby is a baby and a baby's born,
Did you know?
it's
Did you know that? So I agree. Baby to chest, right? Call it baby to chest, right? To put the baby to the mother's chest, not just for nourishment, for also for warmth. The first time in this world. But did you know that a father, after he cuts the umbilical cord and hears that baby child, holds it to his chest first,
I did that.
then they hand it over to the mother. So
Yeah.
we trying to disregard baby to father's
No,
chest.
that's real.
The,
I
the
did that,
Lion
bro. My
King,
bad. I
the
ain't gonna lie.
I
Lion King, the
I don't
heart
think
of the
I don't
child.
think
It was
there's
a
a
wild fit. I did
I
that,
don't
bro.
think there's a disregard, but when it comes to the court system, because the American way is whatever traditional gender roles or whatever the fuck. The mother is usually the primary parent automatically, unless you
And the
could prove
caregiver.
that there's
She's the
something
caregiver.
wrong with her. She
You have to
is
prove
the
that.
most ideal caregiver. It is what it is. Blame,
She breastfeeding.
society.
Baby, think about it. It's a baby. You know what I'm saying? It's a baby.
Like this is
With
what
moms.
I just want to be clear. This is what men define as women's roles in life, being a mom. So now when it comes to the court system and they define it that way, all of a sudden there's an uproar. I don't get it when y'all say we're supposed to be mothers anyway. So I mean, yes, it's a broken dynamic, but hey, she's the mom.
Yeah.
She's a mom. Of course the kid's gonna go with her.
But
And you know
coming
why
from
it doesn't even make sense for the argument, because right. So now what we saying? The doctor,
Moms aren't important.
no, the doctor. He the first one to pull the baby out. Like it don't like it's a non.
oh, the
Like,
doctor, the pops.
yeah, like it doesn't make sense. The argument just doesn't make sense.
But nah,
And
you know
so
what's
now,
wrong
They
now
though?
what
do
do
make sense. Y'all be hating on
You know
father
what though?
rights.
Nah,
but
you
you
know
I'm
know
what?
not
what?
You know
hating
what?
on
No,
father's
no, no,
rights.
no.
I
I'm not
think
talking about.
if
I'm
you
not talking
want,
about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about baby or Bracy. He out here.
oh,
He know those brothers. He know those brothers were
We're
right.
lying.
No, they were right for
Lying.
standing out there.
No, they
Yes,
were
they
lying.
were.
we're
I'm
Rather
right
happy
than
at
that they was
standing out
complaining,
there for
peaceful.
what? Like
I'm happy that they
protecting
was
women's
rather
peaceful out
rights.
there and
yeah,
doing
for
something
fathers'
constructive.
rights. Rather
Whatever
than
it was.
complaining
But
I'm happy
about
they was
black
Pastor,
peaceful.
women,
fathers have rights. What are you talking about? They have
They
rights.
no,
bringing
fathers
attention.
have to prove their rights. Fathers
No,
have
they
to
don't.
prove their
Well,
rights.
yeah, if you don't sign the birth certificate, yeah, you got to prove you ain't on the birth certificate. If you on the birth
Oh,
certificate,
that's
no, you
period.
don't have to
And
That's
the,
protest
and
for
the
period.
your
Point
reason
blank.
why
rights.
fathers have to prove their rights is because of parental because
You
of
have to prove your rights by getting a paternity
parental
test.
fraud. And
No, you sign the
another
papers,
thing that
bro.
fathers need
If
to
you
fight
sign
for.
the
'Cause
birth certificate, that's it.
I know my child is mine. But another thing that fathers need to fight for is mandatory DNA tests
You could just
upon.
request one as soon as the baby gets out the womb. You could
It
do
should be
that. Like,
mandatory.
Hold on.
Should
So
be
what you saying?
mandatory.
Hold on, Pastor. You
You
saying
can
the
get
problem
it.
is so? Hold on. The problem is that
Don't matter.
what men cannot pay for their own DNA test,
You
because
can
you
get
could
it
just
They
though.
do that.
shouldn't
You
have
could
to,
just do.
yeah,
yo.
I think
You could
they're
just
like
Because
do. You could
they
just hold
shouldn't
$100.
on.
have to.
Hold
They
on.
shouldn't have to. Because at the end of
Medicaid
the
probably
day,
covering that
and,
shit.
Hold on,
and
y'all.
Medicaid.
I'm gonna tell you,
Slow
why they
down.
shouldn't
Slow
have to.
down.
I'm
Slow
gonna tell you.
down.
Mhm.
Hold on. Slow down. Because the man, if he really was concerned, he could just swab his baby. Mother don't even have to know. She don't even
They
have
got
to
the
know.
kits. They got the kit, bro.
So
We in
No.
now,
2025.
hold on.
Bro,
And
about to
so
be in
now,
26.
okay, so that's number one, right? So you don't
Mhm.
need somebody else to tell you that you need to go and do something for the child that you think that's possibly not yours. That is another situation where it shows that men are not holding down any kind of standard of parenting, right? They are afraid that they need the government to step in to go ahead and do what they have a fear of, which is that the child is not theirs because they don't trust the woman that they laid down with, because they are listening to what Alpha, the first one, is saying. What up, GOAT? Is that they should just go ahead and have sex. It don't matter who they, it don't matter. Just go ahead and have babies and figure out co-parenting later. No, that's absolutely not the case. So again, so now that we understand that men can go to CVS and get their own DNA test, number one. Number two, who is it going to affect more if women and men have to do a DNA test at birth? Is it going to affect women more, or is it going to affect men more?
It's gonna affect women more because of these false pregnancies put on men will be called out. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why the government. Let me finish this because you brought up multiple points.
I need you to slow down so we can have a clear conversation. I don't want to conflate too many things. So now, first of all, so you saying that majority of women are putting false paternity fraud on men? Because
yes, and you wouldn't know. Yes, you wouldn't know. That's just why they give it in the state of Texas. They give you 2 years to figure out whether you're the father or not, to get yourself off child support, or you're paying for a child that's not yours.
I need you to answer very clear questions. Are you saying majority of women are doing paternity fraud on men?
Yes, and they just have not got. They have yes.
Okay, so first of all,
you wouldn't know, but you would know.
really quick. Pastor, childbirth is not free. Childbirth is not covered. Them hospital bills that come in the mail, yeah, you got to pay for that. If you think the government gonna pay or insurance is gonna pay for you to get a mandatory paternity test, you're insane. They don't even pay for C-sections, epidurals. They don't pay for none of that. They don't even pay for the bed that you in to give birth to the fucking child.
Some insurances do.
But the government,
hold up. But you want them to pay for your paternity test. That is, first of all, that makes no sense when the childbirth isn't even covered. Second of all, that is an elective thing. Because honestly, you shouldn't be laying down with so many people anyways to need a paternity test. You should be able to trust the person that you having a child with in the first place. What the fuck?
No,
the government's not going to justify that.
But if hold on. The reason why I say this, and I'll be real quick, if the government gives that child 1 second of government insurance with Medicare,
slow down.
Why are you talking about wicked Medicaid?
Hold on, I don't want to have a conversation about insurance. I want to have a real honest conversation about this fake ass paternity fraud, because we know that paternity fraud is not a real thing that is affecting men. It is not.
Oh, it's not. No,
it didn't affect me. It didn't affect me.
So hold on. So if we were to start having this mandatory paternity test, more men are going to be on child support than anything else.
We do have it. That's hold on. We have a mandatory for a woman to put you on child. Hold on, listen.
No, she does
for
not.
A woman, if a woman wants to put you on child support,
she doesn't.
If a woman wants to put you on child support, it is mandatory that if you protest it, that they have to get a DNA test.
Yeah, if you contest it.
But that's the point. So that means that it is mandatory for child support.
No, it's not.
Regardless of the fact, that's fine. That is one way you could get a mandatory paternity test, to just say no, it ain't my child, and then now she got to prove that it's your child. And then we also have stories of men sending other people to go ahead and take cotton swabs, and so they could prove that they are not the child, right? So we are not going to use that. We are not going to use that as an example to say, oh, men are committing paternity fraud, are we?
Now niggas sending other niggas. Come on, Sharad.
You pick some.
Come on, Sharad.
Like
you got other niggas. Come on, man.
So we're not going to accept that. Then we cannot accept that majority of women are purposely frauding men into saying that this is his child.
Those two things aren't even the same.
It is. Because y'all keep using the extreme. Y'all watch fucking Maury, and then y'all acting as if that is the majority of what's going on. Majority of
we
those
saw what
men,
happened on Maury though.
It happens enough that
that fake ass show.
A lot of those are paid
Slow
actors.
down.
and actresses.
Hold on, y'all. So majority.
Nah, my man went on the show, man. That
Hold
shit was
on.
real deal.
Hold on. Majority
I'm
of
just
men
saying.
that are
Didn't say
asking for paternity tests is because they ain't never trust that woman in the first place.
Literally.
Maury paid him some more money to lie though, but he went up there.
It's not the government's fault you don't trust the bitch you laid with.
Right.
Okay, so
It's
first
the
and
government's
foremost,
fault if they give that child
No, it
insurance
is
and then I
not.
found out to be the father and I put on child support, I have to pay it back.
No,
If the
that's not
government, if the government assists,
slow down.
hold on, men. I'm talking to the men right now. If the government assists a child and that child is found to be yours, you will pay all of that shit back.
absolutely.
Okay, then, as you should. What
And
are you
so
talking
if the
about?
government, if the government is willing to give that child something and charge me with it, the government is charged with proving I'm the father.
No, they're
But they
not.
do. That's the point. The government proved if you're saying that you're not the government, I mean that's not your child. The government's going to prove it's your child
By getting the DNA.
DNA, right?
Yeah.
And again,
but that only goes to people that don't sign birth certificates, though.
right?
If you
Are
sign a
these
birth
people
certificate,
signing?
even if you get a DNA test, you never seen that. If you sign the birth certificate and get a DNA test 17 years later, that's still your child, bro.
No, but what you're
You know
saying
that,
is if you admit that this is your child and you take ownership of the child, then the government says that by you saying that this is your child, we're gonna hold you accountable for your actions.
Absolutely. Bingo.
Before
What are we
y'all
talking about?
leave the fucking hospital, you could get a fucking test before you sign the birth certificate. They not gonna make you sign it as soon as the baby pop out.
You're
Before
in the
you leave the
hospital, bro.
hospital, just get
They
a
got
test
everything
They
here, bro. They
also
done.
got
gonna
all the
ask
things
you
here, bro. You're in the
who's the
hospital.
father,
Man,
and
that's
can
a
you
lie.
get
They
him to
give you
sign
that
the
birth
birth
certificate
certificate
real quick.
before you
And
leave
I
the
think that
hospital?
brothers I think the government, Trump make these women take DNA tests.
Bro, the test is like
Why you ain't
$100. But
Trump
it
make these
ain't
women
that
I'm
take
trying to
deep.
DNA
figure out
tests, Trump.
It's not that
why
deep.
y'all don't have enough balls to
Okay.
ask the women for DNA tests.
Because
Why
they
the
full of
government
shit.
got to get involved and
Because
you
they
won't
full
just
of
say,
shit.
Nah,
Yeah, man.
Trump. Hey, Trump make these women take DNA
Hold on.
tests.
No,
We
hold
had
on.
that
No.
Make it
conversation
count
one
as
day.
pregnancy.
That's a
No,
big
the
conversation.
real problem is that these men are cowards. That's the real issue. These
That's a
men are
big
Guess
conversation.
cowards,
so.
and they
Prove
are
that you're a
afraid. They're
leader.
afraid to all. That's why they are so quick to call a woman fat, ugly, and all these other things. But they ain't got the balls enough to say, "I don't think that child might be mine." And so, the issue is that majority of the time when it is contested, only about 25% equals out into the man not being the father, and that's already usually those tests are from people that have doubt already. But when you go into a higher number, until you get onto the general population, it's about 1 to 4%. So this whole idea that women are committing paternity fraud is just a fallacy. It's a conspiracy theory that men want to try to hold
Josh,
us to
mute up.
because they fucking cowards.
Can I challenge that? I've been listening for like 2
Hold on.
hours.
Put down the
Y'all
kitchen sink,
tripping.
though. Josh, put down the kitchen sink first, man. Hold up. And you just hold on. Let's hear you.
Can I respond?
Hold up,
Can I
Josh in there.
respond?
Josh in there, Josh. Yeah, Josh.
Okay, so first and foremost, in the back chat, I put the actual Texas statute, the one that literally says that if a woman has a child outside of marriage, that she gets automatic full custody, even if the father is known. That is in actual Texas law.
Okay.
Second of
Makes
all,
sense.
so she gets absolute custodial guardianship if she has a child without marriage.
And
That's
that's
why
how it should
marriage.
be.
Makes
That's
sense.
how it should be.
She's the
That's what's
mother.
going on,
Makes
bro.
sense.
That's what we're talking about.
It
I'm
should
trying to
be
figure out.
50-50. It
Are
should
y'all
be
So-
trying to say the
50-50
you can't
mother?
say
mandatory
50-50
Okay,
DNA
if it's no
test.
ties.
I'm trying to figure out now. Are y'all trying to prove that a mother's role is less important than yours? I'm trying to figure
No,
out why y'all are bringing these
No.
they
statistics
carry
on
the
the
same
It's
weight.
table.
just as important.
No.
Okay, if it's just as important, it does not make sense to have a child living in 2 separate homes. It just doesn't, especially if they're a young kid. So
So
what
you
it
take the
seems like
position
Which
right
it's
is why
more
now,
children should
important.
be done in marriage.
What it
That's how
seems
you
like
see
right
it.
now, y'all are removing what's in the best interest for the child and making it what's the best interest for you. And that's
Mm-hmm.
not
Mm,
important. I hate to tell you, it's not important.
you
The
see why the
interest
law
of the
says
kid is more
continuity of
important.
family goes to women because of exactly what she just said.
No,
Because
because
she's
of what how the
breastfeeding,
babies
she got
are.
the baby as a child. This is continuity of family. This is
This
that eat a man shit.
Okay, so
This
hold
is
on,
what
No,
this
hold
what
on,
he
it,
hold
just
on,
oh
hold
talked
on,
God.
about.
hold on,
proving
hold
how
on,
dependent
hold
that
on.
child is on the mother.
You want us to milk you?
Right.
You want to be milked?
No, I done sucked on some breast milk titties, nigga. Y'all, you ain't got them, baby oil Bracy. I ain't asking for you. I'm asking for equal rights for fathers.
All right,
How
so
how are you gonna get equal rights if you don't carry a child to full term, you don't push a child out your coochie, you don't even have a coochie. What
Yeah,
equal
so
rights are
that's
you
not.
supposed to get?
Yeah, that's already unequal right there.
3 years
I thought
versus
y'all
You
15
said that
see, you
was
years.
see this
first
bullshit?
of all, Pastor, I
That's
thought
why we
Is
y'all
gonna
said
lose.
you got
This
the
why
you
the
got the
conspiracy.
club
understand.
This is the
let's get
conspiracy,
hold on, let's get it back
Sharon.
to the
the
You
woman
hear
has
the
to
Not
go
the
all the
conspiracy?
Okay,
ramifications
hold
that
on, y'all.
come afterwards.
Let's hold on. Let's get it back to a conversation. I'm
You
gonna
like a
Alpha
sequel?
been
It's
quiet
not.
for a while. I know he got some things to say. This is his first time here, y'all. So give him some grace till he get accustomed to jumping in where he fit in. Go ahead, Alpha. Let me give you a chance to communicate. Go ahead.
He knows double dutch.
Uh, thank you, Sharon, and I apologize for butchering your name. I'm from New Orleans. I'm country, man. I'm an old country dude, so I
What you
apologize for
call him,
butchering your
Sharon?
name.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
How
but
old?
essentially,
Since you said you're old country man, how old are you? Or
I'm
range?
40. I'm a millennial.
That's not old, brother. I'm older than you. All right, go ahead.
Uh, well, let me say this. Let me go ahead and define the term that I use. That way we can clear up some confusion. Co-parenting, by definition,
Mhm.
is the two biological parents having equal responsibility and providing equal, as you would say, effort in raising the child that they created. So that's off the top. I support that 100%. All
Well,
right.
do you
So
agree
when
that
I
that's made
say,
up though? Do you think that
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
realistic?
if they were, of the same gender, that would make sense.
I,
I
I'm,
think.
I don't know if I can finish. Can I
Well,
talk?
well, we just want to understand. Do you think that's possible to do everything equally?
Well, by law, both parents are supposed to equally raise that child by law. Whether they do it or not, that's debate. But by law, you're supposed to take care of your child as much as the mother's supposed to take care of the child. We do have cases, not a lot, but we do have cases of deadbeat mothers. So I don't support deadbeat dads or deadbeat mothers. I
Well,
support both parents taking care of the child that they made.
well,
That's
that's
off
why
the top.
Okay, so now, so what Edenman is trying to get you to answer is that so if 9 out of 10 times, according to this panel, that the woman's going to get the custodian rights because she got to breastfeed and pastor don't want to get milked. So how is the man is going to get 50-50 parenting if he cannot be milked?
Okay, but number one, uh, off the top, the custodial problem is based on the state where you live in. So in terms of where I live at, I live in California. And before you can get one payment of child support, paternity has to be established. I heard the brother talking about paternity fraud. Both of you guys were correct because I heard Sharon you say something that is not that prevalent. But the statistics from three major statistic outlets say that it's about 11% of paternity fraud is occurring in America, and it's about as 30% in the UK. The reason why they can't get accurate accounts on that is because most men are ashamed of even asking for a test. And I heard someone say they're too weak or cowards to ask for a test. And I would argue that might be in play too. But we do know that whatever's reported, 11% of people are in what's called a paternity fraud. And essentially, paternity fraud is when the mother knowingly, willfully had sex with someone else in the time frame of where she got pregnant. Now, she may not know if the person she had sex with is the father or not, because she just doesn't know. But essentially, she does know. It's guaranteed that she does know that she did have sex with someone else, and that's the fraud. That's the fraud right there.
That's not considered
Because
fraud.
she,
That's not considered fraud. By the way, if she's mistaken, that's not considered fraud. By the way, fraud means
well,
that you
I'm,
have to.
I'm a,
Hold on. According to when you look it up, fraud, you have to have an intent to actually lie to the person. The
right,
person is
right.
not the false.
I
That's
agree.
what fraud actually means. And also,
I
want to
agree.
say
I
that
agree with you. I agree. I agree.
women
So maybe I'm not
It's okay.
explaining it correctly.
No,
I
that's
agree
fine.
with you in terms of.
That's why we cleared it up just now. Hold on one second, Alpha. Also, I
Fair.
want to clear up one more thing is that majority of women are not afraid to take their paternity test. Most women would say, "Your ass is stupid as hell. I'll take it. I don't care."
I never said that. I never said.
No,
I never made that claim.
not to you,
Yeah.
not to
Every
you.
day after that.
I'm clearing it up so this way people.
Yeah.
So I'm not just talking to. It's just not me and you, right? So as a panel and also as people in the chat. So this way, when I'm talking in general. I'm not talking necessarily directly.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay. And so majority of women are not afraid to take for you to give no goddamn paternity test to your child, secretly or in the public. Either way,
Hey, Grayson, check the chat.
Either way, you could literally go do it. Majority of women are gonna say, "Yeah, I don't care if you go take a paternity test," because they know they usually have a good understanding of what it is. It is what it is. That's why I don't understand why men are keep acting as if paternity fraud is such a big thing. It's just a conspiracy theory. It's not a real thing. It's not a real threat. But
well, I mean, I disagree. Let me respond. Let me respond. In terms of when I advocate for co-parenting, right? Essentially, I'll just give you the scenario that way you can understand. You got Billy and you got Katie. We'll just use these words. Billy meets Katie. Katie meets Billy. Billy and Katie like each other. Billy and Katie fall in love. All right. Billy and Katie do something called have sex outside the institution of marriage. We all know that happens. I'm not judging them. Now Katie is pregnant. At that point, Billy and Katie can make a decision. All right. They can say, well, how about we get married? That's their choice if they want to do that. If they want to get married, that's their choice. But Billy and Katie can also say, you know what? We love each other. We don't want to get married. I will just co-parent with you and we'll go from there. Maybe one day we'll grow to where we want to get married. But until that time, I'm legally and responsibility going to be a co-parent, both parents. So
That's the stupidest thing a woman can do.
That's the thing that I'm advocating for, is that I don't want people rushing into marriage just because someone becomes pregnant. I'm saying the society we live in now, there is no more shame for being a baby daddy. There's no more shame for being a baby mama. There's no more shame for being co-parent. It's pretty much a individual choice now. And legally, the law supports you having co-parent rights, meaning 50-50. Fathers do have rights, mothers do have rights. So I'm an advocate of co-parenting before I tell people to get married, because I don't want two people who generally love each other and they may not make it, but now their relationship between themselves have been damaged by a very nasty legal divorce. That's what I learned when I moved out here.
You're lying to people.
Hold on, y'all.
He's
Hold on
literally lying to people.
Hold on. I know everybody want to jump in right here, but I want to curse the chat at. Hey, God damn it. It's either ads or super chats. You choose, God damn it. You choose. I gotta get it somehow. I gotta get it some way.
Yeah, but that's the lie. The lie is if you don't marry women, you got equal rights to that child. It's not true. The court system is not designed for baby daddies. It's actually
Where do you live at? Where do you live at?
I live in the state of Washington, and it's not designed in California for baby daddies.
Well, in the state of California, in order for you to establish paternity rights, they have to establish paternity. And for you to have that legal, you have to go through that process. So, sir, I'm not sure I can't speak on where you live at, but I'm
I'm
speaking
talking
on
about
in
in the state of
California.
California.
Do you live in
The court
No,
California?
system.
Alpha,
California.
Hold
Alpha,
on,
do you
no,
live in
Period.
yes,
California?
he live in
Yeah.
California, and the state of
Oh,
California did not
Yes,
design a system for
I
baby
live in Southern
daddies.
California. I live in Southern California, about 6,000 feet up in the mountains. Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
but
Well,
You
again,
heard?
LA relationships, Hollywood relationships are not like Nebraska relationships. They're not like your average small town relationships. Again, the fear tactics. I know there's a lot of relationships by convenience and things like that. Why do you think these same celebrities keep on swapping partners? Oh, this person was with just this person just 2 years ago.
bro,
Now
they
they're with this
family
person. Like
trees
it's
Let me
all out of
speak
connected like
on
a
line.
that.
Like
motherfucker.
you
Can I
cannot
respond
base
to
your
that?
whole in just a
No,
second. I just advise you not to
I would
like
like to speak on that. I would like to
oh,
speak on that.
if I can finish
I'm
just
not
a second, oh my
entering.
god.
Hold on. So this is what we're gonna do.
I'm not.
Let LA hold on, Alpha. Let LA finish her thought, and then you get the chance to respond, Alpha. So let her finish her thought, and you get a chance to respond.
I'll be really like fast. Like, I just advise you not to think of the world, the same way that your circle or what you observe in that little area is because trust me, I used to live down there. I had to move expeditiously, like couldn't do it. It was too crazy for me.
mhm.
The energy was too deep, like it was too heavy. Like if you know, you know, but like don't base your whole view on the world based off of Hollyweird. That's not the world. The
Yep.
average person does not construct their relationships or make their decisions off of those same type of things. That's all I'm saying.
Or can afford a lawyer. Go ahead, Alpha.
Can I? Can
Yeah, I'm
Can I
done.
respond?
I
I said,
guess.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Number one, I was not born and raised in Southern California. I don't know if you from California or you were born and raised in California?
No, I wasn't. But when you first came on, you made sure to make that a point to us.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yes. So
saying? So, and a person who
let me
lived there
respond. Let
for
me
a
respond.
year.
I got my answer. Let me
Oh my
respond. So
God.
essentially, I got my answer from you. Let me respond. All right. So essentially, from what your statements, you just said that you moved away from Hollywood. You called it Hollyweird, and you said it was a little bit too much for you. And I understand that.
It's a bit much in
I
general.
moved.
It's a
I
dysfunctional
understand in
environment
general. I
in general.
understand that.
As
I moved.
covered a lot.
Listen to what I'm saying. I moved to Hollywood because it's just what I am.
Ooh,
I'm
those.
all
Weird,
for it.
He all for the weirdness and
weird.
baby oil.
Outstanding. I'm all
Okay,
for it.
so if I
I'm a
call it that, then
Leo.
why is that like
We say
like
he a
something that's
Leo.
wrong or
You know,
I'm a
inaccurate?
Leo.
every
I'm
Leo like
all
that baby.
for
They
it.
like that baby oil.
Now we're
The
talking about
Leos.
zodiac
Outstanding.
sign. What the fuck? Okay, can we?
All right,
We
number two.
understand why you
Number
up there in the
two.
mountains now.
Number two. Let me address this. Number two. When you say that Hollywood relationships are different from small town Nebraska, that is true. But guess what? The law don't care if you're from Hollywood or if you're from small town Nebraska.
Yes,
There's
it
the
does.
law, and
Well,
then
you
that's
guys
what
just
your
got done saying how
interpretation.
different
Can
the
I
That's another
finish
laws
now?
lie.
are
Can I
based off
finish?
of
That's
Can
state.
I
So I
finish?
think it
If
does
you
You
get
want to
lied
talk, I'll
again.
let you talk. Go ahead and talk.
Okay,
no, I'm
you
just
lied
saying you guys
again. They
just got
do
done
care if you rich or you poor. What is he talking about?
and you guys just got done like
Hold,
one person
hold on.
got
Y'all
done
can hold
pointing
on.
out Texas
Y'all can
law
address it.
versus California law. So we know that each state is different. I'm sorry, Sharon.
It's
I
okay.
did literally just point out Texas
Let
law.
the man finish and let's debunk it properly so everybody can hear the debunk because he's not the only one that has the same thought. If we have a debunk for something, allow him to say the full statement because he had Peter that's going to agree with him as well. And if we could prove that is false, then allow the other person to disagree properly. Go ahead, Alpha. Finish up what you were saying.
All right, number two. So in terms of what's your interpretation of relationships, the law don't care about Hollywood versus Nebraska. In the state of California, the law applies to everyone, regardless of your income level, your political level, your skin color, race, creed, or gender or sexual orientation. So the law is the law. That's what I
That's
go
another
by.
lie.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
don't.
Okay. Yeah, LA, you want to address it?
Yeah,
I
tell him.
wasn't finished, sir.
Oh,
I
okay.
was not
Yeah,
finished.
Okay,
He
hold
just
on.
did that dramatic Hollywood pause. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
Pause.
Well, I can't speak when you interject on me, sir. That's called dialogue.
Mm.
Well, you very long winded. I don't know if you know how long winded you is, but go
No, you
ahead.
have a short attention span, sir. You have a short attention span. That's a mental deficiency. Let me speak.
Okay.
Letting people play with your booty hole is a mental deficiency.
Oh my lord.
Hey, hold on.
Usually
Hold on.
homosexual men go
I do
straight
not want to
to
turn this into.
thinking about homosexual thoughts.
Hold on. I do not want to turn this into a back and forth about just having jokes on each other, and we don't know each other. It's no point of it at all. Hey, I see people complaining about ads. Hey, listen, I could turn the ads down, but then y'all need to turn the super chats up. Y'all figure it out. Go ahead, Alpha.
All right. So number 2, it's a fact, a legal fact, that the law is blind in the eyes of justice. That's a fact. Regardless if you don't agree with that, that is a legal fact. So
Dang,
in
now you got
terms of
me agree with
co-parenting,
Detroit.
here
I
we
know
go. See,
Detroit
the
don't believe
mentally
that.
deficient, undercover, down low homosexual man will not even let me speak.
Whoa.
Detroit, I know you disagree with this. We about to be on the
Holland,
same
you
page for
supposed
the
to
first time in
attack
life
him. You
that
know
you
you
think
lost.
that.
Okay,
Go
hold
ahead,
It's
on,
Detroit.
okay.
y'all.
I got
Go ahead,
self
Detroit.
control. I'm gonna let them bury yourself. Go ahead, LA or whatever you from.
No, I'm not from those. LA is my
Oh, I'm
initial.
sorry, Alpha. Alpha. I apologize. I'm talking to Alpha. He's from LA. I'm sorry. Go
Go
ahead. Finish your
ahead.
statement, Alpha.
He was done. Go ahead. Your turn, Detroit.
Oh, was he?
Okay, hold on,
Well,
y'all.
allow me to retort.
Hold on, y'all. Alpha, were you finished saying what you're saying? Can y'all please stop
No,
interrupting?
I was not, Sharon. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Essentially, I can understand that there's a lot of going up here. There's a lot of subjective positions going on, and that's fine. But the fact is the fact. The law is colorblind. Men do have rights. Fathers do have rights. And I'm simply advocating that you understand those rights before you make a mistake or get into a situation where it destroys your relationship with the mother of your child. I advocate for co-parenting over marriage above all else, because at this point, the statistical data, the outcomes that we're having in our society, we are already in a baby daddy, baby mama nation. So I'm telling men and women, you don't need to rush into something such as marriage, which is a serious situation, very serious, just because a person got pregnant. Be a man, be a woman, step up to the plate, take care of your child, be co-parents, and if y'all make it, y'all make it. If you don't, you don't. And that's all I advocate for. Now y'all can respond.
So, do you got any kids that you co-parenting with?
I had a child, sir. My child is not here anymore. I want some more.
All right, go ahead, Detroit. We gotta let Detroit in there.
No, it
Detroit ain't
was
saying
LA.
that.
Hold on.
Oh,
Stop.
go ahead, LA. You're
Thank
right. Okay.
you.
Go ahead, LA.
Go ahead.
No, I was just ignoring my condolences. I'm sorry for your loss on that one. I couldn't imagine.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
But I mean, like you said, and you said in the eyes of the law. So you're more concerned with California law, correct?
As a United States citizen, I have to be concerned with the law. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
But are you saying that there's not in family court and paternity and things like that, there aren't differences within the states?
No, I just acknowledge that, yes, every state has different laws when it comes to paternity law, family court law, marriage law. Absolutely. I acknowledge that. Yes.
Okay, that was just one of the points I was just trying to get across earlier, because it's like every situation is going to be different, and maybe that is the reason for your way of thinking. But spreading that when people live in God knows where, I don't think is really like effective, or accurate. Yeah, you should be I guess recognizing your state law, but like that doesn't mean that the rules that apply to you apply to all, because they don't.
I agree. And what I'm more advocate of, and I'll just say it in so many words, nigger terms, excuse my language for using the N word, but I'll just say it like this. If you decide to marry that man or woman and y'all get a divorce, I don't want to hear no complaints from neither side. That's where I'm at in my life. I'm sick of it. It is what it is. The law is what the law says. If you got to pay half, you got to pay alimony, you got to do this, you got to do that, and you decide to get married, so be it. I don't care. You made that choice. That's your choice. You want to get married. The laws are the laws. Wherever you live at, deal with it. It's not about all men. It's not about all women. It's your individual choice. I'm simply saying stop thinking, and I would like people to stop thinking and stop presuming and stop going by this non-written rule that you have to get married if you want to have a child. You have to get married once the woman get pregnant. There are no more rules like that. You can do whatever you want. Just legally take care of your child. That's all I'm advocating for. I'm a co-parent advocate over getting married. Period.
The
Fuck
funny
what
part
the
about
fuck
that,
what
he
fuck
talk
what the
about
children need, I
alimony.
guess.
We
Fuck
talk
what the
about
children
alimony.
need. Fuck what's the best interest for the children. It's
Right.
whatever works for you two as adults that fucked up. Whatever
Yeah, I
works.
don't think that it's more rules. It's just like, don't you think that it's beneficial? You say you advocate for people co-parenting, which is like it skips a whole like step. You feel what I'm saying? Like it just it takes
Do
away
you
the
understand what
significance of everything that we
If
supposed to be
men
here
are
for,
being
whether we
forced
be
to
man, woman, or
co-parenting,
child on
I
this
got
earth.
do
this.
you
Why
Hold on for
understand
me,
what the
Pastor.
let me ask
definition
you a
of
question.
I got this. Hold
co-parenting
on,
Listen,
hold
is?
on,
I've
Pastor.
been quiet for a
I'm gonna get
minute.
you in there, Pastor. I
If
got you.
men,
I don't
Y'all
know. I
been
don't know why
quiet.
y'all think that means something. I've been quiet for a minute. That doesn't mean anything. I'm tired of people saying that to use it as an excuse to talk. It's not a reason for you to talk just because you're just quiet. It means that we just having respect for the conversation. I haven't spoken a while too. That doesn't mean anything. Uda haven't spoken a while and he's co-streaming. It doesn't mean anything. We're just allowing the conversation to move the way how it's naturally moving. Sometimes it gets caught up into two people having a conversation. If it's a fruitful conversation, just remember your thought and we can get back to it. But just because you haven't spoken doesn't mean that all of a sudden that means that it's your time to speak. It's not what it means. So I need people to stop using that. It's again, the goddamn conspiracy theories is ridiculous.
Hey man, Sharon, I just got up here, so I'm gonna go ahead and speak. That's not a good excuse. I just got up here.
So I want Jay to get her chance to jump in there. Joshua he wants to say something about it. Detroit wants to say something about it, and then yes, Pastor, you could go in right after. He gets Sway to jump in, and hopefully that satisfies everybody.
Nigga, I mean friend. Why you just say me last? You go purposely, not even I said I'm gonna go last, but he gonna say then we gonna just do this and that. You see how he do me? Go ahead, man. Act like I'm not faithful. I'm faithful to this channel over here, and he treat me like these other dudes. You see how they do? I ain't Otis.
Good, Jay.
Oh, so now it's quiet and nobody wants to speak. Y'all better go ahead and talk.
Oh, I can ask my question.
Look, if we're gonna do this,
I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to speak.
Sharon, I got a little
We know you willing to
question. I'm gonna
long
dip
win
out.
and talk about nothing.
Hold on. Jay just stepped away for a second. So it was Joshua, Detroit, Pastor, Sway. Go ahead.
Yep. My problem with co-parenting is it destroys the unit of the family, because the family is in fact a mother, a father, and a child. I understand you can go through divorces, I understand separations, but living in two different houses is detrimental to a child's psychology, because they're going through two different sets of rules. They're going through probably two different full new families. They're having to deal with all these things that children shouldn't have to deal with. I understand if it doesn't work out between the parents. I mean, sometimes y'all got to suck it up and do what's right for the child, which honestly is together, because children need not one, need both of their parents,
Yeah.
regardless.
Alfred so wrong that he brought Joshua outside. You see that?
But Josh, so Josh, can I ask you a question, Josh? Look, to that point, right? So look, your kids, right? Because you got a situation. God forbid, I'm not saying you separating from your shorty and nothing like that, right? But how do you feel about the kids going to the mother rightfully? Because a lot of states is saying like the kids should go to the mother. How do you feel like if your kids went to the mother over you? How do you feel about that?
I mean, if me and Dom got divorced and our kids, I would fight for my kids regardless.
Okay.
Like I fight for my children no matter what.
Automatically, I'm just saying, if they said automatically they go to her, how would you feel about that? Is what I'm asking you. How would you feel?
I'm fighting it. I'm going to court. No, I'm not okay with that.
Okay.
Because again, kids need both. I'm okay with shared custody because we've had that conversation too. If shared custody ever happened, then that's how that would be. Full custodial guardianship? Nah, miss me.
Let me just shout out to Christina Love. Shout out to Christina Love for being a new person here. Shout out to you. You are more than welcome to hit the link, hit the chat, hit a super chat, hit a like and a share. Thank you so much, Christina. talk freely. We on 2 different channels. Well, 3 different channels. Go ahead, Uda.
Yeah. I just was asking just that. I know everybody's speaking. I was just asking just that.
All right, get past in there. Let's go around these people so I get my turn.
It was Detroit Coalition's turn. Go ahead, Detroit.
Cook them, Detroit.
You know what? Hold on. Can I pass the pastor? Can I pass the pastor and go after him then?
I don't know about that now. You better take your turn while you get it now.
I'm not
You might
long-winded.
end up home, bro. You might drive home and all that by the time
I'm not long-winded at all.
I got 2.5 more people. I don't care what the order is. I got 2.5 more people in front of me. Go ahead, Pastor.
Go ahead, Pastor.
So if men are going to be forced into co-parenting no matter what, it's you get married or you a baby daddy, one night stand, if you're going to be forced into co-parenting no matter what, then we should be having father equal rights for that. And I think continuity of family is 50. Continuity of family is 50-50 custody, mother and father. Continuity of family is not just woman and child.
So why you didn't respond to what nobody said for the last hour? You said that like 2 times.
I've been. He said, "Hold on to your point."
It's okay.
He said, "Hold on to your point." He said, "Hold on to your point."
I did. That's right. He held on to his point.
This is Sharon fault.
Go ahead, Sway producer.
I did just come up here for a quick question, but y'all sparked a thought or sparked that response out of me when you were talking about getting the woman getting the sole custody or the primary custody automatically. I've always been a proponent only dealing with women, or at least getting women pregnant, that you would be okay with having them as a baby mama in a sense, right? But I would never pick a woman with the idea that I'm going to make her a baby mama or whatever. That's not the intention. But just ultimately, I would have to be okay with pretty much being tied to this woman for a lifetime. So that's why I've never frivolously put my dick in any random woman, let alone nut in a random woman. I don't do that. That's why I don't have kids right now. But to the scheme of it, to answer you, right, with my decision making and thought, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But I understand why the general consensus of men fighting for this, or fighting for it when the situations you're dealing with ain't shit women and they're still somehow getting primary custody, or they can manipulate the system based on this. And if you're making an argument that's the majority of women in these situations, cool. I'm not. Like I said, I don't really care, because personally speaking, I would be fine with it. I don't think the woman I chose or is going to choose to have my kids would ever try to hold my kids over me. In a sense, if she had primary custody, she would allow me to be in their life as much as I can be or want to be. And she wouldn't try to hold anything or, use them as some type of leverage against me. So I wouldn't care. But Sharon, quick question before I leave. Do you think the amount of books a person has read in their life is an entailment to how slow they sound when they speak? Not necessarily what they say, but how slow they sound when they're saying that information. Do you think the amount of books is an entailment of that?
No.
They read? No? Okay. I don't know. I just be thinking some niggas sound slow. And I be thinking like, yo, they can't read every day, bro. There's no way. They don't read books.
But that's just me. I think sometimes people talk from talking points, and a lot of time people can't break down the talking points. You know what I'm saying? They got the structure of it, this and that, that. You listening to YouTube or something or whatever, or you remembering so much, but you can't remember everything. So you could talk like around it, but you really can't explain it in detail. You know what I'm saying? Because if you really reading, you'll be able to understand what the paragraph said. Like when we was in first grade or some shit, you would know what the paragraph just told you. You know that's what sentences and all that shit about. But I just think it's from talking points. Sometimes we hear shit or somebody told you something and you just run with it. And sometimes that's what it be, bro. That's all it is.
All right, Detroit. It's on you, Detroit. Damn.
Uda, I'm 26, about to be 27. So when I be listening to y'all dang near 40, if not older than that, I be like, God damn. Y'all
Take your time,
40
man.
something.
Take your time, bro. Take your time, bro.
Like, y'all sound like this at 40 something. I'm like,
sheesh. Time, bro.
And there's I'm not putting no names on it because y'all already know who you are. But it's just like, damn.
But that's what it's for. We all here to get it together, though. Hopefully we can build, and hopefully everybody learns something from the conversations that we have, and we get to take something from it. You know what I'm saying? Any other conversations? We should be all able to take something from any of the conversations. You know what I'm
saying?
Yeah. And you know, it's not wrong class fault that he sounds slow. You know, it's just he read the wrong books. That's all it is.
Nah, I dealt with that damn, but my life is good now though. But I have dealt with that damn though, so I ain't gonna overstep that.
But the thing is that it is no law that, especially if we go by the law, that is giving women or mothers more rights over fathers. The real issue is that fathers do not establish rights from the jump, like simply as just signing a birth certificate. You know, that's the very first thing you could do to establish rights as a father. My name is on every one of my children.
You just said that. How many men you know not signing their birth certificate?
So when a woman is literally giving birth, right?
That lying, nigga.
But if you sign the paper, you get rights.
If you are a woman and you gave birth to a child, that's already her having birth rights already right off the rip.
She gave birth, bro.
Right.
You gotta prove that.
It came out of her body. That is hers. So you're gonna have to establish yours by number one, signing the certificate, or number two, sorry, Alpha, establishing a marriage before she give birth. That is another way how a father can establish his rights as a father.
This is how competitive fraud happens.
That's
what you just said.
How many are being fooled if they're signing, like, or are they not signing? Like, if they're not signing, you just take the test and that'll solve that. But if you sign in and you don't know, that's on you. Like,
and
why you sign?
Another way how mothers establish their rights as a mother is by providing a stable home for the child, a safe home, emotional bonds, and all
the government doing that.
That's not the government. So all these things can be proven by who the child lives with, who is taking the child to the doctor, who is the child's insurance under, who is, like, it's so many things that goes on with proving that you are the functional parent out of the two. And
that's just under the government.
To be honest about it, and majority of men do not want that responsibility, and we know it. Because if it was that case, it would be more men stepping up to the plate and saying, "Hey, I'm taking care of my kid 100%," like Uda did. But a lot of men are not doing.
But in the hood, I come from the hood. So in the hood, we don't. You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of representations, even though there are representations there. But a lot of times you got more representation to not be a good father, or to not be that, or to not be that. I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. Like one guy I know from my neighborhood, he got like mad kids, right? But then one thing, they got kids by the same kind of people, all types of people do. You know what I'm saying? But it showed that, like I said, some people wanted to be there, and those fathers, you know what I'm saying? I speak to some of those fathers as well. And a lot didn't, you know what I mean? Some people was like, yo, he was there in his life. Yo, you got a new man? Let him take care of the kid. When I heard that, that was one of the craziest things I've ever heard. And I heard it over and over being in the hood. You know what I'm saying? So me, I don't go by statistics so much. Being from like a place like the hood, you could see the statistics like sometimes right in front of you, man.
Right.
You can sometimes weigh the odds right here. You know the stats. If you go around that corner, what the hell going to happen? You could kind of judge your stats right now. You don't need a book. You don't need no papers. You could kind of judge it for what it is, face value of what things are. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, Uda, we could also judge it by the men that was in front of that court system. We hear them communicate and talk that they didn't have no specific thing that they wanted to argue and complain about. They didn't say, hey, we need this law today. They just saying law, right? They don't have no specific thing because it is no law for them to specifically attack, because we know that they are attempting to use it as a scapegoat. Ain't nobody stopping you from seeing your kid, bro. We know that's a fact. But they want to try to make it seem like it's some conspiracy that's holding them back from their goddamn children. You didn't want to see your kid until your kid grow up. Stop trying to say, oh, it's because you had an argument with the child's mother. You having an argument with her, not getting along with her, is just proof of how dangerous you are to the child. And these men do not understand that. If you always screaming and cursing out,
true.
If you are always screaming and cursing out the goddamn child's mother, that is also shows your ability and your character towards your own child.
That's not true.
If you don't understand that, then you don't understand how relationships works. You don't
No, that's
understand
not how
how to
that
build
works.
character. There's a reason why somebody that says, I ain't never did a crime. They say that when they first go to court for the very first time. I ain't never did no crime. I'm a law-abiding citizen. But now if you got a reputation for terrorizing the neighborhood, screaming and yelling at people, robbing, knocking over people in the head and stealing from them, right? And you have a bunch of people saying that this is what that person, it goes towards your character. So if your character is, I'm screaming at the person that gave birth to my child, I'm sorry, that is building a character flaw in you. And you could try to act as if it don't exist all you want to, but that's being a bad father. Just like being a bad father is going around saying that, hey, people should just have children, whoever they children with. And if they decide to get married, they decide to get married. If they decide to not be that is showing bad fatherhood right from the jump, that you don't actually care about your child whatsoever. It's that simple.
Well, I have to roll, but my argument is real simple. So I have to roll. I got to go, but my argument is real simple. It's very simple. Essentially, I want people to take care of the children that they make. I am not an advocate of single mothers or single fathers. I don't support that at all. My argument is real simple. It's time to be adults. You don't need to get married to have a child. You don't need to get married to have a family. I'm not judging you for it. I say take care of your child. You lay it down and make it. You got to get up and raise it. So I'm a co-parent advocate, co-parent, two families, two-parent household, two-parent. If you want that, that's your choice. But if you got your own place and she got her own place and y'all take care of y'all child together, I support that 100%. That's what I advocate for. I have no problem with child support. That's not an issue for me. I'm not against child support. I have not heard one logical argument against child support. I have not.
Okay,
That's my
so I
opinion on
just said
child support.
so long as you said, hey men, go
I
out
can
there
give
get
you a
these
logical
women.
argument
Hold on,
against child support.
I got you, Alpha. So if I heard you correctly, go out here, get these women pregnant. Whatever the court say you need to pay in child support, go co-parent and pay her that money.
Exactly. That's it.
Okay.
So
And as you leave,
co-parenting
Alpha,
50-50 should be without child support. There is a bad case for child support because you can't make the one thing about child support, there's no other court or debtor's court that you can go to jail for, right? You can go to jail for that debtor's court. You can have your license revoked for that debtor's court. And a lot of bad things can happen to you for that debtor's court. And another issue.
No.
Okay, wait a second.
Don't get married. Go get on child
It's a
support.
human life, bro.
This is
Human
great.
life.
Don't get married. Go
life,
get
bro.
on child support.
Hold on.
Don't compare stuff to human life, bro. It's human life, the most precious thing on earth, man. Human life.
This is another conspiracy. Now we saying that because you're on child support, you're gonna lose your license and go to jail. That is not true.
I agree. That's not true. I agree.
They will garnish your
Before Alpha
wages. They will
leaves, let
garnish your
me.
tax returns. They will do all that shit. Don't let these niggas lie to
That's
you.
not true. Stop it.
So
No,
Don't let these niggas lie to you.
No,
Do
it's
not
not
let
true.
these
Hold
niggas
Don't you
on
find no
YouTube
wife,
lie to
Detroit.
you.
You just go get on child
y'all.
support.
Hold on. It's just not true. You need to pay your way. The problem is that most people just not realizing that the parents that are staying with the mother of their child, they pay 100%. They ain't paying no percentage. They pay 100%. So you
when the child is with you 50% of the time, he pay 100%.
Any man,
100%,
hold on,
bro.
any man crying about he's paying 17% compared to a man that is at home with his children. Uda is at home with his child. And he has to
100%.
pay 100%.
100%,
Sounds
bro.
fucking ridiculous, my brother.
100%, bro.
Bro, that's so cap. Come on, man.
100%, man.
Hold on, Joshua. You saying that you only pay 17% for your child?
No, but what you're conflating is the people who raise their kids versus people who just financially support it.
So
I wasn't
Yo,
saying
you
all that.
can't make these half-ass arguments.
Ask you a very simple question before I bring in Miss Polly.
Josh
Are
mad.
you saying the father that is on child support pays as much money as you in supporting their children?
Cap.
Yes.
No, they're not.
Yes.
Yes,
No,
in fact,
they
you know
do
what?
not.
Yeah, sure.
No, they do not.
Sure.
No, they do not. No, they do not.
Hold on.
Y'all, look, y'all are conflating bullshit. Like, y'all are making these bogus
Hey,
ass
Miss
arguments.
Polly,
That's
how you doing,
crazy.
Miss Polly?
Hold on 1 second. So Joshua, the man that is on child support, let me make sure I'm clear about your argument, pays the exact amount of money are just as much as you in child support?
No, not. I mean, no, not at all.
So you agree with him?
But I'm lazy. His argument's retarded because it's actually something completely
I
different.
do not understand why y'all try to argue the truth so badly just because I say it. It doesn't have anything to.
No. It's got nothing to do with you.
I'm trying to say that it doesn't have anything to do with me. It's just the truth. When you are taking care of your kid every single day, you pay more than the person that is not taking a kid every single day. It is no way you could compare it.
Even as a parent of 2 kids, 100% of the income does not go to all my kids. Quit playing.
All right, hold on. Let's play this, Josh.
No, what I'm saying in my situation,
hold on.
but let me just tell Josh something real quick. But I'm saying in my situation, right? I got custody of my son, right? My son's in New York City with me, right? His mom lived all the way upstate. She ain't doing nothing for him. Where she send him? She ain't sending him nothing. I'm not knocking her. I don't put her down for that. Maybe she took that time. Take that time. Get your thing right. That's how I'm on it. Get your mind right. Do what you could do so you could be the best mother that you could be. Ain't about us and what we got going on because we ain't got nothing going on. So you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? But that's just in my situation. It's like I ain't getting no help from her. You know what I'm saying? If I get help from anybody else, it ain't from her.
Hello, I got you, Josh. How much of your income is going towards
her
your
driver's
family?
license ain't at risk.
Hello, wait.
Her tax return ain't at risk.
Hold on, Pastor.
Josh, how much of your income is going towards your family?
Going towards my family, a majority, probably 70-80%.
That was the point. That was the point.
Again, but now y'all are trying to break it down into children. Okay, fine. If we're gonna play the dumbass game, let's play it right. Realistically speaking, probably about 30% of my overall income goes to actually affecting my child's, both of them, their upbringing. Whether that's school, whether that's field trips, whether that's lunch, whether that's dinner.
Let's accept that. So if we accept that 30% is still higher than 17%. Even if we accept what you're saying, you still contribute
but I'm
more to your
also not
kids.
at risk of going to prison if I chose not to raise my goddamn kids. Because you're also
That's
negating the time. You're negating
if you
the
don't
time
raise
that
your
you
kids,
spend
you
with your
can't go
kid.
to prison. It's called the law. If you don't raise your kids, you can go to prison.
There's child neglect laws, but those have very specific
That's why I advocate
elements.
for co-parenting.
Co-parenting doesn't even make sense
That's
because
why
you
I
don't even have the
advocate for
rights that you're going to
co-parenting.
jail for. You still have to pay the child support if you're on
That's why I
co-parenting.
support
And
co-parenting.
Pastor lied to y'all. Hold on, Pastor lied to you because if you don't pay your taxes, you going to jail too. So like, I don't know
You
why
going
we
to jail, bro. You going to jail either way.
Yeah, like this idea that you can not pay stuff outside of child support and not have the ability to go to jail is a lie.
But I didn't say you didn't pay your taxes, you couldn't go to jail. You misrepresented my argument. I said the oldest baby mama is not risk. She's not at risk of having her tax return.
Hold on, slow down. Just because you are wrong and you are afraid to concede for whatever reason, I don't know why people are afraid to concede with the truth. The truth of the matter, the parent that has the child 100% of the time is going to pay more than any man that has to pay child support. That is just a fact.
That's not true.
I agree.
Right. I understand you saying the words that is not true. However,
I agree with Sharon. I agree with Sharon.
So what about what my wife does?
There's no way for you to
So what about what my wife does for the kids?
Hold on 1 second. Because there's no way for any man in this world to substantiate that 17% of his check, he is paying more than an actual 100% father at all times. There is no way to fulfill
He's paying more. He's doing the same or more.
Well, I got a rule, but I advocate for co-parenting. I don't care about child support. Pay it if you got to pay, but I advocate for co-parenting over marriage. That's my argument. It's real simple. Y'all have a good one, man.
All right,
Shout out to you, Sharon. Good panel, man. Good day.
Alpha, as you leave out of here, Alpha, remember this, man. Don't let the trauma or fear that you living with in your life dictate your responses of how we're supposed to be taking care of women and children and things like that. Because most of these men that are talking about,
why did you say that?
because I believe that there's something that previously happened, whether it's something that has caused anxiety in your life, something that has caused you to be more fearful of things that are happening in your life, or some kind of trauma that you just haven't dealt with. And I think that's most men when they start passing the blame or trying to come up with these different out of the box solutions that really aren't going to get anything closer to the parenting part. It's good for the what you were talking about is good for the but there's no way that that's good for the parenting part.
Well, the parenting part
that's
is what I've been waiting. That's
why I've been waiting patiently all this time to kind of drop.
The parenting part is why I advocate for co-parenting. That's literally the definition of what I'm advocating for. I advocate for two adults to raise responsibly, both put in investment on the child that they made. I advocate for that first over marriage. Now, if you want to get married, that's your choice. I mean, that's your choice. But my problem is that people who want to get married, they don't work out. Then they get bitter and resentful about marriage, right? And then they're forced to be co-parents.
Hold on.
Majority of marriages do work out.
Stop, bro. Go ahead.
So I support co-parenting over everything because it's two adults that made it. Legally, two adults have to raise it. That's what I advocate for. I don't advocate for you getting married just because y'all have a baby. I don't advocate for that.
I don't advocate for people just getting married because they had a baby either. But I also, know that how you're placing these words are in a particular fashion. You're placing them where you're putting the idea of marriage below anything else. And what I'm saying is
that is true.
Okay, so that being said, if a marriage works correctly, then that's the best co-parenting situation for everybody anyway. The fear that it might not would have somebody say that they advocate for co-parenting over marriage. So once again, don't let the fear or anxiety or trauma that has happened to us in the past make your decisions for how you're going forward, because it doesn't benefit the parenting part. Once again,
let me respond to you.
That's what I have for your thoughts.
Number one, your interpretation of me being in fear is misplaced and false, and that's fine if you perceive it as that. You're entitled to have that. But my judgment is not based on any fear, any bitterness, or resentfulness of any situation. I've never been married. I will never get married, and that's just my personal opinion. If you disagree with that, that's fine. I'm simply pointing out the reality that we are in our current society, where 41% of children are born out of wedlock. Divorce rate is at 51% all-time high. I'm seeing people who are being forced to be co-parents after a nasty, bad divorce. Now, you're right. I'm not gonna disagree with you. All the textbooks and theories say it's best that children are raised under a marriage in a two-parent home. I'm not gonna disagree with that. I'm saying in our current modern society, that's simply not becoming the case. Can some people find a good marriage? Can some people find their soulmate, if you want to say that? Yes, and I'm not against that. I'm simply saying that you should look at co-parenting as an option over marriage just because you have a child with someone. I don't support single motherhood. I don't support single fatherhood. I support men and women both equally taking care of their child, and that's just how I am. And that's it. I don't have a problem with child support. I will pay whatever the court needs to say, and I probably do more than that because I give a shit about my children. But I support co-parenting over marriage. That's my personal opinion. If you don't do that, that's your choice. But I think co-parenting is the best way forward because everybody understands their roles and responsibilities, and they have to equally contribute. That's just my position. That's my argument, sir.
And I
understand
exactly what does co-parenting.
You gotta go. I know.
And I just
that's Alpha, not LA.
I just wanted to say this. It's a 50% rate of this divorce situation. So y'all are wrong about that. So half in the divorce, the other half unsuccessful. So y'all gotta stop acting as if divorce gotta end in divorce.
I agree. It doesn't. I agree with you. I'm just simply saying for me, and I guess it's an individual choice. For me, co-parenting is the best way forward. I have no problem explaining to my son or daughter why I never married their mother. That's just how I am.
However, life has proving you wrong. The best outcome is not what you are saying.
Yeah, the kids that have the best results and actually accomplish the most comes from people that are married.
And
I didn't deny that. I never denied that.
Okay,
so we should be telling
if that's the case, then starting from a co-parenting point of view and trying to conflate that to be the better way. It's your personal choice, right? That's what you're saying. And we're saying, or at least I'm saying, I can't speak for everybody else. I'm saying that if that's your personal choice, it's probably stemming from one of those three things. And you just talked about the fear of divorce, you know what I'm saying, of things not working out and stuff like that. And those things can sway how we make decisions. It can sway how we, how we rationalize things as well too.
It's a disadvantage to the kids. I think that's the
kid, right?
Yeah, so like we keep asking like what's best for the parents. No, what's best for the kids is for them to be raised in this. If we want our kids to have the best chance of being successful, it actually comes through marriage, and that's why we should advocate for it.
I would make one request. I would make one request of everybody who are advocates of marriage. If you're an advocate of marriage, that's your position. Only thing I would ask y'all to start doing is to start telling men and women to stop complaining about the divorce. That's what I'm sick of. I'm tired of that. Tell them, look, it is what it is. You got married unless you was forced to get married. But if you volunteered to marry somebody, wherever state you did it at in America, it is what it is. That's what I'm asking y'all to do. I'm not an advocate of marriage. So when people come my way, I'm not going to advocate for marriage. So you tell them stop complaining about it. That's all I ask. That's all I'm asking.
No, so first of all, you heard me say that marriage and divorce are two different things. So you already heard me say that divorce don't have nothing to do with marriage whatsoever. So I don't talk
You can only get a divorce if you get married.
Right, but that have nothing to do with each other.
That's impossible, sir. How can you remove divorce from marriage? They're both linked together.
Because the reason why people got married is not the same reason why they got divorced.
Let me answer it.
Sorry, Sharon.
It's okay. The reason why is because divorce has nothing to do with marriage.
It's a part of marriage. You can't get a divorce unless you get married.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Marriage has nothing to do with divorce at all. Divorce has something to do.
It's a part.
I'm not trying to make fun. Cancer has nothing to do with life.
Hold on.
I don't. Sharon, I'm not making fun. I'm really serious when I say this.
It's very important that we understand that what needs to be spoke about. You cannot get divorced without marriage. We understand that. However, you can be married without divorce. So we need to understand that is a very clear distinction, that we cannot keep adding divorce into marriage. No, divorce, you need to be married to get divorced, but you need to be married and you can stay that way. Like 50% of the world is doing now, is staying married. You do not have to get divorced because you got married, but you got to get married to get divorced. Those are two different arguments, and we cannot keep.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you. I agree. I apologize, and I'm simply saying, if for people who advocate for marriage, I would request that y'all explain to people also the process of divorce. That doesn't mean you're going to get one. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed.
No, absolutely.
And then, the part that I don't understand is like if they are a complainer, they're going to complain about co-parenting.
Hold on. The reason why is because you
agree.
We cannot tell people to get into a relationship with fear of breaking up.
Not fear of breaking up, just educate them on what could happen.
Right. So again, if men are afraid of divorce, simple as plain as a goddamn prenuptial agreement is all they need to do. That's it. Get a prenup.
Prenuptial is not guaranteed.
It is actually. So again, you could
No, it's not.
Hold on.
It's not.
Hold on, y'all. Please. I need
all right, so just don't get married.
Hold on. This is the problem with the scarcity and being fair. Right? This whole conspiracy theory shit. Majority, 98% of prenuptial agreements hold up in court. It doesn't make sense to have a conversation about the 2% that do not hold up in court. It doesn't.
I don't want to be the 2% that get a bad deal.
Why are you always alarmed with failures?
Okay. So
right.
again, hold on. Let me try to explain it again. 98% of prenuptial agreements are held
because
up in court.
all great things
It
fail.
doesn't make no sense to talk about the 2% that does not.
I can 100% guarantee I would never get a divorce if I 100% never get married. I beat your 2%.
I mean,
Hold on. No. That's just not true. It's not true, right? Because you have
100% of the time, I would never get a divorce if I never get married. That's a fact. I would never get a divorce if I never get married 100% of the time. That's a statistical fact. I beat your 2%, 100 to 98.
No, it doesn't beat it with the fact that you still want to have a child. Right. So
you cannot guarantee me that I will not get a divorce. I can guarantee you that you will never get a divorce if you never get married. That's a logical, statistical fact, sir.
No, that's just a literal that's a literal fact. And that's fine.
Like, you can't die if you ain't live. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You don't live the shot you don't take. Like, what are you talking about?
That is a literal fact, right? You could if I never take a 3-pointer, you cannot say I'm bad at shooting threes. We get it. We understand. But that also means that you're not in the game.
I'm in the game when I have children. Biological
parent is mid-range and leg up.
Hold
Shaq
on.
Didn't shoot, or Shaq did shoot a couple threes.
I say all three, Detroit.
Okay, hold on, y'all. It just shows that you're not in the game, and you are like what Detroit is saying. You're looking at everything from a negative point of view, and you're trying to have a guarantee in life where nothing on God's green earth is guaranteed for you to have 100%. Nothing. Not one thing on God's green earth. You could walk outside tomorrow and get hit by a car. That does not stop you from going outside. Right. So the nonsense that I try to use is just bullshit. And we need men to stop being cowards and just be honest. It's either men are cowards or men are just gay and they just want to have children because they believe that's their only way of a legacy. So they just want to have a child, but they really want to do other things. And this is what we've seen is a serious problem. And it's okay. It is okay for men to say, hey, I'm gay. I don't want to be with no woman, but I do want a child. It's okay. In this day and age,
how the fuck could you make those two things the same thing?
Nobody's going to bat an eyelash because you want to have a child and gay. There's plenty of couples out there that can have a child and they are gay. Whether they
so Sharon, let me ask you a question.
That shit out loud.
Sharon,
but anyway, why would you shoot a 3 when you can get a layup or
Sharon, let me ask you a question. So it's simply, if I'm advocating to take care of my child, if I'm advocating to pay child support, if I'm advocating to be equally responsible for the child that I make with my baby mother, why are you drawing the conclusion that a person, me, myself, why are you drawing the conclusion that I would be homosexual, afraid, and too afraid and coward based on what I just told you? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He just said you. He was talking to the whole.
That's crazy.
Oh my God, I didn't know about that.
That's fine. That's crazy. So the reason why is that you are afraid is because you're not willing to do what you need to do to make sure that your children grow up in the best possible household. You are only looking at it for yourself. So that's the coward part, right? You only look at to what's best for me. I go create a child and I'm going to spend how much money I can to just take care of the child financially. But you're not understanding all the intricate things that happen within the household in the middle of the night when your ass is sleeping in your separate house and your kid wake up because they heard some thunder, they had a bad dream. Daddy ain't going to never be there to give them a pat and say, it's okay. You can lay in the bed with us tonight. Go to sleep. You are safe or fine. You would never be able to experience that because you are never there. You are not going to be the person that they wake up to, run into bed and have a conversation and talk about their dream. You are not going to be the person that they sit down as a family and have family discussions over breakfast. You are not the person that they see first thing in the morning and tell them to brush their teeth and show them through your own actions how to be a man. You are not the first person to teach your daughter how a man is supposed to move and react in the world. So it's a lot of things. That's why we need 50-50. It's a lot of things that you are missing by taking yourself from the jump out of the equation and go straight into co-parenting and say, I'm just going to have children. I don't give a damn as long as I can financially afford them. That means I'm taking care of them. That is a fallacy. That is a conspiracy theory that we need to just wrap our head around and understand the best possibility if you're trying to have a children. It is a best situation, and we should be striving for that. If it doesn't come to it, and you got to do like me and Uda, and we got to go our separate ways, and we got to co-parent, fine. That's the best second option, but it shouldn't be your first option.
No, I don't agree.
So you're saying right now that you are a co-parent. Am I right, Sharon? Are you a co-parent right now?
Once in my life, I was.
You was. Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad you was. Now, so would you say that when you was a co-parent, you were not working on being the best father you could for your child in that situation?
When I was the co-parent, my child lived with me 100%.
Okay, that's fine. That's so your baby's mother, working with, I presume, I don't know your situation. I presume that y'all two were working together to raise the child that y'all procreated and had together, correct?
I was doing my best, yes.
Outstanding. So what I'm simply saying is that if you want to say that I'm not being honest, and if you want to say that I'm afraid, I think the first step of courage is knowing thyself. And I know that for me, the best situation going forward would be to be a co-parent instead of focusing on marriage. You see the concept?
So the best thing for you is to not have children, because you're not willing to do whatever it takes to actually give your child the best situation in life.
I think we have a disagreement in the understanding of co-parenting. I think that's where we are. I think that's where our problem is.
Can I tell you something, Alpha?
It's because you're trying to change the definition.
You don't
of
control that, though, Sharon. Even though you disagree with that, you don't control that.
The reason why is because you are trying to give your child the second best option off the jump. You are not attempting to give your child the best option. And so from that moving forward, you are already putting yourself in a defeated mindset. You already
that's fine, and that's your interpretation. I simply think we have a disagreement on the interpretation of what co-parenting is, and that's okay. But I think that's where me and you have a difference.
That's not possible.
Can I ask you something?
Hold on. But it's not possible because you agree that it is one situation that's better than the other. You agreed with it, and so we are all.
I did statistically, it's true. That's true. Okay, I agree with you on that.
Okay, so we do not disagree. I'm just saying I'm fighting for the best option to give to children, not the second best option, and that's where we defer. I'm willing to do.
I'm fighting for a practical option.
I'm willing to do whatever I can to be the best for my child. You are willing to do whatever is best for your options.
That's not true. Now I disagree with you on that. I disagree with you on because I'm doing the best situation for my child so that I can have the best relationship with my child's mother.
Okay. But can I ask you something though, Alpha? Look, but like what I'm saying, right? Even if you're advocating for the co-parenting, right? I think that your outlook on the co-parenting, one thing that you said that co-parenting was a forced thing. And I don't think that co-parenting is a forced thing though. I said
people who are divorced get forced to do it.
Nah, I don't think that they're doing whatever they're doing. I just don't think that co-parenting is a forced thing. I think it's two people that want to do what's the best interest for their kid. You know what I'm saying? That's what co-parenting in a ballpark. That's what it is. Because I have two kids. I have multiple kids, right? But in the same way, I had a child and I had my son. But I was able to co-parent with another child. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that. But it came in a place where it was all unsaid, but innate. Like you wanted to do what you had to do for the baby.
We gotta address that. You can choose not to parent after divorce. It's not forced. The court doesn't force you to co-parent. It's a lot of people who give up their rights to their kids after divorce.
That's true. That's true.
It's not
your rights and giving up your responsibilities.
That's a whole different world. That's real, E.
Giving up your rights. I'm about to drop now because y'all about to lie like a motherfucker right now, boy.
That's not lying.
He's speaking from a marriage standpoint. That makes sense.
Why can't you hear something on the converse side?
Because it's a lie. He about to one of the biggest lies.
It's somebody's reality, so it's not a lie to somebody.
Giving
Everything
up
that you
your
say may
right,
not be the truth.
Hold on,
giving up
Pastor. You
your
trying to say
rights
they
and giving
trying
up
to
your
force you?
Hold on,
responsibility
you
is
know what?
two
Yes.
different
Hold on,
things.
slow
F
down,
them kids.
hold
You
on,
ain't never heard
hold
So
that
on,
are you
before?
afraid to hear what
hold
E's
Motherfuckers
gonna
on,
be
say,
there
or
when they
anxious
18.
about hearing what
hold
E's
on,
gonna
y'all.
say?
Come on,
Hold,
bruh.
hold on,
You
y'all. Hold
tripping.
on, slow down. So the problem is that like when it's on their side, they could talk about the 2%. All of a sudden,
Right. The 2%.
they could talk about that. Like
But
it's a weird
no,
thing.
like you
I
don't
don't
have
know.
to
But the fear of hearing
internalize
something
everything as
truthful.
like it. You don't have to identify with everything that's being said. You know what I'm saying? But if you do,
I really got to go, but I'm gonna say this for me. All right, anyone who comes to me and they say, "Hey, Alpha, I want to have a child. I want to have a family." What do you think is the best way to do it based on your experience and your knowledge? I'm gonna tell them to go with co-parenting. If you don't agree with that, that's okay. But I simply advocate for co-parenting over marriage because a lot of people are being forced after they get a divorce. And the brother was right. You don't have to co-parent. There's a lot of there's a lot of men who do give up their rights, and that's their choice if they want to do that. I'm not advocating for single mothers. I'm not advocating for single fathers. I'm not advocating for anyone to go through anything that they don't want to experience or go through negatively. I support co-parenting because it's the best way that I want to raise my child with whomever I want to. If you disagree with that because of your ethics and morals, that's your choice. I can't change your ethics and morals. But from a legal standpoint, co-parenting is the future and it is the status quo right now. And I advocate for that 100%. Any other questions before I go? There are 7 huskies that are hungry. Any other questions?
You got
So
something.
No, we
you just
we
brought
got
up
no
legal.
question.
Hold
Let me
on.
finally
You
make
just
my
brought up
statement.
legal.
Hold on, no,
He
let me
just brought
make
up
my
legal.
statement because I've
Hold on
been
one second.
patient.
You
I'm
got
pulled what
you
the
got
other
several.
dudes say.
Hold on.
break
You
up
got
has to
several what
break
that's
up
hungry?
regardless. Like, sorry.
What you said you had
I couldn't
several
hear the
what?
question. Any question before I go? I got 7 huskies. They're hungry. Go ahead.
7 huskies. Oh, okay.
Right, not
Dogs.
He
7
just brought up
children, but
illegal.
7 huskies. You got the
Yeah.
Right.
fur
So
babies.
I got it.
Okay.
He just brought up
Modern
illegal.
man.
we got to just be mindful. You can lead Alpha. We just got to be mindful of guys advocating for stuff they're not living.
Right.
Like I'm telling you right now, because
7
everybody,
huskies.
it's a theory.
Right.
What Alpha talked about is a theory that he thinks going to work right. And I'm telling you,
But
as
he just
being,
talked about legal.
hold
Yo,
on,
he
He
looks
just
listen.
so
said
mean.
legal.
They take more care than a child. Like what? Oh my God! I bet you
Yeah,
they're more
huskies are
expensive
intense.
too. But I'll
Oh,
pay
he looks
attention to
so
these
mean.
7 huskies, my fur babies.
I just really want women listen to these men when they talk. Like listen, I advocate for women. Listen to what they're saying because I'm telling you that just listening to these things and he talking about he think. I know that how important it is when I sit down and pray with my daughters at night and read books at night, and my daughters can sit down and talk to me in conversations in details, and she ain't got no time frame because she gotta go back to her mama house. Like
Right.
people don't understand how important that is as a father. I'm telling you, he's advocating for something he have no idea about. He's talking about
Yeah.
theory. I'm telling you about facts.
Yeah. And
Well, I got
Co-parenting
any
is single
questions? I
parenting.
got to roll. Any questions?
I just want to say this, Alpha. And we understand that it has other options, and that if you have to do the co-parenting thing, that is understandable. That's what you have to do. However, that should not be your first option. You should be with somebody that has good character, good ideas, good faith, have absolutely love for you, and that's one that have the same ideology as you. And if y'all both ideology is that we're just gonna have babies, hey man, I
I'll
don't
just
think
say,
that.
I won't say
My
one
last
woman,
co-parent.
but I intend to co-parent with multiple women. But I'll let you think about that one.
There you
Ew.
But
go. There
here's
you
the
go.
deal.
That's the real.
Co-parenting,
There you go.
right? That's the real
Look,
trick
That's the
right there.
real.
eat a
And
man
That's
for
the
that
real
good
Absolutely.
thing
on
right
that be
there. Yeah.
fruitful and multiply bullshit,
Absolutely.
boy. It's time to
That's the
have
real. I
Absolutely.
knew
care
that.
and have a
I knew that's
real
where
That's
you were
it.
coming from.
relationship and
Yep.
Absolutely. I
Co-parenting.
support being a
Hey man,
baby
and,
daddy
No,
and
I
having
and
didn't say
multiple
that.
Sharon,
baby
hold
mamas.
on, slow down, y'all.
and,
Hold
Sh-
on, slow
and,
down.
and listen, at 40, not one woman took him up on the offer.
I want LA and Miss Polly to get a chance to jump in there since those are the two women that's here. However, we understand that is another problem, that you are not actually trying to be a father to those children, if that is your idea, because it's very difficult to maintain multiple children in your own home forget about it if a bunch of children are in separate houses, especially if they are around the same age. It is a very difficult thing, and somebody is going to get the short end of the stick, and it's usually the children that's going to get the short end of the stick because you're not going to be able to be there for those multiple children or those multiple women. And it is what it is.
He want to be a husky.
Go ahead, LA.
No, it's unfortunate that more care and attention is being probably put towards, and importance is put towards those huskies than actual human beings. And that's what I find is kind of like, that's just sad to me, you know what I'm saying? Because I bet the huskies, they can have babies and they can make you some money and stuff, but some people see children as, a liability instead of an asset, even though they represent their precious seed and their legacy and all this other bullshit, right? So it's just, no, it's just, I said what I needed to say. It's just very interesting. I just meet people where they at. I don't try to convert anybody. I understand he sees the things the way that he does. And that's why I brought up Hollywood, period, because those are not relationships out of real love. Those are out of marketing, convenience, et cetera, et cetera. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that goes wrong. And to see the world through that lens is just very unfortunate. But
in LA, we know that they
transactional.
Gay. No, we know they gay. Listen, we know a lot of those dudes in Hollywood is gay, and they don't want to be in a relationship. They want to get their booty hole played with. So that's why they don't want no woman to be around to see them getting their booty hole played with. That's what's going on in Hollywood. We know that for.
And the co-parenting is still single parent.
Yeah, once upon a time I wanted to sing.
That as well. Yeah, that as well. That's very true as well. And it is okay for for us to just call a thing. And for some reason, when we call a thing, men want to buck up the most about the truth. This is weird that in the same conversation where we're talking about truthfulness and honesty and being harsh, when it's time to be truthful and honest and harsh to men, they are the main ones that cannot maintain the integrity that it is okay to speak that way. I'm sorry, but a man that just want to have children and don't want to be with women is usually because he is not a straight man. That's just what it is. And I don't know why we're trying to act like that is not a truthful, harsh statement. But
because it doesn't make sense. Like just realistically speaking, if you are homosexual, how are you going to then have sex with women?
Right,
you so lost, Josh.
Josh.
We from Atlanta. We already know.
LA, you know, right? LA, being from Atlanta, you know, right?
Hey, listen, them Detroit dudes be on that tip sometime here too, man. Don't get them twisted too, man.
And this is the beauty of it, right? Because like openly gay men, like man, listen, these closeted men that are doing these things.
That part.
Listen, we understand what's going on, right? It's a whole thing in another country that they say women are for procreation and boys are for play. We understand why that is said, and it is a thing that is for real. And I don't know why men are trying to act like they don't understand it. It is a reason why majority of the men do not like their wives. It's a reason why they think that women are stupid. It is a reason why men think that women are not funny. They think that they are children. They think about all these negative things about a woman, and the only good thing that they could ever say about a woman is her vagina. My brother, that man is most likely a down low brother. I'm sorry to tell you. Miss Polly, I don't know if you're ready to talk, because I know you out there, you grinding at the same time, but what's your thoughts on the whole topic so far?
Polly said she getting in shape for the new year. Go ahead, Miss Polly.
You know it. I mean, I'm trying. I saw you. You be trying to. First off, I want to just reach out about him saying he wanted multiple women. That absolutely not, sir. Don't put us in that. Don't put us poly people in that. Please don't. Because men who were in the poly, they don't want their children in separate houses. That is number one, no. So I don't know where he thought that was okay. That's not how that works. So
they're making it up as they go along, Miss Polly. So it's not real,
It's not. You know what I'm saying? Even in my, like if I'm in separate homes, like I don't we never move like that. I'll say, like, so, like, even when I have children by someone else, I would be like, hey, if my child was somebody else, I would be like, hey, our children are together. Like, my children are all together. Like, we would go to a place, let's say like SeaWorld, which we've done before, and all my children go and their dads go. It's not like, oh, well, just because you don't know. It's so that community is there regardless. So you're right. It's not like the idea of being in separate homes and you just throwing some money at it and saying hi. There's a lot deeper connection with your children than that. So yeah, maybe that's what he thinks it is. Maybe he thinks that's what he thinks parenting is.
And Miss
They're not
Polly,
pumping.
Miss Polly, most men want to be in the household. The women just don't want them in that household. I ain't never heard men that just don't want to be in the household.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying. I'm saying that the way he's making it sounds that he just want to hop in, say hi, throw some dollars, make it rain, and then run his ass out. And that. No one thinks that's a parent. You might as well say you work for the government at that point, because if you just splashing some dollars once a month, I mean, at that point, what are you?
Right. And we just gonna have to concede to it. DB said it correctly. Like, these men do not like women, and we cannot and they need to stop trying to convince other people that they like women. Y'all don't. Y'all like the fact that women can have children and you can leave something behind on this earth that represents you. But otherwise than that, you don't enjoy women. It's not possible for you to enjoy women because you see nothing but negativity towards a woman. I ain't never heard nobody say, God damn it, I hate the fact that I gotta take a dog out to take a piss and shit every day. I gotta feed this dog. It don't pay no rent. It barks ridiculously. It wakes me up in the middle of the night. I gotta pay these goddamn pet fees, and every time I can't even go on vacation because I got a goddamn certain kind of dog. I can't take it. My dog costs as much as a goddamn human to take it on a plane. And I never heard somebody that said all those things about a dog and actually have a dog. Can you imagine? I'm allergic to dog. They say all those negative things. And by the way, I'm allergic to my dog. Every time I get around my dog, I start sneezing. I gotta take pills and Benadryl and all these things and have a dog. So when I'm trying to get men and other men to understand, if a man comes up here and tells you 100 things that he dislikes about a woman, the only thing he likes about a woman is her goddamn vagina and her ability to have a child, that man is not straight. Sorry. He ain't.
Conflation.
It ain't a conflation. It's the truth.
Josh, listen, man.
That's what it's called, Josh. It's truthflation.
Josh, that's one of my first statements when I started coming on this show, was that the men who are in this manosphere and that's complaining the most about women are closeted. I ain't talking about just all gay people. I'm talking about the closeted ones who can't find something positive to say about a woman, but then are trying to tell men about how to get a woman. These are. If you don't want to believe that, that's one thing. No, if I was out kind of in the sticks, I might have a different opinion too. I just know, like, I don't know. I don't know how to quantify it. Let me say that. So it might seem conflated. Okay. But I don't know, man. Honestly, talking to gay men, I got some gay men friends, and some of my gay men friends, when I start bringing up some of these things and like, am I crazy for thinking this? It's not that they're gonna say that I'm totally right, but they have a hard time like saying that I'm wrong about what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's hard to, like I said, it's hard to quantify. So it's easy maybe somebody to say I'm conflating it.
I think a lot of gay dudes actually like women, not like them sexually, but like them inherently, like as people. I think a lot of people who dislike women because they've been hurt, they're dealing in trauma, and they're responding that way. I believe that they're going through the set of BS emotions without actually dealing with the problem of why they are who they are. I don't believe they're gay. I believe they're hurt. I believe those are two different things. I think in order to help people heal, you need to help people heal.
Joshua, and the main reason why they are hurt is because a woman could be 100% herself and kiss another woman, and that man can be 100% himself and kiss another man and come back from that. It's okay.
Whoa! What I just come back?
Oh well, even a little bit beyond. Even well, let me.
This is what I'm
twist it a little
saying,
bit
LA.
differently here.
Look, LA. It is what it is. If a woman was to go and she was to do a little scissoring, or she got her liquor license, ain't no man gonna be like, damn, you licked some cat before, I cannot date you. Most men are not gonna say that. But on the other hand, and that man said, I sucked a thing before, the woman gonna like, so what you doing talking to me, sir?
Okay.
LA, please go. I got something to say after that, but LA, please go. Please.
No, I mean, it does seem more acceptable, you know what I'm saying, amongst the guys. Y'all don't see, I even heard it. I have heard this, that women can be bi, but men can't. I've heard that, like,
because you cannot suck that dick.
Hey, hold on, just follow me. This is what I've heard. If a
Hold on,
man
Josh got his confession.
Oh, just like weird as hell to be
stop.
shit.
Let's
This is weird.
LA, Josh want to make a confession. Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, don't play with me either.
He got a little festive hat on.
I'm trying to figure out why you going through all these emotions over there. Come on.
But I mean, either man knows, like, I'm from Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's way more acceptable for, let's say, a girl to be suggested as a third party than a man to be suggested. Like, that's just what it is. And just even in that community, women is not seen as something questionable if they compliment a woman or, something like that. But yeah, I've heard, just like I said, from our community, that if a man does cross that line and he's with a man, he's yag. I'll just say that.
Look, just to be that guy. Look, there's a difference between women experimenting, because as a man, if you ever put your lips on another man, regardless of how you do it, if you ever let a man touch you inappropriately, regardless of the case, the phrase "you can't unsuck that dick" is not a fake statement. You will always be gay if you're a man who ever ate a penis.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
But
yeah,
here's the thing.
Not be bi.
I want to hear Josh true. Let him answer. What are you trying to say, Josh? What are you trying to say?
So we're gonna have beef right now? Because we'll go to the box, bro.
I really just want to understand what you're saying. Go ahead and finish your point. I just don't want to cut you off.
Right now,
my point is simple.
That was the wrong time to ask that question. By the way, Josh. Pause.
Wait, I didn't ask a question.
Yeah, you say, "Are we gonna have beef right now?" That was horrible timing, by the way.
Was it? Well, sure.
Go ahead, Josh.
I'm happy now.
So tell us, Josh.
So look, at the end of the day, the reason why it's more socially acceptable for a woman to be with a woman is because, it's just experimentation. There's no real invasiveness involved in it. But men, look.
What?
Look, and the invasiveness.
What?
Look, maybe I'm
invasive. That's what you're talking about.
No, keep going, Josh. Let him talk. I don't know why y'all want to cut Josh off.
I'm not cutting him off. I'm just making sure we heard him right.
All right. So,
a man having sex with a man and a woman having sex with a woman is not the same process, I'm assuming. Because I'm not a woman, I can't be like, oh yeah, this is what it's like for women to have sex with women. But like any man on this panel can be like, yeah, I can't let another man fuck me ever.
Okay, I'm gonna help you, Josh. Josh, I'm gonna help you just 1 second. Just for 1 second.
Oh, you want some of this too, Detroit? Okay. Go ahead.
No, because we got steered a little bit off, and I just want to kind of. So, for what you're saying, Josh, I believe anybody can be attracted to a woman. I believe that women are that beautiful that I understand why women are attracted to women. That's my personal thing. I can't understand why every being on this planet would be attracted to a guy. I just, that's me personally. If I'm sure ladies maybe think differently, but I don't.
Thank the Lord. But
but if somebody is attracted to somebody else, that's on them, right? okay, going back to kind of where I think we got off is I like, so when we have these people that come online, you're right. I believe there are men that are those things I was talking about earlier: trauma, anxiety, fear, whatever other, emotions you want to put in there. There are men that are seeking something. There are women that are seeking something online. They're trying to get some kind of medicine for themselves, let's just say, right? But then out of these same environments, you're going to have people that are playing around with their own feelings and emotions. So old boy that was in here, he'll go online playing his own feelings and emotions and try to convince people that, like, the problem is y'all ain't thought about it my way. Why y'all ain't tried this? This is what I'm gonna be doing and everything. Like, I don't have to worry about all these things y'all talking about, without actually really wanting the responsibility of the things that people are seeking online. So the guys that you're talking about online, they're trying to find how they actually can be a responsible parent, a caring parent, a nurturing parent. And as men, I'm talking for us, to be able to do all these things, how to handle when things go haywire and things go awry that you didn't plan on. You know what I mean? He's not like riding on that, bro. So, pause. He's not like, that's not where his point is. His point was, I want to be able to kind of do what I want to do. Now, if you go to Sharon's point, people in our society, they kind of flow in and out, of different situations and stuff. Sometimes those are like, people who are bi or people who consider themselves gay. Sorry, I keep on saying
Trey wants some of this too. Go ahead, Trey.
No, hold on.
I'm sorry, my bad.
I came up here, right? I ain't even gonna lie, Detroit. I apologize because I ain't pay attention to nothing you said. I was stuck on what Josh said.
I tried, Josh. Hey, I tried, Josh.
Listen, hold on.
You were like, wait a minute.
Hold on. Did this man say he don't know what it's like to have sex with a woman? I swore I heard
No,
that.
that's not. No, I said I don't know what it's like to have sex as a woman to a woman.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
he has
right.
children.
Woo,
I have two kids.
Oh my God.
Call it like I
When
see
I
it,
heard that,
I'm
I had some questions real fast. Like,
So
hold on, wait a minute.
I'm trying to
What
understand,
was
Josh.
said?
Do you think a gay man would move in the way that he was moving?
I missed
what the guy was talking about?
I missed how he was moving and all that. Look, I came in and Sharon was talking about how niggas don't like females, and that's, you feel what I'm saying. I came in on he was already cooking. I ain't even get a chance. My brain ain't get a chance to even process anything before my man said.
Hey, Josh, just remember, 7 Huskies in the hills.
right. And he put them on camera proudly. You understand me? Like, hold on, let me show you my bitch blue eyes.
7 Huskies in the
I don't know if it
hills.
was a female dog or not,
He
but
was,
I'm just assuming.
he was leaning into like he wanted to spread his seed around everywhere. Like,
Josh,
you know what I mean? Like,
I'm trying to understand. Like, we don't know the guy, so we're not trying to say that he's gay, right? We don't know him.
Right.
No.
Hold on. What we're asking is, would a gay man move in this way where he just wanted to have some kids, he got 7 dogs, and he kind of want to stay alone? Do you think
Eda Man, for me, sometimes, like in general, when I hear this type of like really separation, disassociation type stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's what gives me the red flag, or just like seeing certain dynamics or certain, like, quote unquote God-given orders and placements, if that's what you believe in, as only utility. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna get, I advocate co-parenting. Like, I don't advocate marriage. Like, so you see women as somebody just to procreate with, but not to build with, not to share with, not to see as a friend or a companion, or a confidant, or none of that shit. No family. That's very isolating. That's the only thing that really gives me pause.
I just think
it's
it's
that type of stuff.
I just think. Hold on, let me say this. Let me finish this before you could. You about to redirect it.
hold on. I want to put it in simple terms, Eden man. I had women that are 100% gay. They don't want no parts of a man, but they wanted children and they couldn't necessarily afford to go through the whole situation of because it's very expensive because it fails the first time. Like they have enough money to do it once, but they ain't gonna have enough to do it twice and 3 times because we all know again, prego is not as easy as people, people make it seem.
Right.
It's really not that simple for real.
Right.
But we do some people, they just, it just happens it seems like it's just that easy, and we understand that. However, I know plenty of women that is 100% don't like men. They say, hey, listen, what you want to do? What are you at a boss it off before real G and give me some of that good old? Can you give me some of that? Because I see what your children look like. I see that they play instruments, they could read, they could write, they have clear, coherent sentences. Would you mind, Sharon?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, I think,
and all I'm saying is I'm comparing that same mentality to that. They just want the child. They willing to do whatever they got to do to have that child. They're like, hey, listen, I think men are disgusting, but you are just the least amount of disgusting that I could deal with, and I will allow you to do that.
I just don't understand.
Ella, you feel what I'm saying? Let me finish.
Yeah.
Sharon, I just don't understand why men. I'll let you finish.
You're probably the least disgusting out of them all. So I'm willing to allow you to give me some of that disgusting super sperm that I need because I see you have some super children. Please, can you give me some of that good?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
The super children go crazy.
Hold on, I just don't
go crazy.
But this is what I don't understand. Why would a man want to wake up in the morning and rub his penis over some booty cheeks and rub on his white dress? Like, no, this is truth, man. Why would he want to like wake up to a woman in the same bed as him? That's weird to me.
I know that smells good and
that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, so like when the dude say, "Nah, let's skip that part."
You're not gonna say she smell good. Hey, her breath stink just like mine's in the AM, but we don't care.
I bet her hair smells amazing, and that skin does too. Why you spooning? I said, I bet you her hair smells amazing in her skin. Why you spooning her from the back, right? The breath
for
is
sure better than a fucking dude. Hell yeah! What the fuck?
Smell everything else. Stop playing, dog.
That's what we said, Josh. It's weird for a man to not want to be in the bed with a woman.
I agree with that. I don't agree with co-parenting at all. It doesn't even make sense to me. But me and you have already had this discussion.
I ain't gonna lie, LA. I want to defend myself as a man. I smell good when I lay in the goddamn bed. My pillow, when I leave the bed, my wife grab my pillow because my pillow smell good. Goddamn it, she's like, "Ooh,
Negro, you ain't never gonna smell as good as a woman, man. Ain't never gonna happen.
You heard that? That's song. It's a Destiny's Child T-shirt.
All right,
all right,
LA. So that's because I smell good.
You feel what I'm saying, LA? Yeah, we love that shit. Give me your hoodies and all that.
I
rock basketball shorts.
LA, I can't keep a goddamn hoodie to myself. Goddamn.
Man, I already know.
Sometimes I buy
cologne. Put it back, baby. Make sure you
I'm
put it
single and I can't keep a goddamn hoodie.
Hey, low key, that's the sexiest thing a woman could put on too. Is my clothes too, man.
Yes, I already know.
Throw my hoodie on.
I already know.
Throw one of my jerseys on or some shit.
LA, I smell so good. They don't even want to wash my hoodie. They're like, no, I want it fresh. I want it fresh out the basket. Give me that goddamn hoodie, fresh out of the basket. And they like,
basketball shorts be so comfortable. I'm like, they gotta be clean. I'm not saying it, you know what I'm saying, straight off the body, but I'm just saying, y'all gotta
dirty. I'm talking about my dirty hoodie. They want to smell
what straight off the rack. The first time I came home and my wife had my pants on, she got pregnant. So
hey, I just got a question. Hey, you think I'm just think about it. Yeah, I don't think it's weird that he wanted to be laid up with a husky.
What?
At night? Like no, I'm saying.
Basketball shorts with a wife beater. DB, you better stop playing. Get in the bed.
But you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that I kind of have a little bit of proof of what I'm saying, that like if it's gonna be the same for that woman that said I'm the least icky person and she's willing to go ahead and do the lay down, we both go get checked out to make sure we both good and we are both able to we both swimming. She got good eggs, I got good swimmers, and she willing to do the nasty with somebody that she think is icky as a whole, as in gender wise. that shows that it is men out there as well that will possibly have that same type of mindset, that's willing to lay down with a woman because they want to have a child, but they actually do not want to actually be with a woman. Is all I am
I'll
saying.
concede to that.
Right.
Fine.
Right.
I can concede to that.
Okay.
There's a definite difference,
But
Josh.
here's the question: is that good for the child?
What to see that her is what good for the child? I'm sorry.
Having a child unnatural. Well, never mind. Because I thought about that. I'm adopted, so that doesn't work. So never mind. I concede fully.
I'm glad you realized before you even went there. I'm glad you realized that yes, somebody.
Yeah, I thought about it.
If they are in a healthy household where they are two married gay individuals, they can absolutely raise a goddamn child properly.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, right? According to Sharon, as long as you got a super child, you be all right.
I think it's, if you're in a healthy relationship, it is very beneficial to see children, for children to see their parents loving up on each other. You know what I mean? As long as it's not vulgar, you know what I mean? Like, but when you get home, like, yeah, even that little stuff that your kids giggle about, they know what it is. You know what I'm saying? It was mommy and daddy that even made me. All this activity is what made it happen. I think it's very healthy to see loving, functional, this interaction, with mother and father in front, even if it's in front of the kids, as long as it's not vulgar, keep it. But they need to know that they was made from love. You know what I'm saying? And this can happen for them. And this is what dynamics should be like. Y'all, the first teachers.
Yeah, you need a lot of that. You need a lot of that. I ain't gonna lie. If you ain't getting no ills in your life, you ain't doing something right.
Yeah, that's factual. I don't contest that at all.
Yeah. So,
So like Easy said, a female can't be a father, and a man can't be a mother. I got a question.
Right. We can try our best.
I got a question, LA.
Sure.
If male
something deep.
If male start with M,
this is a riddle.
And females start with F, why is it called mother, and why is the other one called father? Did they switch?
I think that, you talking about male and female versus mother and father. I think that the mother and father just have different implications, you know what I mean? In terms of what they provide naturally and their roles in, like I said, getting the children there. So I'm not sure where you go with that. I feel like, the male and the female part is like, that makes us human. You know what I mean? It makes us like similar, different, but similar.
Why is Coach Ferg saying some nonsense in the chat just to try to prove a point? He said, boys seeing two men fathers rub Johnson is sick and human. What makes you think that parents is doing that in front of their children?
That's what I'm saying.
Any parent, whether they straight or not, popping it off in front of their children while their children is alive and awake and know what's going on is
and to your point, there's a lot of kids who come from heterosexual two-parent households that can't even imagine their parents having sex. Who created them in the first place? You know what I'm saying? If they were to walk in on their parents doing it, they'd be freaked out too. What are you talking about?
To this day, LA, if I kiss my wife, all the kids, no matter if they old or not, they're like,
yeah, ew.
The F is Coach Ferg talking about?
Yeah, it's just one of those moments where they're trying to figure it out,
Like, what makes you think that just because they are two same-sex couples that all of a sudden they having sex in front of their children?
Yeah, society.
Who does?
Boy, that is crazy work.
Societally, we have.
Look, sir, Siobhan, you like saying that men are degenerates.
More about the music and things like that versus the actual act itself? Because I don't think any parent is doing the act itself. I understand that some parents can be a little loose with the music, the movies, and things like that. But are you talking about the actual action? Or are you talking about the exposure? What are you talking about?
So, Sean, don't you always say that men are degenerate and think with lust at the top of their mind and everything. So if you can say that, then say two men at the same time wouldn't double that. Is it outside of the realm of possibilities that it could be a thing since men think only about lust and not their kids, according to what you said?
If you want to say that is a possibility, then yeah, you could say it's a possibility. If that's the argument.
Is it more of a possibility than two women?
But to simply say that because it's a same-sex situation that they are hypersexual is nonsense. And that they are willing to do sexuality in front of children just because they are into the same sex, whether it's a male or female, is just nonsense.
Yeah, that's fair. But do you think that two men and two women have different sexuality or different types of sexual explosivity, I guess? Like their way. Do you think a household with two men versus a household with two women, the two men are more likely to be more physically active in front of their children?
No, that's just stupid.
Yeah, that's because regardless, it wouldn't. So I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, that's
because sometimes you kind of throw men under the bus. I was like, you got to understand, parents are still parents at the end of the day.
No, but
most parents care about their kids.
The problem is the men that I'm throwing under the bus, I have proof of them, and y'all still argue it.
Degeneracy.
I will show you a man that literally will put his life, his career, and his family in danger. You're like, but Sharon, you know.
But wouldn't he be in extreme circumstance?
No, not where we could keep going down the line and proving it time and time again. I give you example after example after example after example.
Especially when there's so many people, especially in this space, who'll be like, oh, I know niggas like him. Like, there's definitely more. There's definitely more.
Right. And it's just okay for us to be honest about what we're seeing. The two men can start being honest about what's happening. We are never going to get it to where the majority of men say they want to have men and women together. If that is the truth, then men need to be truthful. And the problem is men are not truthful.
I don't think anybody, well, I'm not going to say anybody. I don't think a lot of people in the single realm right now, especially in the current dating market, know how to be with another person. I think that's what the issue is.
No, men need to be truthful. That's what the issue is. We can't skate past that.
No. But it's not just limited to men. This is where me and you always seem to go back and forth. I think there are men and women who do not know how to be together. They're trying to be two unique individuals getting married.
If men were more honest, they would be able to find a woman that would be honest with them. But they are not honest with themselves. So they get into relationships lying. So they wind up dating the wrong type of woman because they are putting a facade of somebody that they are not, which they're going to attract somebody that is not suitable for them. And then therefore now we have a problem with getting good people with good people because people are trying to be something that they are not. So therefore men were being truthful from the jump. Take off that goddamn mask. Replace their goddamn lust and a degeneracy from the top of the value system and replace that with some sound doctrine. Add in some goddamn honor, some integrity, some loyalty. Then things could be moving in the right direction because now all of that they are presenting to the world, they would get that back with another human being. They will also find a woman that is representing of that instead of the lie that they are portraying to the world.
I can see it. But here's my follow-up question now. If that is true.
I can see it. I want to know why in the past 2 hours I ain't getting out at least 99 cents. That's crazy. But go ahead.
I said $10 and you haven't even put it up.
I ain't talking about nobody that supports. I'm not talking about the people that support. I'm talking about the people that just sit there, watch and say, damn, Sharon be cooking up some goddamn good old gumbo, and I'll just be sitting my black ass there complaining about the goddamn ad. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the person that's complaining about the ads ain't never sent $1. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry.
And the ads always come at the worst time. It'd be like you ask a pivotal question, and the person be like, "Well, what I thinking today on it?" We be like, "Fuck! Like, hurry up and get to the skip button so I can get back to the damn show." I swear, it comes at the worst times. It's like they be listening, dog. That shit crazy.
They definitely be listening. They definitely, but I can hit a certain button that slows it down, but I need them to speed up the super chats. I don't know, something.
No, I feel what you're saying. So just curiosity. You ain't got to give me all the juice, you know what I'm saying? But just curious, if you got more super chats, would they give less ads, or would they still give the same amount of ads? You know?
No, so I could actually ramp the ads down in the app. Yeah, you could turn it down. You could say, hey, you could turn it off if you want. I could turn it off and say I don't want no ads on my show.
See, y'all playing with Sharon. You better support the show. He can turn off them ads. He has the control. Shit. I swear I'll be doing that sometimes. I'll be like, no, I'll try to cut to the chase. Let me go to the verdict.
Damn scamming ass DB.
No, I don't like the you know, I've been supporting since day one. You know what I'm saying? As long as I've been on here, I've been supporting. But I'll just be like, damn, I hate it when the conversation gets chopped up like that. I can't stand it. Because then I gotta go back 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm behind 30 seconds. Like, it's just crazy. So
oh, man.
So I have
There's never nothing good either. The ads is never nothing good either. Too.
I'm gonna start keeping track though, so you know exactly like what type of ads are being shown on your show, because you probably have I don't know if you can tell it.
That is true. Then I can really start having conversations.
I don't know. Sometimes it be some big names like Manscaped, Intel. You know what I'm saying? It be some big names sometimes. You just never know. But this is an honest question
because I actually don't know, and so that would be good information for me to be truthful.
Okay, gotcha. But now this is an honest question. So what are because when I
hold on before you go, LA, I think you getting these ads because that is a part of your algorithm, sir.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm seeing that one. But if it fits the, you know, saying the because never mind.
I mean, I'm saying why not survival? Maybe something's fucked up.
That's what I'm saying. I keep saying, yeah.
I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna start
Detroit.
Oh, I keep seeing for Survivor, this new Survivor show that's supposed to be coming on and shit.
No, I keep saying why not survival the
reality
game.
TV. That's what's up. Yeah, next time that y'all get interrupted by a commercial, let him know who interrupted the show in the chat. You feel me? So he can know exactly what it is.
And clearly, Davey is getting interrupted by the blue pill.
God damn. All right, but no, I had an honest question for the guys because, like, when I think about conspiracy theories, it stemmed from some type of fear, right? It's more fear based than anything. Detroit, I saw what you put up on the screen. Well, it was fear, trauma, and anxiety. I think those three are, that's like pretty much like the cornerstone or like the foundation of where a lot of people who are speaking so negatively or pessimistically, that's where they come from. So I was just wondering, like, from just like modern everyday man, what do you think men are really afraid of? And like, especially when it comes to the opposite sex, because I mean, we're weaker, we're smaller, we're all these insignificant things, as y'all like to reiterate. So what are modern men afraid of? Because it has to be something. Loss.
You want to go first, Josh?
Yeah, because I had put in the chat, you know, men want a sure thing, and there's nothing sure in life. So I don't understand the delusion. You know, if women, you know, are seen as, you know, we've been wrapped up in the Disney princess type of, you know, fairy tale type of stuff. I think men, you know, when it comes to y'all want that sure thing, and that's not guaranteed. Like Sharon said, you can walk outside tomorrow, get hit by a bus. You can, you know, pay for your dream trip, and the plane goes down in flames. Like, it's not going to stop you from taking that flight. You know what I'm saying? So what is it stopping men from extending themselves in just a very this is a light way. Like, this is a way that a lot of men should be able to recover from, whether it be finances or whatever. We should be able to rebuild. So what are men really afraid of?
Is Josh going first, or I'll go, or Sharon, or me?
No, you got it, Detroit.
Loss.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
loss.
shit. Detroit, go for it. But yeah, I would go deeper into loss, honestly.
Go ahead, Josh. You good? I think we got time, right?
All right. So honestly, I think most men are, because a lot of men equate time with money, right? So it's like, I worked this long, this much is going to be taken away from me. I decided to get married and I'm losing my family. It's all based on that fear of loss. Hey, I'm afraid of losing this. I'm afraid of losing that. I'm afraid of losing my kids. I'm afraid of losing 17% of my income, which, if you break it down by hours, that's like 15 to 20 hours, right? I'm afraid of losing my home. I'm afraid of losing this and that. Most men just don't want to take that L. So it's easier not to take the risk than it is to take the L. But I think if you truly believe in what marriage and love is, it's worth it. You have to take that risk in order to get what you want.
Okay. I think the main thing, especially with modern men, is that, you know, I guess go back to the fear. It's the fear of, you know, the pain. You know, they don't know how to deal with it, and that's why it's, you know, women are able to deal with emotions way better. You know, I think more naturally, I would say, than men. And it's got to be lessons that men learn about how to deal with their emotions, because the whole thing, like we said, is, you know, that pain that we could feel. I've gone through it. That pain that you feel from whatever you plan on going with this relationship, you invested not only time, money, but emotional collateral, you know, in a person or whatever, and it doesn't work. You know, the fear of that. And if I think modern men have seen it in other men who have gone through it, never got to deal with it correctly, and now they pass it on, you know, BS to somebody else. You know, so now, you know, where does it stop? It's got to stop somewhere, right? It's got to stop where, you know, you deal with your emotions. I mean, you know, like, shit happens, you know what I mean? Like, ain't that the truth about life? It's like, you can't control what happens. You know, you can't control what happened. You could control how you, you know, follow up after that. Even in relationships, men don't. This is one thing I like focus on in my separation from my ex, was what part, because there was tons of stuff that she was doing, you know, that was ill in the relationship. Let's just say that I had to focus on what I wasn't bringing or what I could have done better in the relationship. I can't focus on what, like, she was doing or whatever. If she was doing ill things, then why am I worried about that ill energy in the first place? So dealing with things, how to, like, you know, deal with your emotions about things or whatever. Maybe having your emotions tug there a little bit, you know, where that way you actually understand that this is how low emotions can go. You know, just because we are the more physically dominant, vocally dominant of the species or whatever, doesn't mean that we handle everything that this species comes with properly. That's it.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, man. You know what I mean? Because for me, it all came down, or it comes down to what I'm gonna take from a situation. Period. Even in the argument, it take two to do that too, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it all came down to what because you know what I'm saying. When I talk about even myself, I try to talk from a very transparent place. You know what I'm saying? Like, even with me being a cheat at times and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I was blaming the next person, all of that. You know what I mean? I was insecure in ways, all of that, even though I was the person that was being that person. But regardless, we don't control what the next person does. That's between them, they God, or whatever they got to do. All I could take from the situation is what I did and take my own accountabilities out of any situation. That's all you can really do, man. That's it.
But why? I mean, but what do you think most modern men are afraid of when it comes to relationships, Uda?
Being vulnerable. I think probably being vulnerable, But at the time, but men are naturally vulnerable with women. We're naked in front of women and all of those things. So you know what I mean? So we have that vulnerability, which is natural, but I'm talking about the next layer of vulnerability. And I think that, you know what I mean, talking your true feelings, you know what I mean? You might not say that's like a big vulnerability, you know what I'm saying? But to some people, that's like a big thing, just to say how you actually really feel. Because a lot of times I wasn't saying what I was feeling, you know what I'm saying? I was lying at the time. But even at the time, even that certain ex or whatever, that voice is still ringing in my head after the fact. It rang in my head to say, you know what? In a different perspective, I was like, you know what? She was actually probably right in that little situation. You know what I'm saying? So you get to see things clear when you separate your emotion from things and you take away all of those things and you just see things for what they actually are. You know what I mean? Because it takes two to do things. You know what I'm saying? Cause, reaction, and all types of stuff. So I just think it's vulnerability. I think vulnerability is a big thing. But a lot of things is trauma. A lot of things is like that. People need therapy. People, you know what I mean? Because when you leave a relationship alone, let's say you're in a relationship for 5-10 years. When you leave that relationship, you never even get back everything that you give to that. People give themselves to relationships. You know what I'm saying? You would think that after that, a person will take a pause, maybe to take time for yourself. But a lot of times we want somebody and lonely and all of these things like that. So a lot of time we're not really unpacking our baggage. You know what I'm saying? We're not unpacking our baggage and stuff like that for real, really taking the time to deal with the things that really are hurting us for real, because that's why hurt people are really hurting people. Person got a problem with their family, or your moms as when you was younger, or your pops, or whatever it is. Maybe it's loss, maybe it's abandonment issues, because I'm here, don't want to let go of the situation, even though I know I'm cheating, even though I know I'm doing the wrong shit and all of that. I'm still trying to have my cake and still hold on to the shit, even though I know I'm not being real to it. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just selfishness, one as well. I think it's selfishness, and I think it's vulnerability, man. Some people are just scared to say the real shit that's real. You know what I mean? Just say what you feel, you know what I mean? And do the same thing. Do what you feel.
I like it. Shout
I
out to
concur with that.
my guy, David. Shout out to my guy Trey. I really appreciate that. Thank y'all so much. And shout out to the Korean noodles. And so
they know you vegan up in this book. I swear I seen 2 or 3 restaurants or food services, but they're not like meat based. I'm just like, what is going on?
And David, he just sent me something that I think I might have to try to break this down tomorrow. I'm not going to bring it up now. I think I'm going to attempt to break it down tomorrow. I got to sit back and think about this one. It is a very interesting topic, I think, something that we could all deep dive into, and I think we could enjoy that as well. So, Davey, thank you for that topic. I believe I'm going to think about it tonight. I think I'm going to be able to address that tomorrow in the AM for sure, and I think y'all going to like it. I believe so, at least. But then again, people like to go against my thoughts, so yeah, who knows? But I like it.
Salute to that. But what I would say is that if we take anything, we could take something from the 60s. I'm not going nowhere near the 60s, but I'm saying we always talk about it and we always use it as that, like our Jesus. You know what I'm saying? We talk about the 60s like Jesus. But if we could take anything, is that at the end of the day, we got to go and do this shit right now, man. So all of this other shit that we doing, you can see how people was really pushing for families. You seen that we was together when we saw each other, we seen each other. But what it really comes down to, which I see even in the hood, because maybe when I was younger, maybe it was a little bit, I don't know, but maybe when older time, like the 60s, it was more that men was able to speak to men. Like if I was slipping up or whatever, like my man came to me one day, was like, yo, bro, you slacking. Come on, bro. My man, bro. And he was cheating with me. He had a girl. And he came to me.
Like, hey, yo, that was very pausation, by the way.
No.
Crazy. You said he was cheating with me. That sounds crazy.
And told me like, bro, you wilding with your shorty, and he was in situations the same type of shit, telling me something. But I took the message. But you know what I'm saying? We don't have that being from the hood or any type of thing. I don't think that men could talk to men like that no more. I don't think we have that, and I think
they can't talk without that. They can't talk without that bravado, right? Like they gotta.
Yeah, like, you tell somebody about the shorty, they might clap you, like pause. But you know what I'm saying? They might. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just think that we can't speak to each other. It just comes to a bravado. It comes to that. And I think that when we're able to really just speak to each other, regardless, have the real conversations, whatever it is, I think that that's how it is, because steel sharpens steel. You know what I'm saying? Some people know more than others. Some men know more about relationships.
That's pause. That's pause too, by the way.
It is pausation. Pausation. But I'm gonna say some men may know more about relationships. They may know more about marriage. They may know more about this. You know what I'm saying? Because we all gonna help each other to be leaders, regardless of the fact. You know what I mean? So I just think that until we could get to that level where men can actually speak to men, we're gonna have the conversation where men is just arguing with women all goddamn day about some dumb shit.
Josh. What you gonna say, Josh? Oh, he clocking out. All right. So
yeah, no, it's clocking out.
All right.
Smitty didn't answer the question.
Ooh, okay. Go ahead, Smithilda.
Right. Smitolia.
It doesn't say Smithilda?
No, Olia. I think.
Wow.
Damn.
Well, Happy New Year.
Did I read it right?
LA, you read it right. No. Sharon know what he doing. Since you want to do that. Bro, you couldn't even say hello first or nothing. You couldn't just be like formal before you start your bullshit. Anyway, what's the question, LA?
I was wondering what modern men, like, what they're afraid, what they really are afraid of when it comes to like relationships and stuff like that.
Did you kind of the last part? Well, what they're afraid of as far as what?
Relationships.
I would say, if I was to just answer in a brief nutshell,
hey yo,
and are probably afraid of their inadequacies or what they feel might be. The fact is that most people are fearful of going into anything that they feel like they might fail at. You know, so whatever it might be in that particular category, maybe financial, maybe some emotional support, sexual, whatever it may be, 9 times out of 10, that man is probably saying, I'm not adequate on this particular level. I know women want this and I'm not able to provide it. So they could be fearful of going into it. That's just my particular view. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
Dang. So, okay. So that's a little different because most of the time they were saying, you know, afraid of being vulnerable, but Smitty's saying because they know they inadequate.
Damn.
In one way or another. And it's just like, damn, I can't finesse her as much as I need to anymore because I'm like waist deep in this quicksand. You know what I'm saying? Of a like I'm caught, like I'm attached to this girl. That's crazy. Okay, so I like to just ask those questions because, like, you know, I know the quote unquote goal is to find some common ground, right? So I figure if we can just really just get men together, see what their grievances are, see what their real fears are, like, you know, with women that they feel like they can trust, then we can share the same type of ideas and we can try to see how we can help each other. You know what I'm saying? Because awareness is everything, you know. Even when it comes to the men who are protesting and things like that, you know, they think like, and going back to the conspiracy of court, you know, that's one thing that I wish that men would do, you know, instead of complaining about women all day and the different advantages or options or choices that they have. Tell us your grievances. Tell us the inequalities that's actually going on. You know what I'm saying? And then be able and be willing to stand for that shit, whether it be on the pavement with your signs or whatever. Get legislation changed. Do something. You can't blame the feminist movement when we actually was putting our bodies on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like on the field and putting ourselves on the line to make things happen, not just for us, because we was in line, especially in the 1960s, with men. Men were right along with the second wave of feminism because that was the Vietnam War. And both men, young men and women, they didn't understand or they didn't agree with the societal pressures that were put on both men and women of what it means to be a man, means to be a woman. We were together at one point. So, you know, let us know what it is. But you got to put that fear down. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know about y'all as women, a lot of us, I'm a single mom. You know how many times it gets brought up? I got to eat that. So that means I have to be okay with that. Y'all need to be or learn to be okay. I'm okay with that.
Which part?
With being labeled as a single mother?
Nope. As in a way of not being dateable?
It's just a fact. It just is what it is. Some people will try to use it.
I guess.
Some people will
I think I know what she's saying.
I've come to terms with the good, the bad.
How you relate
whatever.
that to? How do you relate that to the dating market? You being a single mother, now relate that to the dating market.
These are, it kind of equates to people who whether they let's say, I mean, they might not see this in a certain way, but I think especially as a young man, you're kind of at a detriment if you didn't grow up with a man in your life or in the household. That's not your fault. You know what I'm saying? That's just your circumstances. You might be from a certain neighborhood. You might have to reprogram yourself, you know what I'm saying, from the place that you come from or how you've been treated, to how you are presenting yourself in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask a different question. Do you think that you being a single mother, it makes you undateable for majority of men?
No. No, not at all. But like I said, just whatever. I mean, if I was a person who was incarcerated at one point in time, I'm just saying whatever it is that you went through or that you're currently dealing with, learn to accept it, because if you accept it, then vulnerability is nothing, because it becomes facts at that point, right? It's not anything that's detrimental that you're humbling yourself, or you know what, I have to put my guard down to let you know about this intimate portion of my life. Just be okay with it. This is what happened. This is the past. We moving on. We dealing with it, and that's it. So I think that if men are mostly afraid of being vulnerable, I think there's a lot of things that men need to come to terms with in their life. That they need to learn to accept, whether it be good, bad, indifferent, but either to yourself or society. It shouldn't matter. That's the only reason why I brought the single mom, because a lot of people would see that as a bad thing. But like I said, I love my kids. Like I said, they tatted on my left and right side. They're my angels. They keep me balanced. They help me make my decisions and have, more purpose for every day. I'm not just living for myself.
Perfect. So you're saying that somebody that's trying to state the obvious and say that you're a single mother, you don't look at it as them trying to be disrespectful anymore, because it's just a truthful statement. Like, hey, yep, I am. So what?
Yeah.
So you can't hold it against me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can't hold that against me, because I'm it's part of my story, like whatever it is, right?
And so now
you can't hold me against myself, right?
Now to relate that to the relationship that men are afraid of. So if men are afraid of being vulnerable, if they were just to be open about it, then now they won't be able to use that as a tactic.
Exactly.
So now if somebody comes to me and say, Sharon, you vulnerable. I'm like, okay.
Exactly. That's just my hope. Yeah, it was just using myself as just, kind of giving a parallel. I think if more men would actually think about the things that they went through, maybe take some therapy or whatever. I mean, they have online, betterhelp.com. You know what I'm saying? You can do it over the phone. You know what I'm saying? While you drive, instead of doing panels a half an hour, just take a half an hour, and just do your therapy and talk it out. You know what I'm saying? I think if more people came to terms with the makings of them, then they wouldn't be afraid of being vulnerable anymore. It would just be a fact.
And that's what we see that happens very often, is that as soon as we start to pull out the mask and we start to see who they are, that's what oh no, I didn't say that. Do you got any proof that I actually, and what about actually? Did you see me actually and literally? And bro, we know that's because we see you realize that your mask fell off. And we see you, and then now you want to be defensive because you are afraid to be vulnerable and truthful. For me, I ain't afraid of it. I don't give a damn what they tease me about. They tease me all the time, LA. Sharon don't want his wife laughing at other people's jokes. Yup. So what? That is my vulnerability. That's my insecurity. Whatever we want to call it, I own it. That's right.
Yeah,
if we go to a goddamn Dave Chappelle show, and we wound up being backstage somehow, and he says something fun, you better go.
Damn.
LA.
You better not be all right.
You better not be dying laughing and tears and shit.
LA, you gotta think about it.
What's so funny?
You know what I'm saying? Hey, grabbing on his shoulder like, man, you so funny. Absolutely not.
So here's the issue we're running into. A lot of boys are taught vulnerability can become dangerous, because depending on where you grew up, if you were vulnerable, you got bullied, or If you didn't get bullied, you became one because that weakness became an issue. If you're vulnerable during sports, you become a weakness to the team. If you're vulnerable in the army, you become a weakness to the country. If you're vulnerable in your family and somebody finds your weakness, they can attack your family. Vulnerability is analogous with weakness to a lot of men. That's what has to get fixed. But the problem is it's hard to fix that when it's based on reality to some extent.
No,
because
get
this.
What's the reality?
What you're saying is not true. You don't know how we know it's not true.
I knew Sharon was going to contest me. Get this. There are men who have opened themselves up to women in the past, tried to put all of them out there, and then the woman that they were trying to put it all out there to dogged them. And then instead of them learning from that lesson, they're like, vulnerability caused me the worst pain I've ever been through.
I mean, don't you think that women can say the same thing?
Okay,
no, absolutely. I'm not contesting
that.
Everybody just
now what should be? So what should be? Hold on. So now, what should that man? What should be the lesson learned from that for a man?
So when that happened to me, I realized that, hey, maybe I messed up because I didn't start withholding things. Instead, I was more honest up front, easier. Because I'm like, look, this is all of me. If you can't accept me, please let me know now. If you can, move around.
Hold on. What, for most men, when they go through that experience of what you just described, are most of them going to go your route and be even more open and vulnerable?
Most go the other.
Okay, so now what should they learn from being vulnerable to the wrong person and they got shitted on by the wrong because they gave that information to the wrong person? What should be the lesson learned is what I'm asking.
They should learn to discern who they're even letting in their life. Discernment becomes an important issue. But again, the mask.
Okay, so pause there. Pause there. So this is the problem. Most men are not telling young men this. So when a young man says, "Hey, I can't be vulnerable because last time
you ain't shit,"
and I told
we had an argument. You told me you love me.
And then all I told her is that I want her to put her finger in my mouth, and now she told me I want to look at Nick, and I cried.
That's what I'm saying, Josh. Hey, Josh, that's what I'm saying. So look, there's layers to it now. We're talking about vulnerability, right? Because that's one thing. We could look at it vulnerability in the sense of what somebody else is going to do to me. But we could look at it from internal vulnerability now. Like, let's say I'm lying in all of these things, okay? I'm going to have to get over whatever it is to say, you know what? This is the real thing. I'm cheating, whatever it is now. This is a whole nother level of it. You got to say, yo, look, getting the grips with reality and really saying, yo, damn, son, I've been wrong, or I've been this, or I've been that. And it takes a vulnerability to be able to admit that, to be able to be real about something or concede to something. Even that takes a vulnerability. That's why some people can't concede to points that they see as wrong already when they made them. Because they can't even be vulnerable in that. And it's just a point. It's not even our whole lives. You see what I'm saying? So when you're able to concede in certain things, when you're able to speak, I'm talking about from a clear perspective, that could be a blockage where some people don't want to speak about the real shit. That's a vulnerability.
And I just think more men need to have conversations about being vulnerable and being vulnerable to the wrong person, how that made them feel and how they got past it. Most men do not get past being vulnerable to the wrong woman because she used it. And usually when they say they got exposed and this woman used it, they usually use it in private between them two. I told you that in confidence that I had a mommy issue. They said it in an argument when it wasn't a bunch of people around. It was just them two in a heated argument, and she used that secret formula or whatever that vulnerability was in private still. She still used it in private. She didn't use it in front of the whole family Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, it seems like sometimes, and I'm learning this, just the messenger, Sharon, sometimes is what the real problem is. It could be the absolute truth. It can, I mean, because guys, y'all are vicious to each other. Y'all are so fucking mean. Like, I swear to God, I've spent so many years as a bartender, and there might be a guy that needs some comfort, and he getting sloshed at the bar because he done, got his heart broken or whatever. He be like, oh, stop acting like a pussy, and hit him, punch him on the arm. Like, y'all are horrible to each other. So I get it. Huh?
LA, he'd be like, you know, LA, I just wish I met a woman like you a lot sooner.
And I'd be like, let me get you some garlic bread or some chicken wings to soak up that liquor, baby. Like, where's your friends at? But when the friends come, they're worse. Like I said, so it's like, I think it's like a, I don't know, the sisterhood gets made fun of because we can empathize. We can put ourselves in certain women's place, you know, depending on what the situation is, because we understand the struggle, right? But
nurture. Y'all can nurture.
Yeah, but for y'all guys, though, like it's just like that's just not the thing.
Hey, LA,
that's
when you got those men crying at your bar, crying of alcohol, do they say my father told me to be vulnerable and it backfired on me? Is that what they say? Or they tell you about how they suppress all of these goddamn feelings that they daddy told them to suppress? And now that they are grown and they realize that shit doesn't work, that all this goddamn stoicism and emotional stoicism that these men, especially these old ass men, be trying to portray like it's all good, right? And it's really detrimental to our goddamn relationship, because no woman really want to be with a man that shows emotional stoicism. She want to know that she doesn't have a robot, and these men are teaching young men how to be robots, which is not good for any man at all.
And next thing you know, you Denzel Washington's on fences, you know what I'm saying, going to fuck off in the backyard, talking about I ain't got to, God damn it. Like what? Like that's just, I don't know. That really, I mean, I can, and some from a guy's point of view, and maybe we should review that scene one day, because like that message from a father to his son was kind of crazy, but I'm not a guy, so I don't know.
Maybe if Coach Ferg wasn't afraid to hit the panel, he could actually explain what he means by a father's point of view. I don't know why he's such afraid to have a conversation. He has some thoughts. It's okay. Hit the link so you could clarify it a little bit more. From
talking about you, or like
from a father's point of view, I think a father should not tell his son to be emotionally stoic towards his wife and his family. I think that is very bad advice. And that is from a father's point of view.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And so I do not believe that majority of women are going around and telling their sons, you need to go ahead and be vulnerable. I don't believe that is a case that is happening in majority sense at all.
Right. Yeah, I mean, especially a lot of mothers who have sons love their sons fiercely. You understand? They don't matter what their sons do sometimes. They're going to stick up for them, even if they're wrong. So, no, like teaching them to be vulnerable to just any woman that they just date or whatever is not what's being taught. It's not.
Like it's just nonsense when you hear these men say these things. It's just not logical. Most of the time, the mothers are saying like, "Hey, baby, you need to come to me." You don't tell no woman no shit like that. That's what mamas usually say.
Yeah, going from the hood though, man. You talk to
right.
Especially maybe that's just where we from, Uda. Maybe that's what it is, right? Because I know my mom is saying, hey, you don't tell that hoe no shit like that.
I don't think, bro. Especially growing up in the hood, bro. You talk to fuck, not to really love, bro. It's great.
And it is okay for us to be honest about that as well, right? Is that mothers are not teaching their sons to be vulnerable to women. Like, come on, let's be for real.
And honestly, it really, with the parents, it still depends on how those parents grew up. Because I can see the phenomenon where male or female, if you didn't have the opposite sex in your house for whatever reason, whatever was told about that opposite sex could influence how you raise the opposite sex when you have them. You know what I mean? So however whatever went on with if you were raised by your dad as a boy, whatever went on with your mom and your dad, hearing it from your dad's point of view, maybe it might steer you a certain way where you raise women a certain way. So now that you have a daughter, maybe you don't even know how to speak to that daughter the way that you actually should, because you just didn't learn it, and vice versa for, you could play the chess pieces however many ways it can go, but the main thing is, how do you deal with it? How do you like admit that it's going on this way, and that you don't want that to be the next generation. That, I guess, that's how do we get past the trauma and get to a solution of, like, how do we actually get to where we need to be?
Damn, I want to say my condolences
Yeah.
go out to Black Beauty.
I'm sorry, Black
I'm sorry
Beauty.
to hear that, and I'm sorry to hear that the father wasn't around to understand what communicate to his sons a little bit more.
My
And
condolences.
it's the thing that it needs to be spoken about a little bit more, and a lot of young men get forgetting about, because a lot of men that's older, they believe in this idea that they grew up so much tougher. Like, the reason why these young men can't do such and such because shut up. Back in your days, guess what? Y'all was the biggest goddamn pussyfooting men ever to exist.
Sharon, I wanted to just
They lost a woman at a high rate. Like, let's be for real. This whole idea of romanticizing what they did versus what these kids is doing is insane to me, and it's just not a true statement. Go ahead, Ellie. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to recommend something to you because I was you never listen to something and you're like, your mouth is open and you know what I mean? Like, you're reacting to it just like, whoa. Like, if you ever Tasha K did a interview with Kiki Wyatt's most recent, I guess, ex-husband. She got a few of them. But man, he was telling his story about the way that his father used to discipline him. It broke my heart. It broke my heart. Like, I don't know why, like, our community, and I'm not sure if this is just men across the board and other, races or, ethnicities or whatever, but it just seems like in our group, we just think that all of us are just so inherently bad. You know what I'm saying? That we just need to have such extreme measures put on us, and the compassion, the love, the empathy, all that stuff, that doesn't matter. We need discipline. We need belt to ass. Like, that shit be, I don't know. It just be, it makes me upset because we know that these kids are intelligent. We can talk to them, especially if we've been doing this since they've been young. They will figure out what we're saying. We can use the same vocabulary that we use with each other, and these kids will pick it up. And they watch how we move. We don't put our hands on our kids, but I suggest you look at that. That was a very heartbreaking situation. Like, for him, I couldn't even imagine being a kid and having to deal with the type of discipline that his father was giving out. It was crazy.
And again, I want to say my condolences to Black Beauty Gaming. And I don't think this is the proper time for anybody to try to use this as an example to push out any kind of political rhetoric. It's not the time for that at all. It's actually very disrespectful to bring up something like that at this very moment. And this is that's a part of that emotional intelligence that we were talking about earlier. Reading the room, understanding when to say something, when not to. And when people could weaponize the truth, like, all those things is what we was talking about today. And somebody just attempted to use a truthful thing, a tragedy, as a way as trying to prove a point. It's not the right time. Have some goddamn discernment of what you are saying, what you're doing. This is what needs to be taught to young men, because young men are not understanding discernment. They're not understanding how to read a room. They're just saying things blatantly without any rhyme or reason, or believing that there's consequences to what they're saying. Even though they know what they're doing is wrong, they wouldn't even say sorry. You know what? I did choose the wrong moment. Just be a man and say, damn, my bad, and my condolences. It's that simple.
I'm sorry about that.
That's an unfortunate situation.
I don't know. I have great nephews, brothers, and lots of men in my life, and I'm always here for them. You know what I mean? Like, I try to let them know that as much as possible, because you can't hold all that. You can't hold all that inside of you. You know what I mean? It's going to be
And I'm
detrimental,
scared.
even if you try
I'm
to be
scared that
stoic.
these
Oh, even if you try to be
Sherrod,
stoic, or even try to tell my mom, you know what I'm saying? Because she comes from that same type of generation, and she's a woman, but she's been through a lot too, and kind of, she doesn't react in the same ways that I think that she would, but I've told her, like that whole energy thing, like it doesn't die, it just transfers, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you have things that are inside of you. You need to find somebody, or even a place. And a lot of guys will probably find this very, very corny or whatever. If you like nature, go find a nice quiet and just yell that shit out. Go hit your punching bag. Go to one of those destruct rooms where you can bust TVs and washing machines with bats. Get that energy out. Okay, if you don't have anybody to talk to, but you need to get, you need to do something with that. But I hope that you can find somebody that you can talk to, man, because it's really, really needed. And if somebody trusts you with
Sorry, my son
information,
called.
hold it. Don't give it away. Okay.
but Sharon, I'm so scared that a woman gonna divorce me that I don't got, that I never seen. This imaginary woman gonna leave me before she got with me, even though I never met the woman before. But based on statistics, she gotta leave me, Sharon. Sharon, based on the numbers, even though I ain't never been with a woman before, she gonna leave me, because that what happened to all the red pill, manosphere, rim bros get left. So that means that I'm gonna get left, Sharon. You don't understand me, Sharon.
Thank you,
You ain't shit.
and thank you for bringing it back around. I appreciate that, Eve, because we was having a trouble. Me and LA is having a difficult time bringing it back around. Thank you for that, Eve Man Williams. Appreciate that.
But she gonna leave me, Sharon, because based on the statistical data of the traditional cyclical, it means that I'm gonna get left. There's no way I can be a winner. I can't align with the 50% of men that win, Sharon. That's unlikely, Sharon.
Did Ida, how do you fix that?
Stop
All right,
being
so
losers. That's what like. I've never
okay,
said
hold on, Eda Man, read this and tell me, does this make sense? Over the
over the
past, okay, you got it, E. I want to know.
over the past 25 years, I have seen very few black men 45 and under in school to teach young men about being better. Chicago have plenty of opportunities. The lie detector detected, that's a lie. That's what I said. We gotta stop. When the thing is, I bet you he ain't been
Thank
to
you.
no school in 25 years. Like when I'm hearing these men talk, I'm
He
like,
works in the school, by the way. I don't know what state, but he works in school. I think
but
he's a female basketball coach.
and that's what I'm saying. When I go to my daughter's schools, my older
Oh,
daughter's school, guess what? When I go, their science teacher is a man. The PE teacher is a man. Like this idea that men are not teaching in the school. Now we understand that it's dominated by women, but it's also they got a male principal.
Right.
No, but
Vice
what I'm
principal.
saying, Peter, man, I believe he coaches a girls' team. And he's in the school every day. Why the hell he's not coaching the men's team so he could go ahead and find more men to come down to speak to his young men? He's on the YouTube daily, and he could find men that could come down to his school and even possibly get paid to come down to his school and speak to young men. He has all the opportunity to bring and say, hey, man, if I could present something to the school to get you paid to talk to a bunch of young men, he could make that happen, literally.
is he a high
He
school
can make
coach?
that happen. It doesn't matter
I'm not sure.
what
Is he?
grade it is.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
All I'm saying is that, like,
I'm not
I
sure.
should not be able to be the one that give you a goddamn easy solution. I didn't even put my name in it. However, if you are a coach, then you need to be coaching young men, and then you need to be finding other suitable young men that could possibly relate to young men, and that's going to be able to convey that message. This is simple mathematics. It's
I was
very
gonna say
simple.
if he's a coach, then he has the time a lot of times in the school, and he has the cachet with the kids usually to be the leader that he's complaining is not available.
Right,
Yeah,
because
that's what I would think. That's why I was.
What the crazy part is that he will argue with me tooth and nail, saying that I'm saying something false, and then turn back around and say most men are not in the schools in urban communities. But when I say it is a goddamn problem, it is a weird situation. I don't
But
understand it in the life of me.
the funny part about it, he's the man in the school. If them kids ain't get what they need, that means he ain't doing his job.
He ain't doing his.
Damn.
Boy.
Hey, I'm a child
And
of an educator. If he want to come on, we can talk.
I would love for Coach to really explain, because maybe I'm just not getting the full statements of what he's saying, because sometimes in text you miss a lot of things. However, if you are not,
it don't sound right.
You're not able to convey your message properly, do not blame the other person. Call them weak because you cannot convey your message properly.
Hey, Sharon, I got a question for you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Good day, sir.
The dog man.
I just wanted to get clarity on something. What is your political affiliation? Are you a conservative, liberal, progressive? What are you?
I'm none of those things. I vote for what's whatever candidate has my best interests at the moment.
Okay, so you would say you're an independent.
That would be the best word to describe it. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, because I'm an independent as well. The reason why I asked that is because I didn't know, based on the responses that I was getting from your panel, I didn't know if I was talking to conservative / MAGA, because I presented the co-parent argument to them as well, and I got kind of the same similar pushback. So that's why I wanted to clear that up, because I didn't understand.
That means that it don't matter
nobody
what
like
affiliate. Hold on. I got you. Listen, it don't matter what politician or affiliation, you was wrong in all platforms.
Absolutely.
I'll be honest with y'all. I've gotten pushback from conservatives. I've gotten pushback from MAGA. I've gotten pushback from the manosphere. I got ran out the red pill. They ran me out of there. So I've gotten pushback from everybody. So now I'm getting pushback from independents. So I just find that very interesting. That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to ask.
Wait, so you got pushback from the wait, you
Of course, you got pushback from conservatives.
Look,
nobody, from the manosphere.
Joshua, he's saying that nobody heard his rhetoric and said, you know what, that's a good idea.
That's true.
That's what it sounds like.
It sounds crazy.
I can't get anyone.
That nobody,
but we're not always,
especially conservatives.
That's okay.
I think that's the most interesting thing is that I'm not mad at y'all for having your position. I just find it it's very interesting that I found the one thing that all these people agree on. They all don't like the idea of co-parenting. I think that's fascinating. That's pretty cool.
No, I don't have a problem.
But the question is why? Wait, the question is
so what did you learn today?
Hold on. That is not the argument. You
not true.
The argument. So the argument is that we don't believe that people should go out there and purposely create single parent households and have to co-parents. That's what we are all in agreement of.
Right.
Well, I don't advocate for single mothers, so I'm not sure if we have the same agreement on what co-parenting is defined. So that might be the problem.
Okay, so now what's your
definition of co-parenting? How does that not create single mothers?
I told you he ain't had no job, Sharon. He didn't really have to go nowhere.
Slow down, y'all. What is your idea? What is the definition of a single mother?
A single mother, by definition, according to my interpretation and my education, is a woman who had a child with a man and she gets no parental investment from the biological father. She gets none. She gets no money. She gets no help with raising the child. The child father is completely absent from the child's life in all matters. That's a single mother to me.
No, that is an absentee.
What do they file on their taxes?
Hold on, that's an absentee.
That means we don't have a single mama problem in America.
Hold on.
Well, they filing their taxes. I thought that was a single or not.
Hold on. He's serious, y'all. Hold on. So no, that is called the absentee father, is what you just described. That have nothing.
What is your definition of a single mother?
A woman that is having a child out of wedlock. She has the main custody of her child.
And is the father around helping her take care of the child?
He can be, yes.
And so if the father is helping, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying a single mother is a woman who is not married and she has a child just by that alone. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. I get it. So you're going by that legal definition of a single mother, and that is true. You are correct with that. I'm also looking at the parental investment aspect of being a single mother. So I will say that. So you are correct, but I look at a single mother as a woman who gets no parental investment from the child. The father is nowhere near in the child's life, whether she's married or not. That's my position on it.
We need to be clear. Let me say this, Sharon, just a second.
He's not the only person that actually have that understanding of a single mother. So and then that is fine, and that's why we do have to have these discussions sometimes and have it in a serious sense. Go ahead, Eden Man.
Yeah, she is still a single mama if you send in $22 a month.
Right.
Let's be clear. Like we got just because you contribute something financial, that doesn't make her not a single mother anymore.
Right.
Well, that validates Sharon's argument, because if you send $22 a month or $10 million a month, she would still be a single mother based on Sharon's definition. So you're technically
by
correct.
literal definition. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So with that said, what about the child now?
I guess you could say, based on what Sharon's definition and my interpretation, I don't advocate for women having no parental investment from the biological father. I do not support that. So whether that's called single mother or I don't know what would you call that. I don't know what would you call it, but I don't support that. I support co-parenting. If you laid down and made the child, you need to get up and take care of it. That's what I support.
Right. And so the issue
that
you have is that there's no other word for it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't have a word for it. That's good, Sharon. Shout out to you. That's a good point. I don't have a word for it. So I just say I support co-parenting, but I don't support single mothers in the sense of not getting parental investment. I see what you. That's a good point, man. Shout out to you.
No doubt. Go ahead, Joshua. You wanted to ask a question?
I just want to know what Alpha's definition of co-parenting is then, because clearly what he's saying is still single motherhood at the end of the day. So I'm a little confused.
We just I don't know if he could hear it, but we just did that, brother. Sharon, can you explain what we just defined?
Yeah, I got you. So he just got through it. He's saying by definition, there's no other word, and that's why he's attempting to use co-parenting, and that's why it's missing the mark. So he got to come up with a whole different terminology to make it make sense to people. But as long as he used those terminologies of co-parenting and single mother, he's going to always have this disconnect because people associate those words with something already. Because you could still be a co-parent while within a goddamn marriage.
I got the term for him. I got it.
But
I got the term.
The difference. It is a difference. So co-parenting, you have to have some form of custody, not just financial.
All right, not just financial.
I got the term. He wants to be a poly parent. So
Sharon,
do you want to be a poly parent?
And ask this question because you're the first person I've talked to out of the manosphere. I've talked to the manosphere. I've talked to the black manosphere. I've talked to the Redfield. I've talked to the Catholic space. There's this some called Orthodox Catholic space on YouTube. I've talked to them, conservatives, and you're the first person, believe it or not, to actually kind of identify one of the problems that I need to work out, because I don't have a label for that. And I do see how people can say that the woman is still a single mother. So I'll give you that one. Shout out to you, brother. That's pretty good. But I advocate for men taking care of their children, regardless if they're married to the woman or not. So that's why I say co-parenting. That's what I advocate for.
Yeah, and shout out to that. And so I think the main problem is that most people do not have life experience, and so that's why they cannot argue besides a talking point. So I'm glad that we finally got to a understanding why you was getting so much pushback, and hopefully you'll change.
Oh, it's not. I didn't take nothing to it, Sharon. I didn't let the ad hominems of your homosexual closet or your no good Pookie. I've heard it all. Thug. I've been called everything. I've been called Chad, Tyrone, all kinds of stuff. So that don't bother me. I'm actually looking for answers to this problem because the reality is it's a major problem in this country, and we got to have these conversations. So my add to the problem is starting with a question: is co-parenting a viable option based on what I perceive it as, and I think it is. Now, whether you disagree with that, that's fine. If you want to go down the roads of ad hominems and attacking me with personal, I don't care about that, man. I'm too old for that shit. I'm too intellectual for that shit. That doesn't bother me. But shout out to you, Sharon. I think we finally kind of got somewhere. I think we got a breakthrough that what I'm advocating for doesn't have a name other than saying co-parenting. That's all I have.
It does have a name.
It definitely does.
Alpha. It has a name. What you're talking about, the way you conveyed it to us, is called a polyfamily or polyparenting. That's what it is. Where
I've never heard that. I have never heard that title. Can you explain it?
Because he just made it up. He just made it up.
I didn't make this up. Here, I got you here.
He talking about them spiritual marriages. That's what he really talking about, the spiritual marriages. You know, dudes like, we gonna get married, but we ain't gonna be with the court. That's what he talking about.
Because you want to, well, no, he talked about, you want to, are you polyamorous right now?
No,
I don't participate in polyamory.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm just asking these questions. So, because what you were talking about was, you know, earlier when you left out, you said you kind of want to have your seeds all over the place a little bit. If I'm mistaken, you know, correct me there too.
Yes, that is true. I do want a family with multiple women. Yes, I do.
But you want to co-parent with these women in the definition of what you thought co-parenting was, correct?
Yes, I want to take care of all the children I have with multiple women. Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's a polyfamily. That's a polyamorous family.
I think I see what's going on. I see what's going on.
No, that's listen.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think we're having we're having a confusion of semantics. Basically, what I would prefer is I would prefer to have multiple women that I have a relationship with. They would be monogamous with me, but I would not be monogamous with them. Now, if that's poly to you,
that's
your interpretation of it.
It's delusional.
Then so be it.
That's called poly with rules.
I just deal in definitions. I don't deal in miracles or whatever you wishing is happening.
He literally just described poly by definition.
Hold on. Right.
Okay, then fair enough.
Alpha, you literally just described it. Polyparent. Only difference is that you don't want the woman to be able to go ahead and explore other men.
Yes, that's it.
And that's a fine rule, whatever. If you can find a woman that's willing to do that, but that's what you're talking about. You are not talking about co-parenting. You are talking about having a poly relationship with multiple women, and you're the only man. You are the king of this so-called poly castle. That's what you're talking
about. Outstanding.
So you need to go ahead and find women that.
So now you know the room to go to.
Right. You need to go.
Don't go to conservatives and liberals, man. Go to the poly rooms, man. They got you.
Well, I presented the argument to multiple people to get constructive feedback. And if you notice, I gave Sharon credit today. He added something that I didn't even think about. So that's why I presented to the manosphere, who ran me off, by the way. Red Pill ran me off. The Catholic Spirit ran me off. The conservatives ran me off. So I appreciate y'all taking the time to hear my side of how I want to engage in relationships and procreation. So I appreciate that. But I call it co-parenting.
Alpha, the
but
crazy
y'all
thing
have another name for it, and that's okay.
Alpha, and the crazy thing about it, you missed it, but it was a woman up here that lives a poly lifestyle. She was up here having a conversation with us. She was up here while you was up here as well. So it is a place for it. You're just gonna have to find some poly women that's willing to just be with one man. And good luck with that.
You say she's living a poly lifestyle. Does she have multiple baby fathers, or is she exclusive to one man?
She has
He wants those digits.
She has.
I'm sorry, I'll just play. I don't believe now.
She has.
I'm trying to get clarity, please. Can y'all? I'm trying to get clarity. He says she's poly? Does she have multiple baby daddies, or is she exclusive to one man? That's what I'm asking.
She has multiple men.
Okay, so she's polyandrous.
Right. She has multiple men.
All right. Well, I would consider what I'm doing polygamous, sort of polygamous, but not without the marriage.
Correct. Right.
Yeah, that's what
I'm saying is that,
that's it.
that she runs around in a circle of all those different type of poly situations, because it's a bunch of different poly situations. It ain't just one version of poly. And all I'm saying is that she is somebody that's in that family, that community of different multiple styles of family, not just one type.
If that's her choice, I wouldn't do it. I mean, some men want to do that with one. If 4 men want to have babies with one woman, basically, or something like that, that's their choice. I wouldn't support it for myself. I want to have multiple baby mothers, and I be the one father, and they're all exclusive to me. Whatever you call that, you can call it, but that's what I want. So it is what it is.
Why you couldn't find somebody to help you pursue this poly lifestyle?
I couldn't hear the first part. You were cutting out. Say it again.
I said, within the 40 years of living, why has it been so difficult for you to find somebody that wants to live this poly lifestyle with you?
Well, I spent 21 years in the U.S. Army and Air Force. So that's one reason why I have not been, quote unquote, pursuing this so-called lifestyle, as y'all title it.
Mm-hmm. And so would you live in an unpopulated area?
No, when I was in the military, I found out the hard way that Uncle Sam does not agree with marriages. You have to be in there to understand. I didn't want to put my family through that. So that's why I chose not to get married. And that was probably one of the best decisions I ever made while I was serving in the military.
That's fine. But now that you are, how long have you been out of the military?
About 4 years.
Okay, within the past 4 years, why you haven't found these multiple women that's willing to create this lifestyle with you? What's stopping you?
I'm still pursuing them. I got 2 lined up. I need about 1 more.
I thought that the military members got incentives for being married.
No, he's talking about the marriage. He talking about the marriage that he want though. He talking about with multiple women and having.
Yes, he didn't even start with one yet. You got to start with at least one, bruh. Like
the polygamy is illegal in America. It's illegal.
Right, we understand. So that's what he was trying to say.
And so is bigamy.
So
bigamy. Yeah, it's called bigamy. Yeah. So, but being a baby daddy to multiple women is not illegal.
Right. So, and that's why he's promoting what he could promote, because you could just have children with anybody. And the reason why
and take care of them and take care of my children. By the way, I can do that too.
He a baby daddy right now already. The multiple kids, babies right now. You got 7 huskies.
I don't consider my dogs human, but if you want to say that, that's your choice. But they're dogs. They're 7 Siberian Huskies.
Hey, shout out to you. You've been, shout out to your service. We appreciate your service. 21 years. That's a long time.
For sure.
Do you want to tell us, are you a 6-figure individual or you make less than 6 figures a year?
Well, I'm beyond 6 figures. So I don't have to work for the rest of my life. So while I no offense to nobody on this panel, but I didn't get a chance to do all the things that y'all might have done. I joined the military when I was 16. Mm-hmm. And I come from a military family. My father was in the military. My 4 brothers was in the military. My sister was even in the military. So I didn't get a chance to do most of the stuff that most of y'all experienced. I didn't get a chance to go MTV Wild and all that stuff. I was jumping out of airplanes when I was 19 years old, running 55 miles a week. Okay, I've been shot 2 times.
So
I've had 3 operations on my head. My skull was cracked, such things like that. So basically, I paid my dues. I did my time. And Uncle Sam and the U.S. government has rewarded me for that very well. So I don't have to work for the rest of my life. So
but
it is what it is.
So, but I'm saying just because you have full benefits and you don't have to work for the rest of your life doesn't mean that
I earned. But go ahead. Right.
Well, I'm saying that doesn't mean that you are earning 6 figures a year.
I'm beyond 6 figures a year, sir.
Okay, I'm just.
You're 7 figures.
Fine. No, you're just saying that.
I will not. I will not divulge my income online, sir.
He said he good, Josh. Okay.
That's what he's
right.
saying, right? So
I'll just say this, and no offense to anybody. I'm 40 years old, and I wake up when I want. Everybody around me have to go to work.
That's awesome. Can you send me a 99? Can you send me a 99-cent super chat? I haven't got a super chat all day. Can you spread the wealth, sir?
As soon as I get out this, I will send you $5. How about that? Is that cool?
I appreciate you, Alpha. No doubt. But so hey, you got a huge hill to climb to find the proper community that is for you. Good luck with that.
Not really. Out here in Southern California, it's very possible. That's why I moved out here, because in New Orleans, I was in Atlanta. That's where I retired out of, Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out to ATL. ATL is wild. I don't know where y'all from. ATL is getting wild out there. But out here, it's no big deal. I know people who are in, I know all kinds of people in all kinds of relationships. I mean, my next door neighbor is transgender, and I don't bother them. They don't bother me. So I'm not in the rainbow community, but that's what they do. And that's basically what it is. My point is that I don't think we have a one-size-fits-all for everybody in our current society. I just don't see it. I think at the end of the day, you need to do what you want to do that best suits and fit your outcomes and what you want. My only problem is that it just seems like, I'm not saying it is, but it seems like everybody wants to talk about the institution of marriage, but they don't want to educate people about what can happen if the marriage goes bad, quote unquote divorce. I don't want anyone to get a divorce. I don't like that. I don't want anyone ever to experience a divorce. I want to make that clear. And I don't believe every man should not pursue marriage if that's what he wants. But if you're going to talk about marriage and you're going to talk about dating and mating, you have to talk about divorce. It's impossible not to talk about that. Not to wish it, not to skew it, hope it, wish it happened, but you need to educate people. And I'm just tired of people angered about that.
So what should we talk about divorce? What context should we talk about divorce? I'm confused.
I think what people should do is lay it all out for people. Lay out what it means to be married.
So what is it? No, you're not talking about marriage. You're talking about divorce. You're talking about the breakup of a marriage. So now, what about divorce is bad and that you are having some nervousness about divorce? What is this that you want to talk about divorce?
Well, that's a good question. One of the realities of divorce is that there's something called no-fault divorce. Have you ever heard that?
Right. That's in it. That's in your state. Mm-hmm.
Yes, in California, and that's a good point. Shout out to you. I don't know. You need to find out in your state if you have something called no-fault divorce. In Louisiana, they have something called a covenant marriage. It is in law, covenant. I just found that out. So you need to find out what kind of marriage that they're doing in your state, because each state has different forms of marriage and different forms of divorce.
You still haven't pointed out what is the negative about divorce.
I'm getting into that. So no fault divorce.
That money. That's what the divorce.
I'm gonna no fault divorce. Whenever you're in a no fault divorce situation, a person cannot be held accountable. Right? It has no bearing on division of assets, what they did to resolve the marriage. Meaning, if one person cheats on another person, which is awful, and then they want to get a divorce, that incident of cheating is not a bearing factor on how to resolve the marriage. That's a no-fault divorce. It has no bearing on division of assets or anything like that. And we already know it has no bearing on child custody. So we don't need to talk about that.
So, all right. So I'm trying to understand what is the bad in divorce? I need to have an understanding. What are you trying to protect people? What is the bad in divorce? Because cheating, we all know that is a term. We know cheating is a term for is something that most people can understand getting divorced, even in the Bible sense. So again, what is the issue with divorce? Please.
My issue with divorce and specifically no fault divorce. My issue with that is that, in my interpretation, it gives the person who did not honor the divorce, whether it's man or woman, it basically gives them an incentive and literally a payout regardless of what they did. I don't think that's justice. I don't find that to be justice, in my opinion. You should
so
not.
I get married to LA. I cheat on LA. And LA is the breadwinner. I could cheat on LA and I could divorce LA and I could still get money even though it was my fault the marriage is broken up is your issue.
Yeah, I don't find that to be. That actually happened to Mary J. Blige, and I think it happened to Halle Berry. I don't think that's
hold on. I just want to be clear. That is
Mary
your
J.
issue
Blige in
with,
Dallas?
Hold on. That is your issue with divorce, correct?
My issue with no fault divorce specifically.
Okay, so
yes.
All right. So now so pretty much you're saying don't get married in LA. That's fine. So again, the rest of the people in the world that have places where you literally could get sued for cheating. Atlanta, the place that you came from, if you get caught cheating in Atlanta, you could literally sue the goddamn the person that joined into your relationship, literally. So again, I need you to give me, not by state, but by in a general sense, what is your issue with divorce so we can actually attack a specific problem.
Okay, fair enough. Generally speaking, and I'm not a religious person. I don't have a religion, but I believe in God. But I don't believe in the whole process. I don't believe in divorce. I don't. I don't think it doesn't make any sense to me in my opinion. It does not. I understand why people want to do it, but based on what I've read from multiple religions, I don't believe in divorce. I think it's irrelevant.
You said it 3 times. Okay, pause. Josh, do you see why we gotta let people substantiate their own argument?
Yes.
Okay, so now I don't need people questioning me and saying that I'm trying to do something to somebody. I need to understand their full thoughts so this way we can have the proper conversation, because this man is not having a conversation about how bad divorce is at all. You're not.
Alpha, have you been married before?
Finances.
Alpha, have you been married before?
No, I've never been married. I never will get married, but go ahead.
And so, but Josh, that's what you put into the conversation instead of using what he's actually bringing to the conversation. He just has a fear of divorce, but he don't have no actual substantiation besides his state on why divorce is something he should be scared of.
Right.
I disagree with the word fear. I disagree with the word fear. I'm looking at reality, and I don't think it's justice if one person, man or woman, has been done wrong in that marriage, and then they should still be able to that not be a bearing on the divorce in terms of divisions and assets and things like that. I just don't think that's justice.
That's fair for living with.
How is that not financial?
But that's fair. That's fair for living in the state that you live in, and then I would just suggest you don't get. Well, that's just a dangerous state to get married in. So we all will be in agreement about
it's fear.
Well, my question is this: from what I know, I don't know this exactly. Maybe you can Google this, Sharon. All right. From what I know, most states now follow the no fault divorce rule. Am I right or wrong on that?
Nope. 23 states.
Do you know what the no fault divorce really means, though?
Please, thank you. Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so all right, so go ahead.
Tell me first.
LA Project, what do no fault divorce mean? Does he have it wrong? Number one, does he have it wrong?
I want to hear his
He just said it. He said meaning that somebody could cheat. So if me and you are married, LA, I could cheat on you and still divorce you and get half of your money. That's what his idea of no default is.
No.
Okay,
no.
So is he wrong about that?
I would say yes.
What is it?
I mean, there's things that sometimes people don't want to even say, verbalize, put on the record. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the discrepancies or the reasons why. So they call them irreconcilable differences. If you can, you cannot get along, you can't figure it out, you can't. But sometimes the person doesn't want to. They don't want to report what happened. They don't want it to be put on the record. You know what I'm saying? They just want, like I said, for it to be over, separated, go on with their life, whatever. It's not going to work out. It could be extreme things. And, we can talk about the DV. We could talk about, cheating and, infidelity, stuff like that. But we could also talk about, really toxic behavior that people do not want to put on the record. Like, how long did it take? And I know, sorry, Uda, how long did it take Cassie to say what happened to her? You know what I'm saying? Some people are really afraid of retaliation and being basically threatened with starting completely over, even if they've had children, even if they've sacrificed their earning potentials for the sake of the family. There's lots of different reasons for no fault divorce. If you cannot mediate, like we were talking about earlier, you can't work it out.
And also, still at the end of the day, you can still get a prenuptial agreement if that's what you're scared of.
Exactly.
In California.
Sharon, can you
Especially if
Google
you
the
came in with
definition of no
assets.
fault divorce? Can you do that and read it off to us?
I can,
I
but I
did it
don't
right
have to.
now and
No
I'll put
fault.
it in the chat.
It's okay.
I'm pretty sure it's an umbrella term.
No fault divorce means that the other person do not have to prove the reason why they are getting divorced from you. They don't need no reason.
Excellent. Exactly. That's
Okay,
it. So
that's
essentially, all the
what it
things
does
she
is
stated
a spoken
is
reason.
true.
So what
all
what
the
it
things
what
she
it does
stated
is
is true,
what it right,
but it
but what
has
it
no
does
bearing
is gives
on
you
the
less.
divorce.
But what they realize that it gives you less conflict. Instead of saying, "Hey, I'm divorcing you because of this, and this is the reason why," they could just simply say, "Hey, this shit ain't working out no more. I love you, but I love you enough to leave you alone, and I want a divorce," and you just go your ways.
Yes.
That's why they.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's the real reason why it was designed that way. Because before you need to blame somebody to get divorced. Now you don't have to blame somebody.
Yes.
We
Yes.
grew
That's it.
apart,
No fault
right? How many
divorce.
times have we
Yes.
heard that one?
Okay, so that's what it really means. But you try to make it as a premise that somebody is cheating and all these other things.
No.
But no, that was
If
the
it came
premise.
off like that,
What
I
I'm saying is
apologize. I'm simply saying that
you don't have to
with
apologize.
with no fault divorce,
I'm just going by
it
what
doesn't
argument.
matter.
Hold on. I'm just going by the argument that you presented. That is it. So majority of people that is having no fault divorce are not rich millionaires. So this whole idea that so many men are comparing their lives to these wealthy men that are losing half of their wealth because they got married is just a fallacy and is another conspiracy theory about relationships. Majority of people, they just go their separate ways. They came in with nothing and they leave with nothing. And the people that do have to split something is because they created that thing together. So if you create a goddamn business together, if me and Uda build something together, and he says, I don't want to do this anymore. Me and Uda are going to have to split whatever we created. That is just life, my brother.
Let me just say this, and let me say this. All right, because you made a very interesting point. Let me say this. I don't believe that anybody divorced is worse or better than anyone else. Pain and hurt and emotional trauma is subjective to the person. I would never say that their divorce is worser because they losing more money than a man who has less
I didn't
money.
hear that word. I didn't hear that word. What you said, I didn't hear you. It said some divorces are which than others.
I am saying that divorce, in my opinion, is equal pain, regardless of how much money a man or a woman has. I would never put a pain level of what's being worse or better based on what's going on in terms of money. So that's my point. I support justice, and I don't think it's justice if a man has to pay $10 or $10 million, or a woman has to pay $10 or $10 million to someone who cheated on them. I don't think that's justice. So I want to make that very clear.
Okay, pause. I'm glad that you said that. So if me and LA, we built a life together, and me and her, I created this business. And when we started off, I had $0, and now me and her, we acquired $10 million together as a couple. What should she get out of that?
In a divorce?
Yes.
And something, meaning y'all just well, the question I would ask is, why are y'all getting the divorce? Was it infidelity? Was it irreconcilable
It doesn't
differences?
matter. It doesn't matter. You can put whatever example you want, but regardless, we're getting divorced, right?
No pause.
We acquired $10 million together as a married couple. After we got married, we acquired $10 million. How much should she get out of that?
In my opinion, I think you should get the percentage that you put into it. But let me say this. But it's kind of hard to determine that because you two are married together. So you see what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what you're saying. Again, me and her got together. We had $0. We've been married, and since we've been married, it doesn't matter how long it was, 1 year, 10 years, 30 years. We've been married. Since we got together, we accumulated $10 million. How much should my divorced wife get?
If your divorced wife did not perform infidelity on that specific topic, I would say that it's subjective and it should balance out. If there was no infidelity and y'all just fell out of love with one another, y'all just fell out of love equally, then I would say y'all should have an even split.
So if you cheated, I should get more.
Yeah, you should get more if he cheated on you, in my opinion.
Get it all.
Yeah, you should get it all, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so what is your So what is your problem with divorce?
Because what we just said is that's what no fault divorce mean. They don't factor in anything.
You not understand the question. You agree that if a couple built something together, they should split it down the middle if they just fell out of love. But if one person cheated, that person should get the least out of the financial situation. You just said that out of your mouth.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
Okay, so what is your problem with divorce is what I'm trying to get to.
The problem I have with divorce is
the reason why I'm asking, because
the problem I have with divorce is threefold. Number one, I don't believe in divorce because there is a quote unquote religious element. I'll say that off the top.
Okay, so pause there. So you saying that, hold on, pause. So you're saying there's no reason for anybody to get a divorce?
From a religious standpoint, that's why I say that for that point. Yes.
Okay, so pause. But you know, in the Bible, it gives you.
Sir, don't add the Bible. We got the religious point. That's off the top.
Hold on. So what?
All right, we got that.
You just say religious.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So what religion?
Yes, it could be any religion, sir. We have the Quran. We have the Torah.
Hold on 1 second. Do you know that the Quran used the Bible as well? Yes or no?
Sir, I don't want to turn this into a religious debate. I'm just giving you general topics.
Alpha, I just need you to answer certain questions so we can have an understanding of what is your understanding. Do you understand that the Quran is the Bible?
I'm gonna stop right there. I don't want to go down religion. I don't.
Okay, do you understand what books are used in the Quran? How about that?
Sir, I'm not gonna answer no religious question. I want to get into debate on that. I'm not gonna talk about that.
Okay. Are you religious?
I am not religious.
Okay, so why bring in religion into the conversation? So religion has nothing to do with you. And again,
I'm speaking theoretically. You asked me for a general, and I'm giving you a general response.
The problem is that you're trying to speak that, and you do not understand that the Quran is the Bible. You don't even.
Sir, that's a different interpretation. I'm not going to make this a religious argument. Your interpretation, you're entitled to that.
Okay. So don't bring in religion if you don't want to have a conversation about religion.
All right, so take that out. All right, religion off the table. Fair enough. Number two, I don't believe that someone should be able to commit such as infidelity, whether it's male or female, and still be entitled to have all the assets. I don't think that's justice. That's my big problem with that.
Okay, so you believe somebody could get married to somebody and say, "Hey, I'm with you and only you," and still break that covenant without no kind of recourse or repercussions?
Now, I don't think they should do that. If the person who breaks it, I don't believe they're entitled to have, in my personal opinion. I don't think that's justice.
Okay, you're not understanding the question. So, if somebody cheats, should they be able to get a divorce? You're married. Let's just go like this. You are married. Your wife cheats on you. Should you be able to divorce that woman?
My personal opinion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you do believe in divorce.
Yes, I do. But I don't believe in it in the sense of when you place it. But we're not even gonna go to the first. I won't bring religion in. No religion. I'm not gonna bring it in.
Hold on. This shit is crazy, Joshua. Joshua, this is why I be trying to told your ass.
Boy, don't you if you don't get your
Don't blame me for that crazy ass shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame
don't
your
put
ass,
Joshua in this.
I'm gonna blame your ass, Joshua, because
I
this is
don't
what I
believe
be
in
trying to told
divorce.
you. This is what I be trying to
don't
told you
believe in
when I be having
divorce.
when I be having my conversations, and I be trying to told you that these things exist, that these men are out here and they out there preaching this gospel. They go around panel to panel speaking about this. They go around the world speaking this. They go all around as much as they can to whoever's willing to listen to say this remedial rhetoric. Y'all keep telling me, Sharon, it doesn't exist. I tried to told you.
I never said that.
We do exist. Sharon, let me say this about Sharon. If y'all didn't know,
Hold up.
Sharon is telling y'all the truth. There are men like me who are very educated, who are highly educated, that can separate their religion from legality and personality. I have a degree in philosophy. All right. I have a master's degree in science, and I'm finishing my PhD right now. And I absolutely can separate all three things if need be it. So Sharon is absolutely correct. There are men like me out there in the world, and we are growing.
And I want to
While
say,
in the same breath, you said you want to procreate without eating ties.
Hey, hold on, Joshua. I need people to start giving me my props. God damn it! It don't matter. They got 10 degrees, PhD. I be fucking stomping on them like a big dog.
I gave you credit. Did I not?
You damn sure did. And I appreciate that for just being honest. I really do appreciate that.
Let me say this, Sharon. Let me say this. And y'all need to hear this. Everybody on this panel needs to hear this. All right. If you think what I'm saying is weird, outside the box, doesn't make sense, not logical, all that initial thought that you have of me would be appropriate. I would highly recommend you go back and listen to the arguments I'm presenting, because Sharon is absolutely right. And I'm not in the manosphere. They can't stand me. We are moving in that society now where people like me, though you think now I am the weird one, are starting to move like that at all class levels. It's starting to happen. So Sharon is absolutely right. He's telling y'all the truth.
Please, can I? Please.
It's okay. And so, hey,
please.
Look, hold on.
I will super chat right now. Let me have this. Please. I will super chat right now. Bro, let me have this.
I'm quiet.
I want this one.
I can see it in his eyes, Sharon. Let him go ahead.
Oh God. Go ahead, Josh.
Bro, what the? Hold up. So no, let's go ahead and hit this the right way. The first things first. One of the things you're advocating for, which is sleeping with and creating families with multiple people, is a goddamn tenet of the red pill. What are you talking about? That doesn't even make sense. You're literally saying I want to fuck without responsibility. Oh, I just want to be able to pay off and do what I gotta do. Bro, you're still creating single parents. Even if you say you don't believe in divorce, you just named 3 goddamn reasons. You named 3. And get this, separation still happens in fucking cohabitation. That makes no sense. You're literally arguing stupidity right now. Because you're saying right now that, hey, I just want to sow my seed and I'm going to pay my bills and take care of my kids. But boy, they're still their goddamn kids. You have no legal standing in it. Why the fuck do you think marriage is so important when it regards to a family? And whether legally or religiously, if that woman gets pregnant and y'all aren't married, that's her fucking child. The fuck are you talking about? Everything you just said, you were talking in circles saying the same goddamn thing. hey, I still want to fuck around while having no responsibility by actual definition. Those still aren't your goddamn kids. They're hers. Fuck. I'm landing right here.
Good. Okay.
Good job.
Anybody before Alpha responds? Anybody want to jump in before Alpha responds? Uda's good. It is good.
It just for me, and it's like that's that's why I like to formulate the questions that I do. Trust me, I be knowing the answer. You know what I'm saying? But it just the it's crazy how men take away their own significance in the whole grand scheme of things. Like, you want to be so needed and so crucial in society, but every time we turn around, it's like, oh, I don't need to be there. Oh, I don't need to do this. The fuck you need to do then? What we need you for? Y'all, we keep on trying to tell you like fathers are important, and y'all keep on telling us in so many ways that y'all not. What is going on here? Alpha?
Well, let me say this. Shout out to that brother. I would never, ever, ever criticize a man for stating his position, no matter how if I disagree with it. So shout out to you and shout out to you, sister. Number two, I'm not the good guy. I'm not the nice guy. I'm not the provider guy. That's not me. I'm not going to lie to y'all on that. I am a son of a bitch. I am no good. I am a narcissist. I'm not going to hide it. All right. I'm always going to put my self-interest first, period, whether you like that or not. I say that up front. I'm not going to lie to y'all on that. And number three, and I'm sure Sharon has read this because I know he sounds like he's a learned man, a Reddit man. And I'll just quote this. As man look down on animal, the overman will look down on man. Any questions?
What the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
It's just, I mean, if nobody told you that you was him, I guess, if you didn't tell yourself that you was him, then I guess you wouldn't hear it. But like, what gave you that appointing in life? You know what I'm saying? To be what you say, the overman. What gave you that authority? Who gave you that authority? Or did you give that to yourself?
The individual gives himself authority until the state goes against that.
Okay.
So if we were all just a panel of overmen, then we would have a huge problem then, right?
Yes.
I'm just asking. Like I know why I be asking questions. Okay.
I don't want to hijack this panel. I think I've got a good understanding. Sharon, I want to say thank you, brother. You've been the first one to kind of clear up some things with my argument, and I'll leave it at that. You have your position. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody on this panel. And I'm just telling y'all, Sharon is right. He's telling y'all the truth. There are men who think like me, and we are growing. So it is what it is.
You ducked every challenge to your worldview. You can't even explain it to other people.
I just explained everything, sir.
I asked you too.
He said he got.
What was the question? What is your question, sir? What is your question?
More research. And it's okay. But what we do need is more men to just be honest about being a narc and all these other things, right? Because at least one thing I can say, and everybody in the chat said, at least he's being honest, right? And we need more men to be honest about what they do.
But no man no people who are narcissists know that they're narcissists. That's the fucking criteria.
No,
it's
that's
literally
not true.
a criteria of narcissism. Look at the DSM-5. What are you talking about?
No, that's not true. A lot of people know that they are narcs.
Bro, I will post it right now. You cannot know you're a narcissist if you are a narcissist, if you have narcissistic personality disorder. You will not recognize the fact that you're a narcissist.
So you get diagnosed. So you're saying everybody that got diagnosed, they all disagree with the diagnosis.
Inherently not believe it. It's literally part of that social disorder.
I am a narcissist.
Post the DSM-5 right now.
I never denied I am a narcissist. I am selfish. I am selfish.
Selfishness
I'm not
and
the good
narcissism
guy.
are not the same thing.
I'm the bad boy. You're talking to the bad guy. That's me.
Then what? Okay, if that's the fact, then why the fuck are you trying to have kids?
I couldn't hear that last part. You cut out. What you said?
So hold on. Let me just let Joshua know that no, you're wrong. Many narcissists are aware of their traits and reputation.
Absolutely.
So Joshua,
being aware of the traits of narcissism and being a narcissist. People with borderline personality disorder can also have narcissistic qualities. I'm telling you, if you are an actual narcissist suffering narcissistic personality disorder, you literally cannot recognize the fact that you yourself are a narcissist. You'll recognize narcissism.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, so according to the doctors that diagnose people, they usually often are very aware and usually very proud of being a narcissist. Just
Bingo.
like just how Alpha just displayed that he was very proud that he is one.
And I told you I'm a Leo.
And
I told you that when I first came on the panel.
And
remember I said I'm a Leo.
Also,
no, don't be dragging Leos down because of that shit.
Don's a Leo too, so I don't. Leos don't.
Hold on. Also, narcissists they actually have a lack of concern. They don't care that you know that they are.
Outstanding.
That's a level of
sociopath. Back with us for the whole first time, and now he's like, you know what? You're right. Fuck it.
And not only that, most narcissists are they don't look at their qualities as problematic. So that's why he doesn't see. Even though he showed us a lot of problematic things and even agreed to the problematic, but because it's him, he don't see it as problematic for himself because he already have the plan to fix whatever problem that comes the way. So again, he's showing a very narcissistic behavior. It's easy to really have these understanding of things, and also his defense mechanism is another one. They deny. You know what I'm saying? They have a lot of denial. So he denied what single motherhood was, and he denied that he's against divorce, and we understand what actually happened, but he actually agrees with divorce. He doesn't mind blaming other people, right? That's why he doesn't like the whole cheating situation. It's a lot of things that he showed, but he understands who he is, which is okay because at least he's being upfront and honest about the whole situation. That is the
know thyself.
Right. So and that's why it's good to have these conversations and start to pinpoint the different traits and be self-aware and also be have enough emotional intelligence to recognize it when it comes your way.
Hey, I can see. I just looked it up. You're right. So
that's what I'm trying to get you. That's what I'm trying to understand. Hashtag SNL. Sharon never lied.
Yeah.
I don't know how many
SNL.
times. I don't know how many times y'all need to